Great, we're on. Welcome this morning. Those of you who are up early in the day, it's 8:15 in the morning. We're on schedule. We're on time. It's 8:20. We're 5 minutes late. We are now starting the second quarterly CEE Digital Services Matchmaking Summit. We are here in Wrocław at the offices of Wolf Summit and the Hopin technical support team with about 10 guys here in the studio. We are getting started. We've got 31 speakers following me starting in about 10 minutes. Let me give you a little quick background as to what we're doing. The CEE Digital Services Matchmaking Summit, the concept and the design is to link the Central European based tech companies, software development companies, digital companies who are providing services, digital services to Western Europe, US, Japan, etc. So what we've done, the way we're doing that is two ways. We are on the Hopin platform today with about 31 speakers, as I said today, just counted that. And we are doing the matchmaking one-on-one pre-screened or pre-planned meetings on the B2Match platform. So some of you are listening to this on YouTube channel. Some of you are in the Hopin platform, which provides much more useful interactivity with each other. And some of you during the day will be on the B2Match platform for your video meetings that you've pre-booked with people that are in the event today. A couple of things we changed for this particular event. We have expanded the country focus sessions. Last time we did the UK, we did US, we had Japan, we had Australia. We are back with Japan, Australia, back with UK. We have a pretty substantial expansion of our US panel. We have 4 panels for the US today, including East Coast and West Coast. We have added, very importantly, Germany panel with partners AHK, the German Polish Chamber of Commerce. We have added an Austria panel with the Vienna Business Agency and Advantage Austria. We have a new panel for the Nordics as well. So we're digging deeper into essentially the buyers, the corporates, the gatekeepers to those corporates in Western Europe, US, and Japan. And of course, we're following the sun today. So we start, as I said, Australia, Japan. We then continue with Europe, the UK, and we finish up with the US East Coast, and then finally the US West Coast. So pop in and out during the day. We don't expect any of you to stay all day, but hopefully you'll find a few things that'll be quite interesting for you to pop in and out during the day. A couple more things I want to just add. We also have booths this time, so-called live booths in the Hopin platform. If you're not familiar with the Hopin platform, take a few minutes to get yourself familiar with it. On the left-hand side is the main screen. Everything will happen on the main stage of Hopin today. We don't have any breakout sessions this particular time. Everything's on the main stage. We do have, however, booths, and we have what's called a live booth. So that is driven by AI Best, which is the Bulgarian, one of our partners, the Bulgarian IT Association, and they have a VIP featured guest that runs Cargotec's shared service center in Bulgaria, in Sofia. So that will be, I think, at 10 o'clock. More that's on the agenda, of course. We also have a new concept, which is a showcase for 15 minutes of an application developed in Central Europe, in this case in Hungary, that is being widely used in the US market. And that is led by Laszlo Balázsi in the afternoon from Active Graph. And we'll continue to expand those concepts for our next event, which will be in January. So the next quarterly event will be in January. We have a total of 31 speakers, as I mentioned. We are focusing on large enterprises. We are focusing on SMEs, and we are focusing on startups and scale-ups in Western Europe and the US who have a huge need for digital talent, software development, help in scaling up a project and a plan. In a real short summary, we are trying to provide an insight into the Central European tech talent that is very good, the companies here who are developing digital applications for real business problems, so solutions for a real business problem. That is it in a nutshell. The rest are details. I'd also like to thank many of the sponsors, many of the partners, many of the associations who have been with us today, and have supported the event through their networks as well. In addition to the speakers, we have the city of Plovdiv, Bulgaria. We have the city of Poznan. We have the city of Wrocław. We have support from ANIS in Romania, the IT association there, from AI Best in Bulgaria, from the Lviv IT cluster, from the Latvia IT cluster. First time we've had Latvia, thanks to come on board. IVSC Hungary. And as I mentioned before, we again have the Germans, we have the British Chamber, we have the Austrian Chamber. So very strong support from a number of associations. So I am going to keep us on schedule, and we have about 3 minutes left. We are going to kick off. The first presentation is from Australia, and we've got two guys in Australia, and they are Kirk Drage from Leap Sheep. He's in Melbourne, I believe. And the second speaker is Mark Keogh, who is back again from Melbourne with Intrinsic Learning. After they finish, we'll go straight into the second panel, which is from Japan. Mark Einstein, one of the top IT advisors in Japan for large Japanese corporates, as well as Hideki Inomiya, once again back from Orient and Company. At 10 o'clock, after that, we are going to the live booth with our VIP guest of AI Best Bulgaria, Cargo Tech. We roll straight into a 10:30 presentation by Trevor Coyne at Ops Talent, followed by 10:45 networking. And the networking tab will be used again on the left-hand side of the Hopin platform. That's a random 3-minute meeting new people platform, a super way to meet a number of people in a very short amount of time. We follow that up with a UK panel. After that, we've got Nordics, we've got Germany, we've got Austria. Anyway, a pretty interesting, exciting day overall. So let's, without further ado, go into the afternoon. So after the break, we then roll into the US part of the day with the US East Coast. And we start with a presentation or panel led by Armin Kalopian, who is the GenPack Chief Science Officer and also Director at the BHA Accelerator in New York. And he will talk a bit about how accelerators and incubators in the US market are in quite strong need for digital and technology assistance. We then rolled into Atlanta with Ashish Bisaria, who runs First Source, Global Head of CX at First Source, $800 million company out of India. And they are providing AI support applying AI for client-based functions. We'll hear about that. After that, we start with Richard Rogers from Agilent Technologies out of Philadelphia, Ryan McCumber from Sports Tech AI. The sports business is in huge demand for technology right now, obviously for obvious reasons. He's based in New York. We follow up with a city of Charlotte, North Carolina, and the person there in charge of international relations. Many of the US cities are fighting for your business, for technology companies. They want you to set up in their city. And she will tell us a bit about the very dynamic city of Charlotte and what they are doing to attract European technology companies for a base to expand in the US. After that, we wrap up with the West Coast and Garth Holsinger, who has become our guest, our anchor speaker from Proto Ventures and Startup Rocket out of New York. He has a new venture as well he's working on, and he will tell us a bit about, again, how European tech companies are helping US companies leverage their money to expand faster in terms of the technology space and the digital services. Then we wrap up with a last networking session, 15 minutes, and we're done. So I'm getting the sign now that we should wrap up. Our team here is ready to go with Australia. So I think without further ado, we are on now, right, for Kirk and Mark in Melbourne, I believe, in Adelaide. So Tutak brothers, take it away. Ready to go? Switching over to Australia. Thank you.
Hello. Can I think we would have gone into the...
Right, I think we're live.
Good day. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to this initial session with a couple of Australians. Thank you for coming, and we've just been having a good talk about the scope we'll cope with today, and so the emphasis in our 45-minute session is going to be on, and unfortunately one of the guests was not able to join us, so you've got Mark Keogh and Kirk. We'll introduce our companies and ourselves, but also we'll then talk broadly about the industries that we focus on. And in fact, as my guest, I'm going to ask Kirk to go first. So let me introduce Kirk. I've known Kirk for a few years now, but he's had a terrific career both through Asia Pacific and on the west coast of America, right in the middle of Silicon Valley and the entire venture capital scene. And he came home to Australia to, I know, have a family was one of the motivations, but also to contribute to the startup world in Australia. And I'll let him tell his own story about LeapSheep and the role he's playing, but he's playing a pivotal role in a network of startup companies, and brings a terrific expertise to that table. So Kirk Drag, welcome to the conference.
Great, thanks Mike. It's wonderful to be here. It's great to be able to have the opportunity to talk to folks right across the world. Australia, we're a little island down under, so we don't sort of get out and visit other countries as often as we'd like to. So it's great to have the opportunity. So maybe I'll start just with a little bit about my company LeapSheep and background, and start talking about some of the challenges that the Australian market has, and therefore the opportunities we have for folks in Europe to take advantage of. So a little bit about LeapSheep. So as Mark said, I came back to Australia about 4.5 years ago now to have a family. I'm from Adelaide, and Adelaide is a beautiful part of the world to live in from a lifestyle point of view. It's certainly not the hub of international business, but that's something we're hoping to change. Certainly, I'm hoping to change that, is to have high paid, disruption resistant jobs here locally and build scalable global businesses. And my startup that I started with my co-founder Catherine Heaton is really part of that vision. And our simple vision for LeapSheep is to radically transform the success rates of startups around the world. We want to be a unicorn, maybe not the next unicorn. It might take us a few years, but that's certainly our goal. The service we offer is to founders and investors, providing proven pathways, professional mentoring, and easy to adopt guidance available as a personalized monthly service. And the reason we've started this business is because prior to coming back to Australia, I'd spent, as Mark said, a lot of time in Silicon Valley as a startup investor and employee. I worked for an investment firm, and then worked in many of our portfolio companies, doing business development, product management, and capital raising in Silicon Valley. And that was a tremendous experience, and I'm an investor in startups on my own right, and I've said to people I've made a small fortune from doing that by starting with a large one. It's a very difficult skill to learn, managing innovation risk. Prior to working in startups and investing in startups, I'd had a pretty good career at Microsoft. I'd spent 12 years there. I was a senior executive. At the end of my tenure there, I was on the senior leadership team for Asia, responsible for a dozen or more countries. So used to working with both very developed country ecosystems, like Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, but also very developing countries like Nepal and Cambodia, and so forth. And so I can really relate, I think, to a lot of the emerging countries around the world, and the immense pool of talent that's available that can increasingly participate in the global ecosystem. And I think that presents a great opportunity for us here in Australia, that's a relatively developed and rich nation, to work with people all around the world. But just going back to Leapship and what problem that we're really solving, when I spent time in Silicon Valley and since my Microsoft days, where I actually managed the startup ecosystem for Asia for a number of years and had a portfolio of 8,000 startups around Asia and 20 innovation centers. And then as my time in Australia working with founders and investors, I really realized that there was such a small percentage of repeatable success in the startup and innovation space. If you look at, for example, the venture capital ecosystem, there is a tier of venture capital companies that are very successful at investing in innovation. You've probably heard of names like Andreessen Horowitz or Excel Ventures or Kleiner Perkins, Bessemer. These kind of companies have got this fantastic track record over in some cases decades of success, and people try and copy that model, but it's a very, very difficult model to copy because these companies that were started a long time ago have generally been able to create a great brand, and so they act as a magnet to startups all around the world to reach out to them, and they're finding the best companies because of that, and they're choosing the best companies, and so much of the value that they offer is in their selection process as opposed to how they're actually supporting companies. And if you look at some of the top universities like Stanford and MIT, they're a very similar story. And probably the most recent successful model is the accelerator model, which has really been made, I would say, famous by Y Combinator and Techstars. They've got this incredible track record of success. And it's mostly because I think Y Combinator had something like 50,000 applicants last year, and they only took a few hundred startups through their programs. And that leaves, the other 99% of startups with a very, very poor selection of options to get support to build their companies. And when I say startups, we work with both startups, but we also work with established companies that have a vision to grow through innovation. So lots of professional services firms or larger companies that are looking to spin out, usually product companies, usually software-focused product companies. Sometimes they're IoT device and software companies. So it is a little bit broader than just startups. And when you look at the ecosystem of support that's available to those startups and to those investors, it's really, really poor. You can go to your local accountant or your lawyer or a web development agency and spend a lot of money with those people. But generally, those types of services in any given city have very, very limited or no experience in building startups. And so they're giving often well-meaning but bad advice. And most startup programs, if you look at your local university, is probably no different than the local universities here in Australia. They're probably running startup programs. They probably have volunteer mentors. Those volunteer mentors are probably successful business people that may have very successful businesses. Maybe they've built a manufacturing business or a real estate business or what have you. But just because you build a successful business doesn't mean that you've built a successful, high margin, high growth global tech company and had a lot of innovation risk. And so we find that most startup programs around the world are actually providing really poor quality advice and guidance to their companies because they just can't get access to the people that have seen thousands of these tech companies and have recognized the patterns of what works and what doesn't work. And that used to be locked up in Silicon Valley, if we go back sort of 20 years ago. But today with the internet, all that information is freely available because there's investors that have been successful and founders that have been successful and founders and investors that have failed, that have all blogged and podcasted and written books, and you can go find all that information out there. And the challenge for investors and founders that want to use that information is it's not curated. There's just a deluge of it. It's really hard to figure out what's good advice versus what's not good advice. How do I find the advice in time when I need it? And that's really where Leapship sees a massive market opportunity, is to curate that advice. We invest a huge amount of resources into research to research best practices, research proven pathways to manage risk and apply your resources, and provide that as a very easy to use service so that startup founders and investors can build their companies. And probably the final point about what we're doing is professionalizing startup mentoring. Startup mentoring that's amateur or volunteer, while it's very well-meaning, and a lot of people are giving a lot of hours back to their community by mentoring, but it's a little bit like having a lawyer or a heart surgeon that doesn't have a professional accreditation. There's no language that they all speak to talk in the same way about the same things, and we think it's about time we professionalize startup mentoring. So that's a bit about LeapSheep. We've been on the journey now for about 4 years, and we're really starting to prove out our model. We've got just a fabulous portfolio of startups. We're one of the largest supporters of startups in Australia. We work not only directly with clients that come to us as a subscription service, and investors, but we also work and power university programs. We're currently talking to universities around the world about supporting and empowering their programs. So that's probably enough about me and LeapSheep and startups. I thought maybe I'd just spend a couple of minutes reflecting on the Australian ecosystem for you guys in Europe that are thinking about maybe entering the market here. Yeah. And just my reflection from my perspective, I've got a very innovation-centric sort of startup perspective, so just keep that in mind.
Kirk, that's terrific. What I want to do is just to draw a breath for a second, is just to remind people that they can make comments, ask questions in the comment board. And we're not heavy on presentation today. We're heavy on sharing our experience and responding to questions. So you may have some specific things you want to know, and please, I want to encourage those comments to come forward. But Kirk, back to you and this question of, given your, I know your business well, and I know what great things you're doing to support people to think better about how they do things. And one of the things you taught me was we don't have to build it all ourselves, but which is great. And because in the past, I've just had the, well, if you don't build it yourself, it's not as legitimate. So anyway, but you bring this wonderful Asia Pacific and West Coast perspective. So perhaps you could introduce that for us.
Yeah, for sure. So I think if you're not familiar with Australia, given we are an island, I talk a lot about Australia being an island because what struck me when I lived in Singapore for 10 years and Silicon Valley for 4 years, what you notice when you live in those kind of places is just how connected they are. Living in Singapore, you're within 2 hours of a dozen countries by plane, and it's the same story in Europe. So working across countries and across borders just becomes natural. And looking for business overseas becomes very natural. Whereas Australia, we tend to be quite internally focused. So as you're dealing with Australia, I think you've really got to keep that in mind, is that we're a relatively wealthy, relatively independent nation. And Australian business owners here tend to be very self-sufficient. And that's both a real strength and a weakness. If you're a service provider looking to break into the market here, we can be a little bit hard to get to know because we think we can do it ourselves quite often, when the answer is probably better off that we partner with somebody. So I would encourage some perseverance and some investment in some longer term relationships, because it does take a little while to break in. Now, we're a nation that tends to dig things out of the ground and sell it. We're big in mining, and we're big in the agriculture space and agriculture exports. And as a consequence, I'd say that we don't have a particularly strong tech sector. We are fabulous technology consumers, but I would say we're not fabulous technology producers. And I think that is a fabulous opportunity. And most of the business owners that I speak to really want to connect with companies overseas, service providers that they can partner with, that can offer a competitive advantage versus using local, more expensive service providers here. But they just don't know how to approach that. They don't know how to find people they can trust. Usually they're learning how to work with tech companies. So that provides them with some challenges. And so if you're willing to put the time in to build the relationships, I think you can do very, very well here in Australia. We have a very mature business ecosystem. A lot of the executives and boards of Australian businesses are very mature in their governance processes and the way that they run their companies. But I would call them quite old school in terms of the level of sort of new economy sophistication here, I'd say, is quite low. We're not leveraging technology as much as I think we could and should. And so as a consequence, our business ecosystem is very mature, but our innovation ecosystem is very immature. To be able to work here, you need to spend a lot of time educating your customers. And I think what I see is a lot of deals going wrong with companies here in Australia when a service provider comes in and asks the customer, "What do you want?" And the customer tells them what they want, and the service provider delivers what the customer asks for, and then the customer goes, "Well, that's not what I need." And it's because the customers don't know really what they need. They're asking for what they want, not for what they need. And so as a service provider, I think education is a critical element of your service offering when you're working with Australian companies. The last thing I'll say, Mark, before I hand over is I think Australia, because we're a very mature business environment, and we've got a lot of great businesses that I would say are nowhere near as efficient as they could be. There's a huge opportunity to help particularly professional services companies shift from being sort of human-centric professional services companies that are enabled by technology to more technology-centric services companies that are really productized software as a service. And a very large portion of my client base at Leapsheep is working with established businesses. I'll give you an example. I've got a customer that is a maintenance company for high-rise cranes. So he's got fitters and turners and CNC lathes and a workshop and so forth. But he's built a software platform to help support that business, and he wants to go sell that to other businesses doing the same thing. And there are literally thousands and thousands of business opportunities to help companies make that transition from a more professional services, human-centered economy to a more software-centric, software as a service-centric economy. So I think I'll hand it over there, Mark. I think I've probably chewed up enough time and get some wisdom from you.
No, that's just fantastic perspective, and I think I can lead off into a specific industry which is really desperately in need of support, and that is the education technology realm, which is very problematic, and it's problematic in lots of places around the world. And I think, so if I can just introduce myself and intrinsic learning just for a moment. In 1994, December 1994, I will never forget it, I sat down with the head of learning at Qantas and some other vocational education industry people. I think the term that's globally accepted is the TVET world, the training vocational education industry. I sat down with some people and I said, I think there's this thing called the internet coming, and I suspect it's going to have a big impact on education. And I said, it's going to revolutionize education management, not just education generally for people. And so I started a learning management system company. I later on discovered that I think Blackboard, if you're aware of who they are, sued someone in America because they invented the term LMS in 1998. Well, I can tell you we were using the term LMS in Australia in 1994. And I can tell you that firsthand. So there's a lot of bluff and bravado in our world, isn't there, about who invented what and who started what and who's suing whom for what intellectual property. So I go back a very long way, that's all I'm trying to say, 25 years or more. And I've been earning my income from the internet since that day. And I'm no longer 34, which I was then. So the thing about that is I've started 4 companies. I've raised initial funds for 3 of them. One was an organic company, but for 3 of them. And I've been through an acquisition in the late 90s when, unfortunately, I didn't understand the value of what I had and sold it for far too little. So, but that got me to the United States, where for a time I was the founding vice president for Monster.com's learning division in Boston. So I got to work with, the stars of the show in the early 2000s. when Monster was a very big deal, and it's not so much the big deal it was then, and was a darling on NASDAQ. And I got to go from being a small software company in Australia to doing Wall Street calls about how Monster was getting into learning, and I didn't necessarily have the heritage for that, but I was able to use some domain expertise and bluff my way through. But I got to work with also the US Department of Labor and understand very large scale needs in terms of the market for learning and learning innovation. Nowadays, it's about 10 years since I last started a company, and it didn't go so well. It limped along for a couple of years, and then we decided to close it. And then I've since been consulting. But about 3 or 4 years ago, I had a big new idea. You just can't help it. Those in the audience who are serial entrepreneurs or enjoy the innovation of a new idea, they'll know that feeling. But I just thought, I think I can see a breakthrough here. So I've been working gently on that. But what I've done is, instead of rush off and raise the money and then try and invent it as we go, and some people do that very successfully, we're trying to test the product. And I discovered Kirk, actually. So full disclosure, I work with Kirk and his model, and it's reframed my thinking about software development and how to build a company. And so I've definitely been through the journey which many Australian companies are going through, where they no longer look to build themselves, and that is the Australian tradition. We build it ourselves. We take a rusted truck and we put some wheels on it and we drive it over the desert. That's the great Australian tradition, and there's a lot of desert in Australia. It's a very big place. So, and I reinforce that point Kirk's made, that if you want to deal with Australians, you have to understand that they are very, very independent and self-reliant in their attitude. And I've been that in the past, to my detriment. I don't mind saying, if I had asked for help more earlier, I'm certain that some of the great ideas I've had would have found much larger homes and been much more successful. So I don't mind saying I sit here today knowing that with my current company, Intrinsic Learning, I'm looking for help. But I can also reinforce some of the characteristics of what that help needs to look like, and some of the fears that Australians hold about looking for overseas support. And some of them are well-founded fears, but mostly they're not. So let's talk about that. So if I could introduce that, but what I'm going to just attempt to, but I may not do, share my screen, and if it doesn't go well, I'll abandon it. What do you reckon?
While you're getting that going, maybe just to jump on one of your points there, that I think is a real opportunity for service providers, is while we're looking for services, there's a lot of companies here that are looking for software development services. And we should have a conversation about what services companies are looking for here, because I think that's a really important conversation to have. But companies here also need access to markets over there. And you may not be considering that is a value proposition that you have for local companies, but it is a massive value proposition. Even if that's not something that you're really set up to do right now, you've all got professional and personal networks. If you put that on the table as a value proposition to help local Australian companies find customers and partners over in your part of the world, that is a massive part of your value proposition.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. And I was participating in the last conference, and between the two, I've made that decision. So one of the things I'm saying here today is we're definitely looking for partners, but qualified partners and partners who build trust. So let's come to what those two things mean. And so I'm just going to share a screen and do 3 or 4 slides just to place Intrinsic Learning, which is my current startup company that we're working on. How's that going? Can you see that? Can someone help me with that? I think we can.
Yeah, it's coming up.
And I'll just do that. Does that work even better? You should be able to see the whole presentation. So I'm Dr. Mark Keogh, and there's some details there. And Intrinsic Learning is my business. And the key thing about Intrinsic Learning is our vision. Our vision is to empower individuals to take control of their own professional development. Many people for a long time have wanted to move the locus of learning from the institution to the individual, and haven't succeeded. And that's because the institutionals are very big and they fight back. But I think there's been a nasty virus that's changing things. And so our vision is that with just with their natural language and some artificial intelligence behind it, that they can say, hey Siri, hey Alexa, hey Google, please log my learning. Here's what I've learned today, please log my learning. The problem with that is, how do you validate it and verify the learning as real, and that the person was real? And that's where innovation is happening, in the verification and validation of the learning experience. Education institutions are way too slow into this realm, and so there's a real opportunity for innovation. So we want to introduce new ways to facilitate learning and effectively capture, store, and interpret learning data to benefit the learners, and then whatever organization they choose to work with. So the problem, best I can show it, and this is a recent story from a real accountant who had to have his professional accreditation audited. In other words, they were saying, have you been doing enough professional development points? And in order to him to prove his accreditation, he had to find, analyze, and collate all the information. He happened to have it in Excel spreadsheets on his hard drive and in his filing cabinet even. And I'm talking this year, 2020. And he had to respond to this audit. He estimates that took him $10,000 in lost fees to prove to the accounting certification profession that he had actually done the professional development work. And so what we're looking is to intervene into that kind of problem. And the world, if you don't know anything about the EdTech world, then let me just give you a bit of generalism about it. I'm not going to share global market sizes and all that stuff. You can find those stats. But what I will talk about is my view with 25 years experience on what's really going on. So let's look at the right-hand side of this screen to start with. What's the shifting EdTech development paradigms? Where have we gone? Well, the first step where the internet and education technology and learning got together was about compliance management. It was about all the risks associated with fraud and regulation in financial services and so on. Various court cases around the world, various initiatives by government made the financial systems in particular much more accountable, but also lots of other systems like travel, and not that anyone's traveling much right at the minute, but the whole travel and logistics and so on, a lot more compliance oriented. And that's what brought about learning management systems. And the company I talked about before, we implemented the first LMS for Qantas worldwide in 1996. It was dial-up, using IBM's global dial-up network, but it was just as effective as most LMS systems are now, no less, no more. But it was a very effective system in 1996 using the technology at the time, and it reduced their cost of training significantly for Qantas. We then went on and dealt with one of the major 4 Australian banks. You may not have heard of it, but the ANZ Bank is one of the big, highly capitalised mainstream banks in Australia, and we did their compliance systems, their first real go at doing compliance-based learning. That was again in 1998, 99, so before 2000. So we're doing this very early. Really, most of the EdTech industry is stuck there. It really is. There's been no real developments until the next wave, which was to introduce social learning, shared ed technology. And, the notion of peer learning, people joining webinars, that's been around for about 10 years now. Not well used. People avoid it. The death by e-learning is a talk I've given, and the technologies are messy and not integrated, and they haven't been, and it's been not very good. We're moving to a point where people are doing a lot more self-directed learning. They're listening to podcasts. They're using MOOCs through universities. They're doing just for me content, and they're not so worried about accreditation and certification. But we think as people start to realize they can learn for themselves, they'll then want to validate it and verify it. And so where we're seeing coming in the next 5 years is the concept of the University of One. How do I manage my own university education without the university? And I see this coming ahead. And whether it's blockchain, and some people say it's a blockchain opportunity and not, other people say that's overcomplicating it, how the institutions respond, whether any major institutions finally get it right. And, you know, initiatives by MIT and others have been interesting in this area, but they're certainly not won the market over yet. But we're seeing just-in-time learning. We're seeing the notion that things expire, qualifications expire. We're just seeing how the gig economy, gig jobs are changing things, and so on. So off to the left-hand side of this is really what the universe looks like. And what we're seeing is that the universities are responding, and they're starting to look to the block cert world to certify their qualifications. I think that's old-fashioned, and it will be a market, but it doesn't meet the individual needs of a university of one. All it does is continue to validate the old-fashioned universities. And too many of the old-fashioned universities haven't realized that they're just not responding quick enough for people. And this virus, this COVID virus, will make changes as people start to look for new and innovative ways of getting back into work. We focused a little bit on professional associations, and there's a raft of alternate content out there from YouTube, TED, EDX from MIT, Coursera, LinkedIn Learning. There's a lot of content providers. There's not a lot of organizing the benefits of it. So that's where we fit in. There's some blockchain players I've named there, NTOC, AgeCoin. They tend to focus on just providing the currency for learning, whereas what we're doing at Intrinsic Learning is actually providing the just-in-time curriculum as well as the currency. So that's our focus. So that's a bit of an overview of what we're doing. Let me escape from that and unshare my screen and come back to you. And hopefully you can, that's all worked. Somebody give me some feedback. Hopefully that's all right. Kirk, you think
a couple of questions there, I think, coming in. I don't know if you can see those.
Yeah, I can see them. So tell us about, yeah, so where did it go well, where did it go wrong? That's a very good question. And Australian companies do, yes, Nigel, thank you for your question. Australian companies do look to Asia for a lot of outsourced IT. In fact, that's the cadence of it. So I can talk about that. And we can also talk about the way things went well, things went wrong. Let me summarize it because we don't have heaps of time. The summary is that I think one of the things that Australian companies are worried about is trust. Australians are quite a fearful. Sometimes I don't want to use the term backwater because that's a negative connotation, but we do have we have a big moat around Australia. And so while many of us have worked overseas and have great relationships and so on, building trust is the key. So there are lots of ways to build trust. I think this seminar is a great way to start. And certainly we're trying to link as many of you with as many of us as we can just to get the conversations going. And I'm certainly offering, I don't want to work with someone who's not experienced in education technology. So let me be very straight. If you're a company that understands what SCORM is and what XAPI is and understands how learning management systems work and you've got people who are experienced in the various technologies that are deployed in that space, then I'm interested in talking to you as a software development partner. And I'll come back to Kirk's point. We're interested in partnerships. Australia has capital, but limited capital for innovation, particularly in education technology. A lot of the capital keeps getting tied up in building buildings. For some reason, politicians like to launch buildings more than they like to launch software companies. Can't understand that, but it's sort of what happens. But they like to cut the ribbon. We have to find a way in which a politician can cut a software ribbon. It's one of the challenges. But I think that what I would say about that is when it's gone wrong because of expectation setting and communication, just the good old classic problems. And Kirk made a very good point that a lot of Australians, we're innovative about problem solving, but we don't necessarily have a global perspective on what's going on in the rest of the world. So bringing information, not being frightened to share it, I've certainly changed my attitude. I don't sign NDAs as much as I used to. I figure we're just trying to find, we're all got a lot of good ideas. We're trying to find some customers and we can share the money. You know, that's what we've got to do. We've got to find a way of taking our good ideas, finding customers and sharing the money in a fair way. You know, I don't need the American courts to protect my idea. You know, that's not, I'm not interested in that at all. And I think a lot of people are getting that nowadays too. So we're looking for a stack approach, not just a tech stack, but a business stack, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, Mark. And you know, the question that Nigel asked there is, do Australian businesses look to Asia for outsourcing generally? I would say the default answer to that is yes. I see a lot of companies defaulting to Asia because there's a lot of immigration. Australia, I think, have over 30% of the country was born overseas.
Yeah.
So we have a very culturally diverse country here, and we've got very strong connections to China and India in particular through immigration. And so there's a lot of those people in the community that have brought those relationships with them. But I see a lot of those services that are being done from Asia not yielding the results that Australian companies want. And it gets back to the point around not asking for the right things. And so I think if you're a service provider that can, market yourself effectively in Australia, and I think the paths to market yourself here is through business groups. We've got some great business groups here. For example, like SA Leaders is a group that we have here. The government is very strong and is very open to support internationals coming in and getting connected to the local community. And the university scene. We do a lot of work with universities around the country and their incubators and accelerators. Although I think generally they're doing a pretty poor job of turning ideas into money. They mostly turn money into ideas. They could use a lot of help in that space. They're a great place to get connections. And we find that a lot of international students are also bringing relationships with them. And I'd encourage you to get connected with the Central Eastern European students bodies in any of the universities here, because I think it's a fantastic pathway into the Australian market. And then once you get into the market and you get the opportunity to start talking to some companies, I really think the way that you want to talk about the kind of services you can provide, as Mark mentioned, really needs to start at the business level, not the technology level. We find that the kind of service providers where relationships go sour, and our business spends a lot of time cleaning up after relationships have gone bad. I had a company a few months ago come in here, spent $1 million on an external service provider building applications for a startup that they thought they were going to build and launch a product and get lots of customers. Of course, they built the product, launched the product, but they got no customers, and they couldn't find any further investment, so the whole show shut down. And the problem was that the business person that was running that business here in Australia was a very, very experienced person in the industry they were in, was very inexperienced in technology. And the service provider just did exactly what they were asked, and it was completely the wrong things to be asked. And generally service providers that we find that I would say that are doing the wrong thing are providing technology solutions. Instead of asking the right question, what is the business problem that we're trying to solve? Is this the right technology solution to solve the business problem? And making that move up the stack, as Mark said, that's where you can create a tremendous amount of value. And sometimes that's a little bit difficult because you have to push back against customers a bit. But I found through experience that that's what creates trust and respect, is when you're not a yes person, as you say, have you really thought about this? And so the service providers that we see doing a great job in the tech space are service providers that are moving up the product lifecycle and getting more into the product management space and helping figure out who exactly are the users, what exactly are the problems that we're trying to solve, how can we design user-centric solutions? Are we thinking about instrumenting those solutions to collect data so that we can make data-driven decisions about how to improve the quality of service? And I would say that we're relatively behind the rest of the world in Australia when it comes to our ability to productize solutions. We've actually got pretty strong engineering skills when it comes to software and IT, but we've got very weak productization, product management, digital product management skills. And that's where I think countries in Central Eastern Europe could potentially add a tremendous amount of value.
If I could pick up that point, because I think it's not just the software development, and I think that's where the outsourcing to Asia thing comes in, is that there's a lot of between cultural affinity with Eastern Europe and Australia that is unexploited. We position as experts, but really we're pretty open-minded. We like to build friendships and partnerships and do things together. That's the Australian way. So there's this Australian concept of mateship, where we really do try and work in the interests, the collective interests. That's a big part of the Australian culture. So if you can plug into that and say, look, we'll be with you for the long haul. We'll go through some ups and downs with you, and you'll find us reliable, and you'll find us willing to tell you what we really think. They're the characteristics that Australian companies are looking for. In my field, there's a group called the Edgy Growth Collective, and so there are well-organized industry groups. In the EdTech space, there's this well-organized group, and I know Tom Barnhart from CEE has those connections, and so you can get beyond Kirk and I to that group too if you want to. But we're also happy to take any inquiries and connections, and I've made some nice LinkedIn connections from my last involvement with this seminar. So please feel free to just ask those questions, keep those questions coming, and we'll happily do our best to connect people to the right groups. Kirk, we've got a couple of minutes. Last words from you?
Yeah, I guess I appreciate the opportunity to talk to everyone, and I'd probably just echo your comments. Like the opportunity to make connections is fabulous, and I make myself available for anyone that wants to connect with me and maybe use my connections here locally to get connected. Feel free to reach out, and if my company LeapSheep can help, and we're talking to universities in Central Eastern Europe right now about running their accelerator and incubator programs. So if that's of interest, we're working with local governments around the world to run their accelerator and incubator programs. So investors, help them with deal flow and managing deals once I've got them. Happy to reach out to anyone.
That's great, Kirk. Well, thank you everybody for your interest in what we're doing today. I've got a couple of meetings lined up, and I'm sure Kirk has too. And we look forward to an ongoing association with your network. And thanks to Tom for involving us. We certainly appreciate the opportunity and hope we can reciprocate in whatever ways help everybody. So thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you very much, Mark and Kirk. A little insight into the Aussie market. Appreciate that. We are now on to our next panel, which is Japan. And I'm going to be moderating the panel as well, that particular panel. So we're on to Japan, and that's Mark Einstein and Hideki Namiya. Okay, so we're on to the Japan panel. Nice to see you again, Mark and Hideki. Ohayou gozaimasu. Good afternoon to you guys. And we are on. You guys were here last time. Appreciate that with your presentation. And one of the things that we had discussed earlier was to move the discussion forward after a really good presentation and conversation back in June on the Japan panel. I think it was very well received. Mark, I don't know, do you have a presentation today?
I do, yes.
Great. So why don't you guys both, maybe Hideki go first and introduce yourself again for those who don't know you. And Mark, you guys are both in Tokyo. Then Mark, introduce yourself and we'll go straight into your presentation. And I'm going to be moderating this panel. I'll be mostly quiet and just move the discussions along. So Hideki.
All right. Thanks for the introduction. My name is Hideki Inomiya. I'm CEO of Orient. My business is basically do DX consulting for like Japanese companies and also cybersec technology import to Japanese market. And trying to help like Japanese company that needs to globalized and also like a global business engagement and tech discovery, MVP, and service development support also. And I'm especially finding emerging tech and resources from all over the world and trying to import to like Japanese customers who actually need help. And focusing on like improvement of the UX and the system quality and scalability, and also like a cost reduction or the efficiency approach is essential for those customers. So I'm trying to bring a better approach, learning from worldwide. And I think like CEE region have a better approach and a better new way. So I think it's great to engage with you guys to learn more and bring a Japanese customer for better business approach. And we also do like a tech bridge engagement and the training, and trying to Japanese customer enable to self engage with like CEE region companies. So that's what I'm trying to do. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, let's go into your introduction of who you are a
Sure.
little bit, those who don't know you, and a bit of your presentation. Then I'll certainly have some questions from my perspective.
Sure. So thanks, Tom. My name is Mark Einstein, and I'm the Chief Analyst of ITR Corporation, which is a Japanese IT research and consulting firm. So I am based in Tokyo. I've been in Japan for about 10 years now. And basically, in a nutshell, what my company does is we work with large Japanese corporations and help them with their IT problems. And so this really spans the whole gamut from security, data center, cloud, software, IoT, 5G. And we work with the big banks in Japan, airlines, automotive companies, manufacturers, etc.
Okay, great. And you're going to give us a little bit of a screen share, I suppose,
I
and
am.
kind of a presentation overview of the market there in Japan.
Yes. So is everything coming across clearly?
Great.
Okay, great. So again, I think good morning for most of you. Basically, Hideki and I are going to have this panel together. But what we thought would be good to start off with is just a few slides of content to kind of set the stage for our discussion. Tom told me that about 30% of you were maybe with us in June, and maybe 70% of you are new. So I have updated some of this information a little bit for those of you who may have seen it. So please just bear with me. But basically what I want to do here is just show you some of the research that my company does on Japan's IT market, particularly as how it could be relevant to you guys, the maybe solutions suppliers in the CEE region. So basically what I'm going to do is, this is just a little bit about my company, ITR, but I've already pretty much explained who we are and what we do. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this. But what I do want to talk about, if you were with us last time in June, I think we were, really starting to think about what the impact of coronavirus would be on Japan. Clearly now that we're in September, we can, see a little bit more clearly what the effects have been. And I think this is a very important point. So I showed this slide last time. So one of the core things that my company does is we every year measure what the spending is in the IT market. And I think I said 3 months ago, we really weren't sure what was going to happen. You can see we've been tracking this since 2001. In 2009, the market really contracted. That was the Lehman shock year. And I believe I said last time that we still thought that the market would grow. And we're actually officially releasing these numbers next month. But I can tell you that despite the massive recession that Japan has, which is largely but not entirely due to coronavirus, the IT market in Japan will grow by about 2% this year. And that's very interesting because I think what we're definitely seeing here, not for every company, but for many companies, is that coronavirus is really accelerating digital transformation. And this is a really exciting development. IT spending, like I said, is going up. So this is really great news for our industry. We have so much bad news every day, but there is a little bit of good news. And so again, the key takeaway here is that we do expect growth in Japan's IT market this year. Now, this is another new slide that I didn't have last time. So another thing that my company did is my company's been doing a lot of interviews with IT departments to find out, what's going on with coronavirus and how is this going to change Japan. And I think I would start off by saying, I think some of you in the audience should be familiar with Japan to some extent. And if you are, you probably know that in Japan, work from home was a big no-no. I mean, that was considered not a good practice, and very, very few companies did it. And basically overnight, almost the whole country started doing it, at least in the IT sector. And so we've seen a massive shift in work culture and work style. I believe that now that everything is being done online, this will facilitate outsourcing to places like CEE. I was talking to Hideki the other day, and I was saying, if we had done this last year, I would have said the chance of anyone in the audience getting a CEO from a Japanese company on a Zoom meeting would have been somewhere near zero. And I think today it's pretty close to 100% in terms of would they be willing to do that. And so that's great. We can't travel yet, but if you're in Poland or Bulgaria or Romania or whatever, I think it's going to be much easier to do business with Japan. We still have a language barrier, of course, but I think it would be much easier to get a translator on a Zoom call for not so much money. So I do think that as we think about post-corona IT, there are some things that are going to facilitate business, cross-border business with Japan. So that's a good thing. Just looking at some of the things that are changing, because of Corona, you can see some of the more popular things. Basically reviewing the entire IT governance, especially concerning security. Security has become more important because more and more things are coming online. We have had quite a few projects delayed, as a lot of companies try to figure out what the overall top line and bottom line impact of COVID is going to be. Getting special budgets because of Corona. Like I said, we're seeing IT budgets increase overall in Japan. Now, the next one is the key one for this audience, strengthening external organizations such as outsourcing systems. So basically, we have about a third of large Japanese companies are now more open to outsourcing because of Corona. And I think this is a key point that was not something we knew 3 months ago. Internal organizations and even increasing IT staff because more things are going to go online, more e-commerce, all this kind of stuff. So I think, again, the overall takeaway here is that, budgets are increasing. And I think attitudes are shifting, which are more conducive to doing business with organizations such as yourself. And so this one is just another new one, and I'm not going to go through every single one of these, but
Hey Mark, can I interrupt you a second?
sure.
After this day, can we get a copy of that presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So we'll figure out a way to get that to our guests that request it. So anyone who asks for that presentation will somehow connect them to you or somehow distribute it to those guys.
Yes, everyone can absolutely have a copy.
Super.
So basically, again, I'm not going to go through all these things. My company, like I said, we, surveying IT departments is kind of our core competency. So we do a lot of surveys every year. But again, this is just trying to show some of the specific technologies that have changed because of coronavirus. And so again, what you can see is that from the medium blue to the light green, all that growth is because of COVID-19. So on the extreme ends of each of these chart are we already did it or we're not going to do it. So everything in the middle has changed because of COVID-19. And so what you can see, for example, if you look at the very bottom, introduction of telework has had the biggest change, which is obvious. But also, new communications tools, remote access, BYOD for the first time, satellite offices, online sales channels, moving away from physical retail into online retail, cloud services, paperless services, and RPA are huge topics here. You might know that fax machines are still used in Japan. Physical seals, which are known as hankos, which are required to certify documents, are still heavily used, but this is all going digital at a much faster rate. And this is very good for IT outsourcing. This is very good for software development. So, like I said, despite the fact that there's been lots of horrible news regarding coronavirus, I do think we're seeing some pretty big changes, which to me are very exciting. And again, so I did talk about these topics last time. I do want Hideki to be able to share his really interesting insights with you as well. So just very quickly, there are socioeconomic factors besides coronavirus that are driving the IT market in Japan. Labor shortage is the big one. You probably know that Japan's population is shrinking and also getting much older. And therefore outsourcing in general is, a big topic. But, we have a lot of natural disasters in Japan, movement to clean energy, and also, relying less on imported food are also national priorities where there are also opportunities in the IT market. This next slide is just talking about the labor crisis in Japan. And again, these slides will be shared with you. So if you'd like to read in more detail, you're very welcome to do so. But IT, security, software development, it's very hard to find good people in Japan. IT development and English teaching are basically the two things you can do in Japan without speaking Japanese. AI, this is again just getting into a little bit of the nitty gritty about the AI. Again, it's about reducing labor, improving manufacturing, automotive, self-driving cars. So AI is a big focus if you happen to be a company that's developing something for machine learning, RPA, or AI. And again, I think I'm getting towards the end. I think that, and I think we're going to talk about this more with Hideki, but there is increasing interest in working with CEE countries, especially now that many of the countries are part of the EU. I would say that Japanese knowledge and understanding, particularly what the strengths and weaknesses of different countries within your region might be, is still something that needs improvement. But we are seeing deals being done in the Ukraine and Slovakia. Transcosmos has gone into Romania and Poland, for example. So we are starting to see things move slowly. But I do think this will pick up in the coming years. And so, this is just kind of a summary that I kind of just mentioned, that I do see great potential. Japan is still Japan and is still very much a challenge in many ways. But that was basically a quick run through of what the situation is in Japan's IT market. But like I said, I do also very much want to bring Hideki into the conversation because he also has a lot of great insight and things to say. So thank you.
Hideki, you want to go first? I've got a couple of questions, but maybe you want to start.
You can give us the questions first anyway, though.
Yeah, so Mark, a little bit on the gaming side. I was speaking to the Warsaw Stock Exchange guys a few days ago, and they said that after Tokyo, in the world, the largest listed gaming companies are in Poland. So on the Warsaw Stock Exchange. So Tokyo, then Poland. I mean, the gaming sector is just, of course, globally has boomed, but the CE-based gaming studios are really tremendous number of them in Serbia and Ukraine and Romania and Poland. Do you see any potential for cooperation there on the development side? And if so, any examples or ideas for the audience?
I do. So I actually used to work in the gaming industry in Japan, and when I was there, we tried to outsource a lot of our graphic design and other things to Vietnam. It was cheaper, but the quality was not there. And so I think that especially in terms of graphics and animation, there is huge need for that because of the labor shortage. And I would also say this is actually something Hideki told me, is that Netflix and Hulu recently have exploded in Japan, and so animation overall, which would be gaming and also TV content, is massive now. So to answer your question, Tom, I absolutely see that as a wonderful area of potential that I think most Japanese people, even in the gaming industry, don't know that places like Poland are so strong.
To the same, you kind of alluded to my next question, which is, if you're in Japan, you're looking at naturally Southeast Asia, Philippines, maybe Vietnam, somewhere else. Is there a perception or opinion in Japan of Central Europeans being somehow better, different than a cheaper outsourcing or cheaper partner in Philippines or somewhere else in Southeast Asia?
I don't know, Hideki, do you want to take a shot at that one?
Yes. Okay. So from my point of view, basically like South Asians outsourcing is originally Japanese company aiming to reduce the operation and the development cost. So they try to move some function of the development to that kind of area. But the reality is, there's a language issue, of course. So they need to send some people over to such area. And they actually, spend 5 years, 10 years, and they develop the, offshore center. But the problem is now, it's not cheap anymore. And because cost, the quality control actually impacting the cost, and because CE region has more technical skills, and I think highly educated from like a math or like a psychology and all the academic background, so they make decent like products with the AI or IoT. So Japanese company are now figuring out where is the best area to collaborate as the next stage, and they are now aiming to CE region actually. So that's the differentiation.
Yeah, and I would
from the cost perspective. Go ahead.
I would also add on top of that is that outsourcing to China and South Korea are increasingly no longer options for political reasons. So that's also causing some companies to rethink everything.
Thank you very much. I agree with that.
And Hideki, also tell us, you touched on AI, et cetera, other things. If I'm looking at Central European digital service providers here, what can they do better to present themselves in Japan? What are some of the cultural differences that aren't connecting in terms of, forgetting the language for the moment, I mean, the actual language, but in terms of the presentations, in terms of the access, in terms of the how Central European companies might approach the Japanese market? Are there some funny mistakes they're making that you see as consistent mistakes, or things that they can do differently that might apply to many of them? Give us a couple of stories and ideas and suggestions.
Okay, so first of all, you have to be patient because they're really slow on like a decision making, because they need to gain all the approval from everyone to actually get involved with the project, which is necessary for like a Japanese culture, processes. So that's number one. So if you do push too much, what's going to happen is like they will escape. So that's, you need to be aware of it. And the other two thing is important, like a payment and the legal perspective. So because of the Japanese company, I mean, like from a political reason, Japan is really close to the US side. And it's really difficult for us to make a payment to third party of the company sometime. I mean, let's say for US, it's easy to, pay a bill or conclude the agreement. It's not going to be a problem. But for like a Ukraine, some companies feel, okay, that's too much. Do you have like US bank account or UK bank account? How about Singapore? That's going to happen. So for CE region, they need to prepare for such situation, like setting up the bank account in UK or US and somewhere around major countries.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add to that. So my clients ask me questions like, what is the cost per hour for software development in India versus China versus Thailand versus Vietnam? No one has ever asked me about Bulgaria or Lithuania or Romania or even Poland. So, and the chance they're going to look for that themselves is maybe zero. And the chance they're going to find that on the internet as Japanese is maybe close to zero. So I think there's more that needs to be done in terms of promotion, because I think a lot of my clients, Americans are infamous for being bad at geography, but Japanese can be too. And so there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of promoting the fact that some of these places might be actually excellent IT outsourcing destinations.
Mm.
Okay. And do you think that is something that the governments in Central Europe should be doing, or the cities themselves, or
so some of the embassies here in Japan are trying to be fair. I have been to some events, but I think there needs to be much more of a presence, and I think that industry associations, of course, play a big role. I think forums such as what you're putting together, Tom, also play a role. But I also think that some of the end companies themselves are going to have to push it themselves to clients just to get the ball rolling.
Okay.
Right.
Good. Okay. And there is an annual big IT fair. I think it's a Reed show in April, a big IT event expo, I suppose, in Tokyo in April. Is that one of the things that people go to? That's, for example, that sensible?
I think with Corona, we are not sure what is going to happen. Yeah, so that's a big TBD for now.
All right.
Mm.
But the biggest one in Japan is actually CEE Tech, which is in October. So some of the people in the audience might be able to attend that online.
Okay. And Hideki, in terms of you guys were on this panel in June, and you're helping sort of, we say, grease the wheels with Japan and Central Europe, we say slang American. But in terms of, are there any particular deals that are close to getting done between some of this audience and back in June? Because you mentioned to me offline that there's potentially that coming up pretty soon. Of course, I don't want names, but I'm curious about the type of structure or the type of services that might be in the scope of some cooperation.
Okay, I can answer that. Actually, your full initiative is running, And two is about closing. We are actually negotiating between supplier, which is CEE company, and also like end user, Japanese company. And then one is making a booking system, virtual meeting space booking system. Yeah. And the other one is, to automate translation system for all the video or commercial, because they want to use the system to learn all the, like information, spread it out on YouTube, or, there's many, knowledge out there. So they want to try to use it because, they want to overcome somehow the language barrier, but they don't know how to. So.
Okay. Mark, thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I'm not directly involved in any deals to the extent that Hideki is. So that would be more his area.
Okay.
And the other good area is, I'm trying to sell automation process, the middleware product to like a Japanese market. One Japanese supplier is really interested in getting I would say like an import product as a solution to sell Japanese market, because many Japanese supplier does not have decent products available. So they are always seeking for another good product from all over the world. So I'm finding one, and I'm connected to the Japanese supplier, and we are trying to make a deal now. So that's the third one.
Okay.
So product perspective, I think that's way easy to reach into the Japanese market, more than like a software development, I would say.
Okay, specific product. Okay. Let me two questions, slightly different. In terms of this day is not about investment from Japanese companies into tech companies here, but I'm going to ask the question. Do you see any scope for Japanese tech companies, other companies that might actually be buying a Central European based tech company or investing in that? That's not the scope of today's conversation, but I'm curious about that.
If there's no language barrier, I think that could be happen. But for those who actually do like all the procurement deal, I'm not 100% sure they are comfortable with dealing with the overseas companies. The vendors. As far as I meet such people, they are more focusing on like Japanese startups or venture companies.
Yes.
That's the reality.
Right. And second question, slightly different. Outsourcing in the BPO. You mentioned Transcosmos, who was actually in Poznan recently and set up in Cluj in Romania. I understand that they are mostly servicing Japanese corporates who want to outsource into in this case, Central Europe. Do you see more of that happening? And part of what I'm asking about is I can see some of the Japanese corporates who have very large operations in Western Europe, Paris, UK, Holland, Germany, for example. And some of those guys are looking to outsource some of their language issues, F&A issues, contact centers away from Western Europe into Central East Europe. Do you see that as a potential opportunity for Central European BPO companies, ITO companies? So the real question is, how much more outsourcing of Japanese companies is to come in the F&A, HR, ITO, etc.? You follow my question.
Okay. So from my understanding, HR is really different. So it's really hard to get into the market. That's my honest, opinion. But I found the interesting situation, during this the COVID situation, is the risk of the location. Like China, Vietnam, India is, for us, it's really familiar with offshoring area. But in this, Corona situation, there was lots of lockdown, and the operation was stopped, and the development was stopped, and that was a huge impact. We had opportunity to review like such situation, and then we figured out like a CEE region has less, number of the people infected, with the virus in it. So this might become an opportunity to review the BCP area or operational redundancy point of view, I think. So for like, let's say, security is a big issue, and there's, we have a shortage of, highly skilled engineers. If CEE region have a SOC, SOC team available for 24/7, then we might be able to think, asking the, do we have opportunity to deal with? So we have a couple actually area that we can think of based on the corona's impact.
All right, Mark, any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised, frankly, if Transcosmos has any customers in CEE that are not Japanese. I mean, I would actually imagine it's 100%, and I would imagine that Transcosmos went to the region because they were asked by their end customers. And I think what is going to determine how much more this grows is where the manufacturers go. So if the automotive guys, if the Toshibas and the Hitachis and the Daikins, if they are investing more and opening more factories and customer service centers, then absolutely they're going to have the IT companies will follow their customers. So and I think with Japan's free trade agreement with the EU and things like that, I would imagine that we would see more in the future.
And other types of niches that you can think of. Let's talk a bit more about the gaming for a minute and the graphic design and such. Again, a little bit of niches, but how let's say relevant might be gaming providers, gaming developers in Central Europe? Can they do work for Japan, do you think, or is it so different like work? Because gaming in Japan is pretty different than the rest of the world.
Yeah, so that's a good point, because it is true that one of the issues that we had in Vietnam is that the animation style, the kind of cutesy look and all that was not what they could particularly imitate to the extent that local companies can. And even in countries like China or Korea, where it was fairly close, but it wasn't quite what they wanted. So I do think it depends on the game, and it does depend on the company. So somebody like, I used to work for Gree, which produced a lot of anime-related games. It's harder. But for someone like a Konami, who makes more, I would say, Western style games as well, I think that there's absolutely no issue with collaboration.
Hideki, any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I have the same idea of what just Mark mentioned, and if I can add some idea, because for the design perspective, for like online game, they make like armors, swords, and stuff, right? But the like I would say, like a 70% of prototype goes to like a garbage or like a disposal. Unfortunately, that's the reality. So now, like gaming companies starting figuring out how much designers and the cost is used for such disposal area, which is waste, and they want to have better quality and make like a Kaizen process to not to spend so much resources into waste stuff. So it's kind of difficult for just a designer, but if gaming programming like online, I think there might be lots of demand, because we have a shortage of the developers, coders especially in the gaming area.
Okay. All right. And I am aware of several Polish companies or Central European, Slovakian companies, etc., who have done pretty well in Japan. And one of those is Asset, which is the security guys out of Slovakia. Apparently, they're doing $50 to $70 million out of Japan.
Yes,
successful, maybe the most successful CE-based or CE origin company. There's also Comarch, which is trying to fight into Japanese market. I understand RTB House was last time in June on our panel here. Any other examples you've seen? I don't know, Ukrainian or, we haven't talked about the Baltics at all. I mean, Estonia has a pretty close relationship with Japan. They're quite good on different things. But anything from the Baltics or Romania or Ukraine, Bulgaria that you've seen companies that have popped up and done something well, and what might they have done so well to have built out a niche like ESET, Comark, or RTB? What is sort of the trick to entering the market and doing it well? And the same question related, of course, is have you seen anyone that's come in and failed miserably? You don't have to name any names, but that has not done it right. I'm also curious to hear some lessons learned on both sides, what works and what hasn't worked, with some specific examples, if you have any.
So one is, I have lots of connection in Ukraine, basically. And then one Japanese, company is of course, located in the Kiev. And he actually, I can name the name, but he's running an AI company and really doing well because he could bridge between, Ukrainian people and the Japanese people. So if you can find a right person who can actually do engagement or bridging, that will really, really help. And if you get the external translator, that might be a little difficult. And I'm figuring out that for translator, like half day, like $500 to like $800 usually costs, and like a POC usually take like at least 2 weeks. So it's a lot of the cost. And then if the translator is not capable enough to take English or Japanese translation, that's gonna be the problematic. So you got to find a guy who actually do like a bridge engineering, and that's one of the successful key factor, I believe. Yes.
Okay. Mark, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was in Prague right before COVID really got bad, and I met with Avast Security, and they do B2C security, and they kind of went through their whole journey in Japan. Apparently, they did quite well with a direct to consumer offering. Estonia is, like you said, it's quite famous in Japan for kind of smart society, and Japan is really pushing this concept, something we call here Society 5.0. And so Estonia is definitely seen as an innovator. And I know several Japanese executives who've gone there on fact-finding missions, but I don't know any companies from Estonia that have necessarily landed here and done well yet.
Okay. I know that there was Latitude 59 in Tallinn, Estonia, I think at the end of August. They apparently had a good bit of Japanese companies that come in. It's typically more the startup focus, but nevertheless, there seems to be some sort of connection. I'm not sure why that's the case. Maybe it's because of the Helsinki Finnair flights, makes it easy. Could be as simple as that.
I mean, I think it's because they have 99% of their government services online, and I know that Japan is very interested to digitize and all. I mean, that's why the people that I know have gone to Estonia specifically, and the startup scene.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So we've got just about 4 minutes left. Maybe some final closing comments from Hideki and Mark, and as let's say pearls of wisdom for the audience and looking at the Japanese market. And let me just be selfish and direct with you guys. I mean, how can you, if someone's listening here, how would you help someone? I mean, how can you help someone? If someone's in the audience listening, said, oh, great, I'd love to access the Japanese market. Where do you guys come in? What do you do? A little chance for advertisement for yourself.
Okay. I can actually, help both like Japanese and CEE companies to engage, one to the other. So that's actually I do, and I also support bridging the engagement. But I like to comment. One last thing is that in general, Japanese company have a long process of making decisions. Usually take like 6 months to 1 year. So if you would like to join in a Japanese market, you have to be really, really patient. And you need to be aware of how long it's going to be take to get the approval internally, and then you get the business. So that's it. I mean, that's the most concerning usually my C company's partner have. So I think that's good to know.
Okay. Mark, any
Yeah,
thoughts?
and I would just say that my business model, even though Hideki and I are colleagues and friends, my business model is a little bit different. In that I basically work for and am compensated by the end user companies, and so I get 20 to 30 emails every day from big Japanese companies about their IT problems, but I don't know what they are going to be. And so if there's anyone out there that thinks they have a solution that might be interesting, they're very welcome to send me an email and send me a pitch deck, and I will add it to the pile. And there is a chance, but no guarantee, that tomorrow I could get something that could be very interesting to them. So that's how they could engage with me specifically.
Okay, cool.
Right.
All right, guys. Thank you very, very much. How's the weather in Tokyo? And by the way, what's the Olympics? What's going to happen next year?
No clue, unfortunately.
Yeah, 60 billion has already been spent. So
Yeah. Oh no, that's a headache.
I think that it's going to be Abe's legacy, who has just stepped down, and also Governor Koike's legacy. And I think they're going to fight tooth and nail to have something, even if it's very, very scaled down with no spectators. They're going to try their best to have it, but. And I also have tickets, so I kind of hope it happens. But.
Okay, guys. Mark, Hideki, thank you guys very much again for being on this panel. We're going to cut off now. Stay on time. Hope you'll stick around in the day. I know that some people have specifically requested meetings with you guys.
Sure.
So we'll clustered that time in together. So we're off. Thank you very much. On to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Great.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We're on. We're on to the next session. So we're back on the main stage, and that was interesting insights from Bulgaria in the live booth with Cargo Tech. So we are now on to our next session, which is called Dissecting the Deal. And the idea here was to go through a new deal that's been won in the last 6 months or so for a Central European digital service providers. And we have Trevor Coyne from Ops Talent, who is going to join us in 1 second. And the idea here is that, well, you know what I'll do? I'm going to explain that when you jump into the other stream. So we're on now 10:25 to 10:45, an insight into a new deal won by Ops Talent and why perhaps that got done. So see you in that in 1 minute. Okay, we're on. So welcome to our Dissecting the Deal session, and I'm here with Trevor Coyne, who is the CEO of Ops Talent here in Wrocław. And part of the theme of this very short session was to simply get a little bit of a behind-the-scenes, under-the-hood look at why any large corporate might have decided to do something in Central Europe, a nearshoring deal, et cetera. But broader than just the particular deal, we also want to discuss why the nearshoring becomes a bit more popular in the current moment, given COVID, et cetera. But Trevor, introduce yourself, please, first of all, and then tell us a bit about the topic we're discussing.
Sure. So, hi everyone. My name is Trevor Coyne. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ops Talent. We're an outsource delivery firm with specializations on the customer experience side and digital and technology. And we deliver, our core delivery is from Poland, so we're a nearshore delivery company. And I suppose moving on to your point, Tom, yeah, so I mean, most definitely we have seen a large and significant pickup in deal flow and traffic since Corona started. And we can clearly see that is being driven by business that's flowing back from the Philippines and India and other jurisdictions where they've had a clear struggle with home-based delivery. And it's simply because there isn't always consistent and reliable personal infrastructure around energy and networks and so forth. So, and I think that has made people rethink their outsourcing strategy as well, because obviously Poland as a nearshore location is not cost comparable with say the India and the Philippines of the world. But most definitely it's a quality play, it's European based, it's going to favor companies that really value their brands because it's going to have a lot closer cultural alignment and affinity and things. So I mean, we've won a lot of business already as a result of that. We just recently signed a deal with the third largest logistics company in North America. They're also the largest e-commerce package delivery business in North America. And
who that is? Can you name names?
Yeah, I can. It's Lasership. So for them, they had clearly had concerns around delivery and consistent and high quality delivery during Corona and this new world that we find ourselves in. So, fortunately or unfortunately, it has been a big benefit for Poland. I think a shot in the arm, and others I know in the industry are benefiting from same. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of flights, do you think that the inability for people to fly to Philippines, India, whatever, is that also a factor in some of this, the travel restrictions that are so prevalent everywhere?
Most definitely, yeah. Because I mean, that's obviously it's one of the benefits of having nearshore delivery, and that's that the client can be involved every step of the way, whether it's from the onboarding side all the way through to constantly trying to upgrade and improve service delivery. So it's very easy for them to come across. So that's clearly in the back of people's minds when this new world that we find ourselves in and how it's all going to play out and will there be more lockdowns and so forth. So from a practical point of view, yes, I definitely think this is an important point.
So since we've titled this subject Dissecting the Deal, let's dissect the deal. So tell us a bit more from the beginning. How did you meet them? How did they meet you? How did you even start the first conversation? How long did it take? Have they visited here, not visited here? Give us a bit more of the nitty-gritty details and what you've learned. You may be giving out some trade secrets to other guys who are your competitors, but let's dissect the deal a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it all happened very, very fast because the market is moving fast, but people have to get back to business and they have to take decisions, and part of that is selecting your outsourcing partner, and so most definitely the clients that have come into us of recent, where we've seen large uptick. Some are existing clients and e-commerce based companies who have been running support from the Philippines and India, a mix, clearly having serious problems of impacting their company and brand. And those types of deals happen very, very fast.
Give me an example of you say a big problem. What's a big problem that they had with Philippines or India?
Yeah, quality of delivery. So and big gaps in workforce delivery because people not having been able to work from home and to have acceptable infrastructure. So trying to work with a very kind of piecemeal based delivery while people were scampering around trying to fill the holes and things, but obviously there's clear personal infrastructure problems that aren't people's fault, but so companies are looking at that and so it has fallen into our lap, yeah. Okay. So it was, there was a lot of coverage in the media about this as well. There was a good article in the FT covering Poland's being a large beneficiary from the COVID virus for the outsourcing market. So I think companies are just reaching out. I mean, it's coming through our personal networks. I mean, the new client business that we've taken in and our recommendations, which is predominantly where our business comes from. So but people move very, very fast. So I mean, in the types of deals we take in, they can take anything up to 12 months by the time a deal beds in from when you start having the conversation. This was the type of stuff that's getting turned around in less than a month, 3 weeks. So it was very fast, but there was existing relationships in a lot of it. Yeah.
And is this primarily an IT programming type of project, or does it also include customer service languages? How much of that? How much language is a role in this particular deal?
Well, this is the interesting thing. So it's predominantly around the customer experience management piece, and so inbound English customer care, to be specific. Okay. And when I started the business at Ops Talent, I always thought the sweet spot was the ability of the local talent pool to deliver multilingual customer care. But as it transpired over time, we ended up doing English-based delivery. And quickly I was able to see that we had people that had fantastic English. I mean, as an example, we deliver English inbound support, IT support and customer care for the largest provider of rural broadband in the UK. And we initially started with these guys for out of office hour services, and their headquarters is in Abingdon in Oxfordshire in the UK. And within 4 to 5 months, we were having better quality service across all metrics, and they ended up outsourcing all of the service delivery to us. And that was a clear demonstration to show us how good the delivery in English-based language was from a Polish workforce. And in fact, actually, a lot of the people had better English skills on the Polish side, because you're having people with master's degrees and who have very, very clean and articulate English, as opposed to someone who might have not done their O levels in the UK, and because a person with that level of education won't do that role. So this is very, very important. As a result of Corona, a lot of this business is coming from English-based jurisdictions. So it's clear Poland is well able and is a fantastic location to deliver English-based delivery, not just the multilingual side.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I would have thought that an English language delivery, that you'd be at a disadvantage versus the Philippines or India. But perhaps given as you said, the nearshoring trend, the idea to be closer, maybe it's a key factor given the COVID situation. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and even obviously there's such an overlap with some of the countries we deliver into, especially the UK and Ireland. A lot of Polish people that work for us in our workforce, they've previously lived in the UK or Ireland, so they understand the countries. That cultural affinity piece is there, and then they can pick up on the local language and things, and yeah, so it worked very well.
Do you require them to have an Irish accent as well?
Well, if you can understand anyone, Carl, yeah.
So,
we have to recharge. Yeah.
And the workforce. How many of your team at Ops Talent are now physically in your office, and how many are remotely working? And I mean, I think that subject's sort of been beat to death in the world, the remote work thing. But I'm curious how many of your team are actually in the office, and do you see a path that they're going to come back, or just going to be a permanent remote work?
Well, right now we're floating between, I'd say, about 5 and 8% of the workforce is coming into the office.
Wow.
And again, surprisingly, I mean, we had to react terribly quickly, like anyone else, and we're surprised at how well it's working. It's working really, really well. But the other side of it, I think it's just a classic case of human psyche. It's always a classic overshoot. I mean, the homework is fantastic, and everyone's going crazy for it right now. But I think the truth of it is that when we rebalance again, it's going to be a mix of home and people coming to the office. People, you at least 50% of the people want to work in an office environment. They just like the energy and coming to work and the whole routine. And so then the other 50% say want to work from home. And so I think overall it's going to be a blended model. I mean, we're trying to learn as we go. We're trying to listen to our people and see what they want. Our plan, we think, is it's going to blend back to a kind of a rotation-based model. Some projects will have to stay in-house full-time, but most definitely a lot of it's going to be blended, which is kind of a lot of implications for our industry.
Okay, right. And in terms of other markets, geographic markets, for you guys or even for anyone else, I'm curious if you think that UK is a natural for you guys so far. But are there other markets that are particularly ripe for more of this? Is it Scandinavia? Is it Germany? I mean, someone mentioned to me Iceland recently. We've had an Australia panel this morning. Other particular markets where that doors need to be knocked on that are not being knocked on right now?
Yeah, I think the Irish market is a very, very good market. It's the economy is doing really well there. It's got a huge technological base of top tech-based businesses of the US having their foothold in European headquarters there, and massive shortage of talent there. It's just like a recession is good for the outsourcing industry because people want to cut costs, right? But more importantly, the political capital is within organizations to take these types of decisions. And so I think it's a good time. But yeah, the Irish market's a very interesting market. Yeah, the market's flying there, and then I would say there's more of a shortage proportionately across leading sectors than there would in other European countries.
Okay.
And the price point is high in Ireland, so it makes the cost attractiveness of a nearshore location even more attractive.
Okay. Good. Well, Trevor, let's wrap up there. Thank you very much for a little dissecting the deal, telling us, showing a little bit of some of the trade secrets there and information about how you guys are winning new businesses. So thanks for that. And while we have everyone on stage here, I will also announce that we're now going into the so-called networking session, where we say meet 5 new people in 15 minutes. And this networking session, just so everyone knows, and hopefully you did the same thing, Trevor, is on the Hopin platform. To the left-hand navigation bar, you'll see the word networking. You go there and you got a 3 minutes random networking. It's kind of fun. It's kind of different. You're going to meet some new people for 3 minutes. It's pleasant. And that's what we're doing now. And then we're back on at 11:15 with the UK panel. And we've got 3 or 4 people on that panel. So in the meantime, have a cup of coffee, have a little relax, check your emails, but do go into the networking session all together at the same time, next 15 minutes. That makes it work. So Trevor, perhaps see you there. Thank you very much for your time.
Very much so. Thank you too, Tom. Bye-bye.
Good. Thanks, guys.
See you shortly.
Okay, we are back. So hopefully I had a little coffee break and met a couple people in the networking thing, which is nice. So we're back on as we continue again, following the sun here. We're now on to the 11:15, 12 o'clock session with the UK. We're repeating this panel as from the June. We had good feedback from that. So this panel will be led by Michael Dybinski from the British Polish Chamber of Commerce, Angus Kidd, based in Northern England, advisor to GenPack and Caspian, and Russell Dalgleish from the Scottish Business Network will be joining us a little bit later during the session. I will not moderate the session. Michael Dybinski will be doing so. So without further ado, let's switch over to the UK panel. And good. On. Thank you.
Good morning from Warsaw. My name is Michael Dębinski. I am the Chief Advisor of the British Polish Chamber of Commerce. Today we're going to be looking at the interaction in the world of IT outsourcing between the UK and Poland. We start off with the premise that the UK is short of some 60,000 programmers, coders, developers, and that there is a vast amount of IT work to be done in the UK. One of the trends that we can see across the world of business is that COVID has accelerated many areas, many directions, many trends that have already been visible in the world of business. They're just happening faster. Certainly this is true of IT. We can see this vast move towards working from home, which is all driven by IT. We can see this vast move towards e-commerce, which is driven by IT. Businesses, if they are to survive, if they are to prosper in the future, know that they need to do this using IT tools. The question is, are there enough good people in the UK who can deliver those IT projects that can drive businesses forward? Our experience as the British Polish Chamber of Commerce is that British companies have already been looking at Poland for many years as a source of IT talent, either by setting up IT hubs in Poland, and we have some good examples of FTSE 100 companies like Hargreaves Lansdown or Sage, Standard Chartered Bank, who have set up dedicated IT hubs here in Warsaw. But we can also see the outsourcing of innovation of companies from the UK saying to a company in Poland, here is our business problem. Can you take this away and solve it for us? And this is an interesting trend as well. One of our member companies that's particularly strong in this is Future Processing from Gliwice. It's a company that employs about 900 developers. And about 2/3 of all the work they do is for the UK. And one of the things that we have seen over the years is that British companies that have had experience in Poland have said, yes, we are very happy with the quality of IT work, that if anything, Poles tend to under-promise and over-deliver. However, one of the things that we see as we approach British companies is that they feel that Poles undersell themselves, that there isn't enough razzmatazz, that there isn't enough showmanship, whereas Americans, Indians are quite pushy. But Polish IT firms, when it comes to entering cooperation with British partners, find themselves a little bit ill at ease. So these are the things that we'd like to talk about with Russell Dalgleish, Scottish Business Network, and Angus Kidd, who works with organisations like Genpact and Caspian. So I'd like to start off by talking, let's hear from Angus about his experiences working with Polish IT. How has that worked out in practice? Angus.
Thanks, Michael. Very, very good introduction. Morning, everybody. To briefly introduce myself, I actually headed up Credit Suisse in Poland for about 4 years. Large operation in Wrocław and also in Warsaw. Within that footprint of about 5,000 staff, Credit Suisse employed about 2,000 IT people, mostly in Wrocław and some in Warsaw. So good experience over 4 years of actually, hiring, developing, managing, etc., a large, diverse IT workforce. Look, my experience over that 4 years was the technical expertise was phenomenal, and that really didn't matter to an extent to which university they'd studied at or where they'd actually worked previously. We found the technical ability hugely impressive. I must apologise, there's some background noise with me here, which may continue for a few minutes. So it may be worth Russell just stepping in if he's okay, and I can talk again and if the noise is causing a problem.
Are you having some building work done, working from home?
Yes, and I was trying to get into a different room to avoid the noise, but I can't. So I must apologise. It should finish very shortly. I'll keep going.
Are you at the moment or in the UK?
I'm in the UK. After my 4 years in Poland, I moved. I'm now based in North England in a city called Newcastle, which is my original hometown.
Okay.
So the work my experience with Polish IT is broad and deep, from hiring, recruiting, training, as I mentioned. Look, I think everything you said, Michael, I think is pretty fair. The technical expertise is phenomenal. It really is. Some of the things that the guys used to develop and work on in their own spare time was quite amazing. That didn't always help an offshore manager in London or Zurich, for example, who had a certain set of tasks and certain responsibilities, because we found the Polish guys were hugely creative in terms of what they wanted to do. The desire to learn, the desire to continue to improve was always there. So it was hugely impressive. But I also do agree with your point that to some extent slightly understated. So a good example I would give is we were doing a piece of work or a project, and I would say, right, where's the work got to? And I was given a few nods and yes, it's been done. But once I started to ask questions, what I always found was it wasn't just that one task had been delivered. There'd been 4 or 5 tasks around that which had also been done as well, as part of making sure they're doing a thorough job. So certainly very thorough engineering of any piece of work. Occasionally that was maybe a little too much. It was a little too much than was required. But the product that was then delivered was always solid. You knew you could rely on that product. So very positive experience. Look, I think the challenge in Poland with IT, with tech talent is, there's a bit of a gap. So we broadened our recruitment drives beyond Poland. We were bringing a lot of staff, IT staff, particularly from Ukraine, Spain, Portugal, Italy. So by the end of the 2,000 or so IT workforce working in Poland, we probably had 15 to 20 different nationalities of people. And the second largest nationality after Polish was actually Indian. We had a lot of Indian developers who relocated because of the interesting work that was available. So skills are there. To your point in terms of how that perhaps relates to UK and where there may be some opportunities there, if you like. Look, I think attracting people to the UK is maybe slightly more difficult than it perhaps was a few years ago with Brexit, etc. I certainly noticed that in my monthly welcome talks to all the new joiners each month in our office. In my first 2 years in Poland, I didn't meet anybody who was a returning Pole to Poland. Post-Brexit, every month I would speak to at least 2 or 3 people who had decided it was time to move back to Poland for a good reason, family reason, better jobs that were available, etc. that's great, and that's absolutely the right thing to do. However, what it does mean is there is an increasing gap in the UK, if you like, of all the work that those people were doing in the UK. Well, who do you get to then take over that piece of work? So yeah, I think from a talent point of view, it's there, but there's a scarcity, whether it's in Poland or whether it's in the UK.
Mm-hmm. Russell, can you talk us through an introduction as to your experiences with IT in Poland?
Thank you very much. So I'm calling you today from just outside the city of Edinburgh in Scotland in the north of the UK. My background or my career has been primarily in technology. We had the first cloud-based HR solution in 2000, I think. So, so we've been there from the very start, very heavily involved in technology. Scotland itself is a thriving technology scene. Scotland's skill set tends to be based around innovation. And then when it comes to the actual development of that innovation, that's where we reach a bit of a bottleneck regarding skills. My experience in Eastern Europe has been, or Eastern and Southern Europe, has been based around about primarily outsourcing of tasks, which would then be delivered by either a part of the company, which was set up in the local region, be it Kiev or in Poland or in Croatia, quite in Serbia, actually. So, so those different regions. However, we think the world today is a very different place. So what's happened since the pandemic struck has been, the primary focus has been, of course, on the health concern. But actually on the back of that, we've seen the world start to take a significant step in digital transformation. So I'm speaking to lawyers in the UK who'll tell me they've achieved more in 4 months under lockdown than they would have in 4 years of digital transformation. Yes. What this has led to is an acceleration in the demand for digital skills, as we've seen these projects advance. In Scotland, we have a real focus on data. So it's been an area of major investment, and we have a large investment in encouraging teams to make better use of the data within their companies. So that's led to a burgeoning in data science degrees across Scotland. However, when we look at the way that projects are being delivered today, so I spent some of my background in engineering, whereby we would run global projects 24 hours a day in the design phase. And we're now starting to see that come into technology. But what it means is where you are is no longer that significant. It's your skills, your capability, and your ability to communicate, which is the absolute core of this. So we will see cross-nationality development teams, but perhaps with members of that team who've never met. I think we're going to see a huge burgeoning in entrepreneurialism. So individuals starting up on their own or with someone else and being part of an integrated team, but based across the world. We're also going to see employees hired in Poland who may never come to the UK, because we're all communicating through this digital mechanism, and the world's not going to go back from this. We will change next year, but the digital, in particular, this form of communication is going to burgeon. So what's also interesting is to see the part of the region of the world we're looking at the moment, particularly on the EU border. So as the UK steps back from the EU, it allows a renegotiation of trade and relationships with all the countries in the world. So there are countries that the UK has not looked at to provide with technology talent because they've been out with the EU, which are now going to be of great interest to us. What we're also seeing is that the cultural relationships between different parts of the world are incredibly important. So Scotland's had a relationship with, say, Poland for 400 years. However, after the Second World War, there was a huge enlargement in the Polish community in Scotland. And to this day, we have Polish societies, Polish groups right across the country. So there's a strong relationship there. So I think at the moment, what we're trying to do as a planet is trying to work out how we know the opportunity, we can see the need, but it's how to make it work, which is the challenge. And it's going to be about visibility. So I have a project at the moment. I'm going to, who am I going to give the work to? I'm going to have to make a decision. So how do I find a company in Poland? How do I find a company in Ukraine or in Belarus? How do I do that? So making yourselves visible is important. The subject of language has become much more critical. So during this pandemic, speakers of non-transnational languages are really finding it a lot tougher. So if I speak to clients in the who are Arabic speakers, look at the software tools that they have available to them is a microset of what are available to English-speaking developers. So I think what's happened as well is language has become even more important. And it's not only language, but it's also the ability to communicate. So not just knowing the words, but knowing how to initiate change. And we see what we're seeing happening is partnerships. So never has there been more collaboration witnessed on the earth since this pandemic has arrived. So if we part the politicians, this is a shared experience we've all had, and it's led to collaboration based on trust between different organizations and between different individuals. So when I was asked to appear on this talk, there was no hesitation from me because I knew it was going to be spreading a positive message. So I think we're going to see an increase in activity globally, but you're going to have to position yourself. So you're going to have to be visible, whereby I know you're good to come to. And it's not about your technology skills. It's about your proven ability to deliver in a trusted way. So case studies, for example, are incredibly important. I don't want to know how many different languages how many different coding languages someone can code in. I want to know that they've done these 3 projects, and here are the 5-star references from the 3 clients. So our world migrates almost into an Amazon marketplace, where it's that ability to understand this is someone it's worth taking a risk to work with. And that's the challenge for all of us in this world, is getting on the radar to get these opportunities.
That's certainly something that we find that Polish companies, when they go to the UK, we've had over the years, we've had a number of missions that we've taken Polish IT companies to London.
Sorry, could I interrupt? Is it when you say coming to the UK, do you mean just coming to London?
Sadly, yes.
Yeah.
Sadly, that
so
is
the secret for everyone on the call is there's a whole country out there beyond London.
Yeah,
London's about to become a transformational place because of this opportunity we've seen for a lot of the money to migrate to the suburbs. So I would seriously advise looking at other cities such as Manchester, Birmingham, Newcastle, Edinburgh.
Yeah, I absolutely take your point. It's just that much easier to organise these things in London, where we have a network there. We have the Polish embassy, and we have member companies tend to have their headquarters in London. So, but I certainly take your point. Edinburgh certainly has a well-developed entrepreneur community, business angels, venture capital, private equity. There are funds available. There is a talent pool. Without a doubt. And I think that that is something that the Scottish government, now that it has in place at the British Embassy in Warsaw, a dedicated person to sell Scotland, I think that message certainly should be made loud and clear, that Edinburgh is very much an alternative to London.
So just to come back on that, so this is
I'll just jump in there, actually, Russell.
Yeah,
I'll just jump in there quickly. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. There's London and there's the rest of the UK, and I think people generally don't seem to recognise there is the rest of the UK beyond London. So the talent around tech and fintech and what have you is very strong in Scotland, Edinburgh, Glasgow, north of England, Manchester, Leeds, Newcastle, and other places as well. And I think it's absolutely right, Michael, to consider looking beyond London, because what you typically will find is a more flexible workforce and with as good skills, but more flexible outside of London. And as Russell was saying before, the physical location you're actually based in terms of doing work it's become so less important now, within reason for a lot of things, that actually if you're based in Edinburgh, Glasgow, Newcastle, that shouldn't matter anymore, quite frankly, with the technology now.
Yeah, that's something that I want to come back to, and that's the working from home phenomenon. We did an event with the city of Kraków, promoting Kraków as an inward investment destination for shared services and IT hubs. We did this together with PwC, and the guy responsible for shared services consulting in PwC was talking about the lockdown experience globally, and saying that countries like India and Philippines rather struggled with it, whereas Central and Eastern Europe passed the test with flying colours. That it's down to infrastructure, it's down to IT, and it's down to the physical working conditions of the rooms and the number of people that you've got in your household that allow you to work effectively from home. And from that point of view, as we were saying, Russell, that we are becoming a world which is geography independent, but at the same time, we still do need to have those conditions for work. We do need to have the IT infrastructure and the space from which we can work. How do you see, the working from home experience taken on a global perspective? Angus, I know that, Genpact does a lot of work in the Far East and in India. How does working from home compare, looking at country by country?
Yeah, sure. I can give two perspectives on that. After my 20 plus years at Credit Suisse, 4 of which from Poland, I moved back to the UK just over a year ago, as I mentioned, based in Newcastle. I mean, I'll give a comment on how it's changed perception of fintech firms around Newcastle in terms of location and working from home, and then I'll also give a context for that more international reach, if you like. Some of the fintechs in Newcastle I've been helping and working with and developing over the last year or so. Caspian is one in particular, a very good financial crime software package. These are 40 people based in Newcastle. They have a financial crime software in terms of how they help banks monitor transactions. Their transaction monitoring software is several times better than most of the top tier banks. And yet these are 40 people based in an office in Newcastle. Their challenge has been getting their message out to the world, if you like, of just how good they are. I've been helping them with that. They always struggle to find talent locally of the right quality enough in the sort of northeast region of the UK. Since lockdown, they've completely changed their recruitment process because none of their staff have been in the office in 6 months, and now they're very, very open to having contractors, permanent staff based anywhere in the UK and even overseas as well. Because as long as you have strong broadband connection, ability to use things like Teams and Zoom and what have you, 90% of what you need to do can be done. So onboarding new staff, for example, that's been hugely progressed and promoted and developed in the last 6 months. So now it can be done seamlessly and done remotely. So I think it's changed perception of small tech firms in the UK of actually how they can better leverage tech talent overseas and different locations. It's probably one thing I would say. It gives them access to a broader range of technical skills as well. And maybe certain languages that are more prevalent in certain countries, computer languages which are more prevalent in certain countries. So I think it's opened people's eyes in the UK, I would say, certainly Newcastle, to what you can source overseas because it doesn't matter where that person sits. Secondly, I'm also doing some advisory work with a company called Genpact, which is a consulting firm that's similar in size and nature to Accenture, I would say. They have about a 50,000 person managed service operation that's run out of India, covering technology and operations. They have another 30, 40,000 staff in Europe and the US who are more on the consulting transformation side. For their managed service operations in India, they already had very strong working from home practices, because one of the things they focused on, and certainly in India, was not necessarily having these large 2, 3, 4, 5,000 person offices. That's not been part of their company culture for a while. So for them, actually, because they've been open to using work from home practices for several years, they could switch pretty seamlessly into the COVID situation last 6 months. Other large vendors in India, for example, probably weren't as advanced, I would say. And therefore, they had to go from having several thousand people in an office to those several thousand people working from home. And the challenges you referred to before about, was the space room in the house, was the broadband connection good enough? That has been a challenge. And I'm seeing some, these larger vendors are struggling a little bit because clients in Europe and the UK and the US are saying, well, actually, if you can't continue to support my required daily operations, I may need to consider bringing that work nearer to home, or even onshore again. So I wouldn't say it's a huge shift yet, but certainly that has been a challenge for some people because they weren't prepared for the speed at which they had to switch to work from home.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Coming back to a point that I was making with Russell earlier about the experience of Polish tech companies coming to the UK, that one of the problems is not so much around language, but around culture, about the importance of building know, like, trust, and selling yourself, communicating effectively. I like the point that Angus was making about the importance of case studies and references, that when you are meeting a potential client as a Polish IT vendor, meeting a potential client in the UK, to have some kind of a game plan as to how that conversation is going, and not just, I can sell you technology, how much technology do you want? You know, how many lines of code do you want? We can do it better and cheaper than anybody else, but there's a lot of learning, really. A part of it is about the sales model of IT. Talking to our members 2 weeks ago, we had our very first face-to-face mixer in Warsaw with all the right social distancing and precautions. But talking to our members across the board, one of the things that they were saying was that if you are a buyer, you are quite able in the world of COVID and lockdown to find what it is that you want to buy. But if you're a seller, you're finding yourself really hamstrung by your inability to make those new face-to-face contacts. Business development has really suffered. And being able to go out, find a potential client that may not be aware of you, because that's one of the first things that we were saying was, how do I find a company? So that matchmaking process, obviously this is an excellent tool that Tom has created here for matchmaking in the CEE IT space. But coming back to if we ever return to the real world, Russell, how do you see that process of business development working in an intercultural space?
Okay, so what we have to do is to change our mindset. So we have to change our mindset from adapting to what we did in the past to reassessing a fresh beginning. So I and the companies I'm involved with have closed more business with new clients in the last 4 months than in the previous couple of years, because it's never been easy to get to people, never been as easy to get to people, right?
Yeah.
So key decision makers are sitting home, plenty of time. So you have to change the mindset. So for example, if a Polish company wished to do business and decided the types of skills and technology we use, we've mapped what public information is available, and we've identified these 4 corporations in Scotland who we think we can sell to. So the traditional model of getting on a plane, flying over, making a meeting, worrying about how to communicate and how to react in culture, that's all gone. That world doesn't exist anymore. What you do is you identify a partner, a like-minded organization that can do all that for you. I personally will probably never attend another physical networking event, because they're so ineffective in comparison to this. This is, I get a recording of this, I get a list of the people who attend, I can sit here and look at your LinkedIn profile while we speak. This is the futures. This is a transformation. Selling is going to return, I believe, a lot more to what it was before, which is relationship selling. So if a Polish company today, say historically, had looked to go on a trade mission to the UK, all they have to do today is to write to someone like myself, and we'll help them put on an event online for just about 0 cost, which will allow them to present what they want to the people they want to present it to. Because what we're looking for in the world today is solutions. We're not wanting for smart, clever sales techniques. What we're just looking for is trusted solutions, where the thing we buy for a fair price will do what we say. We have a hesitancy between cultures. So let's assume that I was going to take my technology company and go and hit the streets in Poland to do a deal. So for starters, I have to learn Polish. I then have to understand how culturally things are bought and sold in Poland. Mm-hmm. People in Poland would probably go, but you don't live here, Russell. We don't really want to work with you. And if you start seeing it from the other side of the table, it becomes quite obvious what to do. But we've got to get away from thinking about regional opportunities to global opportunities. Mm-hmm. Because if I want to speak, a month ago when I spoke to my neighbour, I did it this way. I'm speaking to you this way, and I'll do a call tonight into Canberra this way. Distance has vanished. The single most important aspect is trust.
Yes.
So historically, trust would be based on geography. So I would trust Michael and Angus because I know them from an event. We're members of the same group and they live in the same town. So I have trust. So you now have to scramble the way you used to develop trust and develop new techniques. Because trust me, the opportunities at the present moment, particularly in the digital world, are almost at 1999 capacity at the moment. We're having to rewrite and reinvent and change everything. Yeah. But you've got to be on the page to get the opportunity to take advantage of those. Now, as smaller companies, we can't compete with large brands and their spend and their positioning. But what we do know is that their account management approach is now broken because their account managers can't pop into the office and go and have a meeting with someone. But we can work on different ways to make those relationships. I've built a community called Scottish Business Network to approximately 10,000 people across the globe in 76 countries. And the thing they have in common is an interest in Scotland. It's a really simple concept, right? We stole it from the Irish because it saved making stuff up. So that's what they have in common. So if you're a Scottish company and you studied at Edinburgh University and you're trying to get into this company, and I know someone there who's also Scottish, they'll take the call. They won't hesitate to take the call because they'll be interested and they'd like to see success. And for countries like Poland and Ukraine, I did a project like Croatia's got a fantastic diaspora project running at the moment. So all I would say to everyone is you have to start thinking differently and identify the opportunity and ignore the geography. Just work out, can I take advantage of that and work on mechanisms? Because I personally find it easier to develop trust in this mechanism than I do face-to-face. That's where I am today. This is quicker.
An interesting point, but we're coming back to, I mean, one of the things I've noticed since lockdown is that spam filters have been ratcheted up. And we're finding from our own membership network that invitations that people have asked for are not getting through because anti-spam filters like Sweeper are removing a lot of the emails that people otherwise would have got. So there is this still, you were saying that...
But Michael was a way round about that. So if I could just explain, because that was a problem I faced. So for the last 22 years, my single most important piece of technology in my life has been email. That's my communication. That was my next step from the fax. In the last 18 months, social media communication has become way more important. So if I look at products like LinkedIn, because we three are on LinkedIn, we can send each other information without contravening anything like data protection rules. We can also communicate directly because we're both on the platform. So I would urge everyone to look at different ways to communicate out with email, because the one thing that's died in the last 4 months is email, because half the people in the UK were on furloughs, so didn't have access to their work email anyway.
Yes, very interesting. Angus, you're nodding there and smiling. What's your take on this?
Look, I mean, agree with Russell. Email as the sort of business communication mechanism, clearly hugely important. All the comments Russell made about the moving to virtual networking and what have you, and there's a different way to build a relationship now. I would agree with Russell's comments that look, in the last 6 months or so since the lockdown started in the UK, I find it easier to get into people's diaries. I find it easier to get meetings, and I find when I've had those meetings, it's been a much more even and relevant conversation. Because quite frankly, if nothing else, you both sat at home in your study, you could have some noise in the background. You could both be wearing a pair of shorts underneath your shirt, who knows? It's just been a lot. It's been a lot easier, as I may be doing now. It's just been a lot easier conversation. So I think people have embraced technology and are happy to accept the fact that they can't do the the good old handshake, because I think that's something at the moment, certainly, it's something that people just don't want to do. One of the other things I'm involved in, based out of Poland, is an event called Wolves Summit, where we have an investor and startup forum, which we were running twice a year, physically in person in Warsaw. The last one we did in person was about a year ago, last October. We had about 3,000 people come along for 2 days. We had 600 startups, about 1,000 investors, and other attendees. Great event. Jump forward to March this year, when we should be doing our sort of next one, if you like. Clearly, we couldn't do a large in-person, face-to-face event in Warsaw, so we had to switch to online with about a month's notice, which on day one of that month was quite daunting, I think, for all of us. But 28 days later, we delivered an online event with 2,000-3,000 attendees over 2 days, using Hopin platform as we're using now. And all Russell's comments about how people were actually, in a way, were getting more out of the pitch events we ran. So it was very strict 15 minutes investor startup pitch. What all the investors realized was there was no point them spending 5 minutes explaining who they were, what they were doing. They all realized, well, I'll email you my background, so you have 15 minutes to pitch to me online. You have 15 minutes to get your message. So a lot of investor feedback was the online matchmaking pitching contest was more effective, because it was purely around the person selling his or her idea. So that was good. In terms of VIP networking, clearly important. The VIPs want to feel important at these type of events. So we did a virtual VIP session, and one of the ideas we had was to deliver each VIP a bottle of wine. So they then could sit in their own study with the bottle of wine we'd sent to them, and we did 3-minute networking sessions. So you got to meet 20 people over the hour, and you're all sat there with a bottle of wine that had been delivered. So in some ways, you can always improve the user experience from virtual events, I would have to say. So what it's meant is we actually changed our business model because of technology changes. So we have now been running monthly online events as opposed to just twice a year. So I think it's still, there's many more things that people can embrace with the technology, and as people get more and more used to it, I just feel that trust, which I think in the first instance, if it's a cold relationship introduction, clearly it's helpful to have a face-to-face conversation, to shake a hand, to have a cup of coffee, have a glass of wine, have a beer, go for dinner. I think there will always be a place for that. It just will be done on a much more careful basis. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to a completely different subject, which is about education and IT. Poland has traditionally done well in the PISA study that the OECD does of countries around the world, looking at secondary school education. Poland, again, in the global top 10 then when it comes to maths and science. But then Polish universities are not so good. Last month we heard that University of Warsaw, Poland's best university, has slipped out of the global top 600 and is now 800 and something. One of the problems that Poland is facing really is with a sort of an aging cast of professors who are clinging on to their tenures. But in the world of IT, it sounds different. Universities that are offering IT courses tend to be gathering places for young people who have a desire to learn. And quite often, it's the students who know more than their lecturers. Certainly, when we're comparing Polish universities to British universities, where the global top 10, according to the Times Higher Education Supplement, 4 of them are British universities. The British higher education system clearly much better than the Polish one, but the Poles do inculcate a really strong sense of mathematics at that school level, high school level, which you can see in competitions like Top Coder, where high school students from Poland are consistently in the top 10 of the results. So I'd like to ask both of you this question about education, about preparing a country, an entire nation's educational system towards the needs of tomorrow, which will clearly be tech focused, innovation focused, and driven by IT. How do you see the challenges around education, and where do you see that the importance of education when it comes to recruiting IT staff? Who'd like to...
I'll go briefly, because I'm aware I've only got perhaps 5 minutes left in the session. But going back to my Poland days when I worked for Credit Suisse there, we would hire IT people from 3 local universities in Wrocław. We targeted some of the Warsaw universities, and we targeted universities further afield. Generally speaking, you've got, what, 2 million people in higher education in Poland. You have, getting over 1 million university students. You have, I forget the numbers now, but 100,000 plus tech graduates a year across the whole country. There's a reason why Poland's second or third largest industry now is outsourcing, because companies such as Credit Suisse and many, many others have realized that the talent is phenomenal. So there's been huge growth in the outsourcing business in Poland. Majority of that work is probably tech related, I would say. Speaking personally, we had close relationships with 3 local universities in Wrocław as a company. But building a relationship took time. That relationship was very important, because then what it also then meant over time was it had to be a two-way relationship between the company and the university. We could give input in terms of what we thought would be helpful from a course degree content point of view. So if you could perhaps think about including these 5 things in your technology degrees, 3-4 years time when they graduate, that actually would make them more employable. Some universities would listen to that, and others wouldn't.
Yes.
And all it ultimately meant was, in 3-4 years time, we would tend to go to the universities that listened, as opposed to those that didn't change their approach. Equally, from a company point of view, having a relationship with universities is very important, because a lot of Polish staff are very, very keen to get a set extra qualifications. So an MBA, a master's, MSc of some sort. Having that relationship with the universities, where obviously you've got access to the talent. The flip side was you could send your good staff to those universities to do part-time master's programs and what have you. So look, to be successful, I think it has to be a long-term commitment. There has to be commitment on both sides to make the relationship work. I think if a company purely just goes to universities, right, I want your best 5,000 IT people, it's very short term, honestly.
Okay, thank you. Russell, we've got 2 minutes left. If you'd like to add your closing thoughts about the importance of education and IT.
Yes, just to be practically benefit, just for anybody watching who's interested in the Scottish market, we have an event called Scottish International Week coming up in 2 weeks' time, and I'd be delighted to invite them as my guests. So just drop me a note. I sit on the board of, and also what a cool way to promote your event through this platform. I sit on the board of Edinburgh Napier University, and I've also done some work with Scotland's just published a new paper on ecosystems. So what we did was we looked at the great way Scottish universities and business integrate and how can we improve it. But what's really important is we got the previous COO of a company, Skyscanner, which was Scotland's first billion-dollar plus technology exit. So we got their COO to do the research work to see what needed to be done. And he identified the need for enhancements right through from secondary education to college and university. And now we're implementing that plan by initiating a number of new innovation hubs, but also improving this integration between the different organizations in Scotland to make better use of the talent we've got. But the biggest challenge of all is going to be this communicating with people globally. That's just, we've got to get better at that. And we're all going to have to work harder at that, because this world will change and continue to change and change again. But I think as technologists, it's to use the advantage that technology gives us to do that. And, you know, for countries, and particularly the final thing I would say is about Brexit and the opportunity that's likely to bring to countries right across Eastern and Southern Europe.
Okay, right.
So great, we're back. Thanks to Michael and to Russell and to Angus for that insights on the UK panel. Appreciate that very much. By the way, we had a funny question here. One of my colleagues asked us, why do we have such long events? And the answer was that we're trying to really cover the globe. We're starting in the morning with Japan, with Australia, finishing up at the US. So that's why we're doing it, because this is really a global business, a global network, and we're doing our best to kind of help you extend your network globally. That's why they're so long. Anyway, on to the next panel, which is Nordics. First time we've done a Nordics panel. Pleased to have that. And we have two panelists, one from Polar Night Software, Henri Jaskalinen, who is a founder of Polar Night Software based in Łódź and Helsinki, and Ole Horsfeld, who is a partner of Garrison Federspiel, excuse my bad pronunciation. And they will be telling us a bit about the Nordic market and the appetite among Nordic corporates for more tech or digital services being provided from Central East Europe. So without further ado, we will be back in 1 minute with the panel Nordics. I'll be moderating the panel, so bear with me. Back on in 2 minutes. Okay, great. We're on to the Nordics panel. We have about a little bit less than 45 minutes. And the idea of this panel is to talk a bit about the corporate digital demands among Nordic corporates for digital needs and services being provided from Central East Europe. And I have on the panel today Ole Horsfeld and Garrison Federspiel in Denmark, in Copenhagen, which is I'll let you introduce yourself, in fact, and Henri Jaskalinen from Polar Night Software, spread between Helsinki and Łódź, as I understand it. But without further ado, Ole, give us a bit of a background, who you are, first of all, and Henri, you next.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for this, and good morning, everyone. My name is Ole Horsfeld. I'm a partner in a law firm with its headquarters in Copenhagen. We're a 280 lawyers law firm. I head the digital business section. We used to be called IT and outsourcing. That was obviously not sexy enough, so we changed it to digital business. But what we're dealing with is procurement of IT and digital services, outsourcing IT contracts, GDPR, all of that, and digital transformations. That's basically what I've done over the last 25 years, acting mostly for the buy side, but from time to time from the sell side as well, but mostly from the buy side, for companies within the finance sector or the telecom sector, large scale users of IT services and outsourced services, and mostly working for large companies in the Nordics. Tom, should I just go on, or do you wish Henri to introduce himself?
Let Henri do a quick intro, then come back to you. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Hey, my name is Henri Jaskalinen, and like Tom mentioned, I'm now located in Łódź in Poland, and my background is both on the buyer side and vendor side of the digital services, and when it comes to nearshoring. So in Helsinki, I used to work for example, a company called Reactor, which is a big name in the Finnish digital software consultancy services company. And then I moved to Poland. I was a Nordcloud's country manager. So what we did is worked with the big three public clouds, so Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. Basically, we were building a competence center, sort of supporting all the other markets. So Nordics, UK, Netherlands, and the German-speaking areas. So basically, I was there 2 years. We built a team from 12 to 90 people with the local CTO. And now, from the beginning of 2020, it was the right year to start my own business with the partners, and we started it. And a few weeks after the official launch, then the COVID situation started. But we can talk more about that later.
Yes. Good. Well, Ola, have you got I can't recall if you have a presentation.
No, I don't. What I'll do is, and Tom, do interrupt at any time. What I'll do is, I have sort of spotted what I see as 4 main trends or main items to think about when working with Nordic companies. So I'll walk you through those. And Tom, you of course interrupt at any time, and if people pose questions on the platform, and then we'll of course respond to those questions. So I'll talk 3, 4, or 5 minutes, something like that, and hopefully that will head into Henry's discussions points, and then we can have some more discussions.
Super.
But do interrupt anytime.
Yeah, we talked with Ulla earlier that I can give a little bit of different kind of angle, because Ulla has been working with the sort of the big operations. Currently, I'm targeting more of the startup world, a little bit smaller ones, and I have slightly different kind of experiences. But I'm sure we get the discussion ongoing, and hopefully we get a lot of questions. And let's hope we get it a little bit interactive. But let's see.
Super. Ulla?
And I think that both Henry and I can speak more broadly than what we'll just present just now. But let me start by sort of giving you those 4 points, which I think are important when dealing with the Nordic market, and when the Nordic market reaches out to the Eastern European market. And those 4 areas are in the area of agile methodology, on BPO services, on journey to the cloud, and on regulatory compliance. And if we start, I think that the angle one needs to take is, what does it take to perform on those 4 items? And the first one is agile development methodologies has become a sort of commodity in the Nordic area. Most larger companies have developed their own sort of interpretation or their own development model for agile projects. And I think it's fair to say that in the area of digital transformation, almost all projects are conducted not as waterfall projects, but are conducted in an agile fashion. And what we see companies do, the buy side do, is they have people trained in Scrum, or they have people trained in SAFe, or in the Spotify agile methodology, or similar sort of methodology. But it's not that they're without methodology. They do have a methodology. And what that means, of course, is as a vendor approaching those kind of customers, you need to approach them with a mature methodology that can interact with the methodology, the agile methodology used by the customers. So you cannot be without a methodology. You must have, say, Scrum or whatever, but you must be able to engage with the customers in a real agile methodology. You also need to accept that working in an agile manner does not mean working without responsibility. On the other hand, it doesn't mean having the responsibility you would have under a waterfall model, but it does mean taking on, depending on the roles you fulfill in an agile project, but it's not about staff augmentation, it's about taking on certain responsibility of meeting certain minimum requirements, etc. And I think you need to be prepared to go to the market with that. Now, on to BPO. See, BPO has been a very mature market in the English-speaking countries for a very long time.
And Ola, let me just interrupt you there. The BPO, I would consider the definition to be to include business services, shared service centers, captive operations of a Danish, Swedish company that sets up in Central Europe to do their back office, F&A, IT, HR. Correct?
Absolutely good, and you can say under BPO you would generally have two models. You would either have the captive model, shared service models, which is incredibly mature in the Nordic area. You know, just about every large company has their own shared service center in India or in Eastern Europe, and then the outsourcing to a third party, which has been not as successful as IT outsourcing, infrastructure outsourcing, ADAM outsourcing has been in terms of IT. And it's for quite a while. I think that most vendors have been looking at the Nordic market and not really comprehending why the take-up of outsourced BPO services has not been as great as in the English-speaking countries. You know, considering how well the Nordics speak English. But I think what it takes is one needs to understand if one wishes to push BPO services, whether assistance in a shared service setup or in an outsourcing context, one needs to understand that it's not any longer about labor arbitrage. It's not just about saving costs by going to a location either in Eastern Europe or in India with a lower labor cost. It's much more about automation. I think that where many vendors have failed is that they've not grasped that the buy side is currently doing their own automations, and some are doing automations and then may go on to do outsource. But the winning proposition to go to the market with is one that is highly qualified in terms of automation and not relying on labor arbitrage. In terms of journey to the cloud, it's quite obvious that in the Nordic market, Amazon and in particular Microsoft is becoming great winners, in particular Microsoft. And you see a lot of traditional outsourcing, data center outsourcing simply disappearing because people go to the cloud. For a while, it's been people have contemplated not taking critical applications to the business critical applications to the cloud, but that barrier is gone by now. So companies take their most business critical applications to the cloud or buy software as a service solutions instead of legacy applications. So the question is, in that market space, what will the market be able to offer in terms of add-ons to people using the Asia or similar services? What kind of management services will the market be able to offer? And there are certain opportunities. There are some of the large vendors that are in that market area, but it's still an immature and open area, because there are, of course, as everyone I'm sure knows, limits to as how much responsibility that the vendors such as Amazon and Google and Microsoft Asia takes. So there's a sort of large scope of responsibility to be undertaken by third-party vendors. The last issue or trend I'll talk about is regulatory compliance. The way the Nordics works is that the Nordics are always the first countries to implement new EU legislation. The Nordics are very compliant. That's how it works, and so regulatory compliance is quite high on the agenda in most larger Nordic companies. Currently, there are two issues. It's GDPR, of course, and it is what's now called the outsourcing guidelines issued by the European Banking Authority, often referred to as the EBA guidelines, which are in place now, have been implemented in all of the Nordic countries. And what this means in terms of buy-side expectations is that when vendors come to the market either with a service or with a product, then it is compliant. And it will enable the customer side to be compliant when using the services. So companies do not expect to have to negotiate for EBA compliance or GDPR compliance. They expect that vendors out of the box have contract terms that are compliant and that will support compliance. As an example, and that vendors will, provide support to pre-award risk assessments and GDPR risk assessments and similar. So I think the essence of all I'm saying is there are lots of opportunities, but the Nordic market is a mature market, so the products and services you come to the market with needs to have a relevant level of maturity, and there are sort of entry points that needs to be in place, such as like if you're working in agile methodology, have a real methodology. Number two, if we're talking about compliance, then have a product that's easy to comply on the basis of. And with that, I'll stop talking. Happy to answer questions once Henry has his chance.
Okay. Henry,
I could continue from there from a little bit of different point of view, because out of the points that Ola mentioned here, if you talk about let's talk about the agile ways of working. At the moment, when I'm working more like with these startups or slightly smaller companies, and in that kind of world, it's naturally it's quite business as usual that everybody works in some kind of agile methodology. Maybe the difference to this is that in a slightly bigger corporations, they have defined certain ways that they have clearly chosen that okay, it's we are working with SAFe or we are working with Scrum, and it's clearly defined. It might be in the slightly smaller, let's say, startups or this kind of thing. They do follow usually, let's say a Scrum, and then they modify it when they go further based on their own needs, which is the right way to go, but it's much easier to do it in a small team. So
Henry,
they also
Sorry, let me interrupt you and also do give us a really quick overview what Polar Night software is doing or what you're trying to do.
Yes.
Doing
what we try to do. Yeah, what we try to do at Polar Night Software is we try to offer software development services from Poland to other markets. We are targeting the Nordics at the moment. Little bit more focus on the Finnish market because of my background and some of our partners' backgrounds. So basically, we got partners from Finland and Poland. So it's the idea is simple. But if we think about the amount of competition out there, there's plenty of Polish and Central Eastern European companies offering similar services. So there's a lot of vendors out there. And if we think about, how we're going to make it, is this, okay, we start from our sort of own backyard. So put a little bit more effort to Finland, and we got some ready-made connections to start from. But what we try to do is we try to keep on the, let's say, more senior level or slightly, let's say, medium to senior level expertise that we offer. We know that we're still small, and we need to go like, let's say, customer by customer, reference by reference to build the trust. But during the COVID times, we managed to get a few good names already and projects started, and basically 100% of the customers are happy.
And you mentioned that, if I heard it correctly, that you are also helping startups or scale-ups develop their project. Is that also what you're doing?
What we do also is that we offer some consultancy on these nearshoring things. That if somebody's considering to do nearshoring, let's say on the Central Eastern Europe, we do offer some consultancy because I got experience on being on the both sides of the table. So I had, for example, one training in Finland. It became a virtual training because of the situation, but I had one nearshoring training held by one big Finnish trading provider, and we had a few participants there. And so we're also trying to little bit educate the market about the opportunities out there.
Right. Great. Good overview. Sorry to interrupt you, but now we got to.
No problem. Yeah. But basically, yeah. So when it comes to agile in the startups and in the smaller companies, it's pretty much business as usual. What they expect from a provider is somebody's offering some kind of software development services or digital services, digital development services in general. They expect that, okay, your people have experience in it. They might not, require certificates or something like that, but they expect that you are in that world, you understand the way it works, and that is true also and especially for the smaller ones. About the journey to cloud and the cloud, when it comes to at Nordcloud, Nordcloud was doing naturally the bigger cloud migrations and working with bigger corporations also on that. But when it comes to these little bit smaller companies, scale-ups and startups, they heavily use and rely on cloud. So many of them try to do that way, that if they build any new product or service, they want it's natively in the cloud as possible. So they definitely try to avoid that. It's let's say the basic assumption is that everything needs to be in cloud, and then the details are that on what is the sort of the level of how much it uses the possibilities of different cloud providers. Because you can do things differently. You can just have something running up there in the cloud, in some kind of a container. It could be on a server, but then you can go all the way and try to use all the possible services that they have built, everything sort of so-called natively, let's say, to Microsoft Azure or Amazon Web Services, and then it sort of affects the way the actual software developers do their work, but then it brings of course, brings benefits in the long run and in the medium term.
Yeah.
Scale.
There, jump in for a second. You mentioned startups and scale-ups. Help me understand more inside the brains of a Finnish-Swedish entrepreneur. You just raised $5 million to blow out the new concept, the new app for whatever it might be.
Yep.
Is that person likely to hire someone in Helsinki to develop that, or is it now already that it's clearly that they're going to try to leverage that money, extend that money, and hire someone in, I don't know, Bulgaria or in Lithuania or in Poland? Tell us a bit about that stage of those companies, early stage scale-ups.
Yep. But those are actually, because I contact those people, and I can imagine myself being, that kind of place too, even though I haven't now done it. But, when I contact them, they say that, hey, if they are very early stage, they say that, hey, often they say, hey, first we need to little bit build the core team bigger before we can do this. But when we talk about startups, it might mean that, hey, they need to hire 5 more people, and then they are, they feel that they are more ready. But what I tell all of them is that make sure you got the tech ownership, no matter what's your idea, your vision, whatever you want to do, and you have this 5 million euros there from the investors on the account, and you're thinking how to spend it in the best way, make sure that you got the tech ownership, and because vision ownership sort of, it's always there. It has to be there. There couldn't be, but other option. But the tech ownership also, so they need to have some people who do actually know what's going on a little bit deeper level. But then it depends. For some it's enough with CTO and a couple of other guys, and some others say that they need 10 developers and then they can do. But almost all of them consider after that hey, they cannot hire the talent that they need. Let's say from Finland or Sweden, doesn't matter. The market is the same everywhere. They cannot find. It's difficult. let's say if you have a very sexy idea, you know, that everybody wants to work for you, great. But usually you don't have, or you need 5 years to prove that it's so great idea. So then they are open, they are ready to talk, but then it comes down to the trust. So you need to find ways of building trust. Okay, first getting through the first, let's say making the first contact. That's probably the tough, because they get all the time in their mail. They get like every day they get an email from a company like ours or somebody else from the CEE or LinkedIn or something like that. But if you get through, maybe if some tips, you know, I would say, like we talked with Ole, that in at least in Denmark and in Finland, people are quite direct in business also. So be ready that it might be the discussion might go like this, that, you know, hey, be very concrete. What do you got? What can you offer? And then if they get interested, they might throw you like, no, hey, do you have experts on this area? And okay, if you get lucky, you might have, and then usually it doesn't. Usually you don't get lucky, and then you say that, okay, hey, of course we can. Let's see 3 months, and then we got, but they might be pretty direct, and it's good to be able to present shortly that with what kind of businesses you've been working, what kind of references you got, what can you actually do, and what are you focusing on, and try to be very concrete and get things started.
Okay. Ula, one of the things that we worked on a project about 18 months ago, I think it's not a problem to say, who was Nordic Capital, a large PE group out of Sweden, and they were looking at a nearshoring operations for their IT operations of their portfolio companies. So kind of a clever way to add value as a PE private equity company to its portfolio companies. And so what they did was they pulled out the IT operations, essentially nearshored it. And they were looking at Poland and Romania and Portugal was on the list, and we helped them identify a short list of companies in Poland and Romania. But they actually went to Portugal, and we were surprised. A lot of people were surprised. But tell us a bit more about the corporate side in the Nordics in terms of the IT tech side. How much of that? Where are we in the process? Is it 80% done? Is it 40% done? What's the psychological resistance or the organizational resistance to doing further sourcing of technology in Central East Europe?
I don't think there are any. I don't think there are any particular limitations as to where you go. Outsourcing offshore and not being nearshore, but India and the like, is being seen as a complete commodity. Most larger companies have done so. Some of the large winners in the Nordic marketplace have been Indian companies. Also, some of them have lost significantly, but there are some who have won market shares that no more than 5 years ago were owned by Nordic companies or by the IBMs of this world, including IBM, and that market share has simply gone to global companies. So I think that the appetite to nearshore and offshore is extremely high and remains so. And if you look at all surveys, they all say increase in the use of outsourcing, and in particular extreme increase in the use of cloud-based services. So I don't think that the geography means much. There are in sort of some of the large companies, and certainly in the mid-sized companies, a perception that nearshore has the advantage of it's easier to travel, it's easier to communicate, it's more, it might be more expensive, but it might be worthwhile. So I think that in some market segments, Eastern Europe has that advantage. And of course, I mean, Poland has benefited tremendously from that in terms of the building of shared service centers and similar capabilities is catering to the Nordic market. We don't see that much outsourcing to companies in the northern parts of Africa and to Portugal. I think that's mostly a language issue, but we are seeing more. And so Portugal may be on the rise for help desk services, those kind of and sort of first level, second level support services. I think that it's more becoming a game of competence and automation rather than labor arbitrage. And once you get over the fact that you can just not sell just because you have cheaper wages, then I think it's actually to an advantage of European companies, being either nearshore or Portugal. But it is certainly an advantage over some of the other competitors. Yeah.
Okay. Henry, comments?
Yeah, I would say about the when it comes to the price and the cost factor, I would say that when it comes to like pure software development and design services and these kind of things, and what I know about the Nordic market is that it definitely is not anymore only about the price. It's not. It's at least 50%. It's about the availability of the talent. So if you find the right talent, that's the question, and most are sort of running out of the talent they need in their home market. So that's why they are ready to look at these other options. And when it comes to, I would say, the size of companies that we talk to, for most of them, the outsourcing option is not really that's really it's out of the question for those guys, because they do something. Let's say they have their own product or service that's sort of very important to them, and usually the way they want to develop is that, okay, they may have one team that they want to extend, or they have a few small teams that are developing around the same service, and they want to sort of the teams to work more tightly together, and then the time zone differences and these kind of they would cause issues there. So I think when Ulla mentioned that the outsourcing is a commodity in the bigger corporates, I believe that, but the world looks slightly different in the smaller ones. And I think inside Europe, this smaller startups and scale-ups, they first look into the Europe. I don't know. I don't have experiences about the North Africa, but at least the time zone difference wouldn't almost exist also.
Yes. Okay. Related to we call Central East Europe, in our case, in many cases, we kind of exclude Russia, but obviously Finland has let's say connections to Russia more so. Do you see that as a big opportunity for Finnish companies? Are they typically looking that direction also, or
Yep.
is it an issue with the EU, not in the EU, some regulatory issues, privacy issues,
Yep.
security issues?
Yep. Yeah, I would say I know that some companies are cooperating with Russian software vendors, and they have probably some SSC operations there running there as well. But I would put it this way: many see it. How would I put it? When they think about things in the long term, they sort of trust the development on inside the EU and in Central Eastern Europe. Also, they think that it's like slightly more stable. So they see a little bit more risks in going to Russia. So even I personally talked to some prospects who have said that, hey, we have a operation running in St. Petersburg and everything's great, and the price is there and price is right, and we get what we need. It's fine. I'm happy for them, but I have met much more of those who would rather like operate inside EU.
Okay. Well, any thoughts about that? But also, I wanted us also touch on a slightly different subject on the M&A side. I know you're working with some large companies. Is the acquisition side of the business alive, and is that an option for expansion, not just simply hiring some resources, but actually buying the companies?
That's an interesting question. To answer the first question on Russia, I share Henry's view completely. It's quite rare that we see people looking to buy services in Russia for exactly those reasons. There are, of course, a number of Nordic companies that have heavy presences in Russia, and they see buying services local as much easier than going somewhere else. Russian data protection legislation and similar legislation makes it difficult to to manage your Russian entity in the same way that you manage entities in other places on the globe. Now, in terms of investments, we don't see that often. Obviously, from a private equity perspective, lots of investments, but I think that the M&A money available to existing larger companies goes into buying something that is aligned with their products, or buying market share, more than buying technology companies. And I think that the mindset is more of a let's buy technology, let's buy services somewhere else, and that unless technology is very, very close to the core of our business, then you will not wish to have that competence internally. So let's say you build pumps, or you build windmills, then the software running inside, you might wish to have the development organizations inside, and those kind of companies, they do technology-oriented acquisitions, M&A acquisitions, buying technology companies. But then it's because it's a specialized technology which sits within the area they operate. But I don't see large companies going somewhere just to buy IT talent in general. Okay. So a Carlsberg similar wouldn't do so.
Right. Yeah? Okay. So we've only got 3 minutes left. So also last question from my perspective, if you are a Central European digital services provider, give that company some advice how to tap into Denmark, to Sweden, to Finland, how to do it better, who should they be talking to, how to do the business development, what not to do, what you mentioned, be direct, but give us a couple more pearls of wisdom, let's say.
Henry, do you wish to start?
Yeah. I would say, you can always try this way, that you can try to first connect, for example, let's say on a Finnish market, some partner or somebody who can help you to open up discussions to get things a little bit ongoing. But in my opinion, you can just try to contact people directly, try to be concrete, and open up the discussion. Avoid the staying too much on the high level. Try to get to business, and also try to make sure that that you don't do it, let's say, too much in an American way. That let's say that if you oversell it, you say you got 150 experts in the area, but in reality you have 25. You'll be in trouble when you get caught, or if it seems too good to be true. It's better to try to be more realistic. They appreciate it, at least on the Finnish market.
Okay, Ulla.
I completely agree, and then I would talk about the 2 P's, such as in preparation. Being prepared, know your potential customer, know their needs, and secondly, persistence. I mean, you will not, in a mature market, get anywhere by just visiting once and then sending an email. It takes some time and takes persistence.
Good. Good. Well, Henry, Ola, thanks very much for the time today. We're going to wrap up on schedule. We got the next panel here. While I've got you, I will say thanks, first of all, very much. And
Thank you.
For being on our
Thanks
first
very much.
Nordic panel. Hopefully this provides some insight and some first steps for some of the companies that are watching today. Thank you very much. And we are now going to intro the German panel in just a minute. I will not be on that panel, so I will just simply say the German panel is led by the German-Polish Chamber of Commerce, Lars Gutheil, the new Managing Director of SAP Poland, Tomasz Duszek, a presentation from Oliver Trier from Itility, and Arthur Thomas Equipo, which is a Wrocław-based company that does exclusively focusing the German market. So thanks to you guys, and we're going to have a 2-minute break and then on to the German panel. And again, appreciate it very, very much, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Germany panel during today's summit. Happy to have all of you here. My name is Lars Gutheil. I'm representing the German-Polish Chamber of Industry and Commerce, located in Warsaw. We are a bilateral network of approximately 1,000 companies from both countries, ranging from very small to very big multinational enterprises. So if you are looking for the big German brands, you would have them, of course, in our network, but also lots of small and medium-sized, also service suppliers, and also a lot of companies from the IT sector. The goal of AHK is to match companies, to look for business partners, and to help you enter the German market. And that includes also market research and the possibility to bring you in touch with potential clients in Germany. And we look at the German market at the moment. Well, of course, important to realize that Germany is not all about Siemens, Bosch, and Lufthansa, but that 99% of the German market is actually in the hands of small and medium-sized, often family-run businesses, and they also are responsible for 70% of all jobs in Germany. So when you deal with German companies, you would rather deal with middle-sized companies, often quite conservatively run, but world market leaders, or at least European market leaders in many cases. Germany is renowned for the hidden champions. It has 1,200 of them. That's 4 times more than the United States. So you will have to deal with companies which are very innovative when it comes to the products and services, but maybe in the management still quite conservative and rather reluctant to change anything in their processes and with their partners. This is very important to know when you enter Germany. Germany is by far, of course, the biggest economy in Europe, with almost $4 trillion GDP. And the IT market in Germany has been growing rapidly in recent years, although not as rapidly as in some other countries. But the yearly turnover of hardware, software, and IT services altogether is approximately 95 billion euros. In the Digital Readiness Index, Germany ranks on number 14. That shows that there's still some potential in terms of technological infrastructure. Germany is still only a midfielder. But as we have seen in Corona times, and I would like to very shortly give a citation of the CEO Germany of Cisco, Uwe Peter. Well, he said, whenever it counts, Germany can do digitalization also at light speed. And that has shown in the last months. So there is still room for surprise sometimes. And I think Corona has really opened up new chances in Germany. So it's a very good moment for us to do this talk today, especially in the SME sector. Many companies are now restructuring their business models, their processes, their online marketing, their internal communication. 13% of these companies say that their business structures are in danger due to the pandemic, and they have to be, and they need to redevelop their structures digitally. There's a lack of know-how in many cases. There's also a lack of time. So that gives chances for service suppliers, and that's what we would like to talk about. And I would like to introduce our panel here. I think it's a great and very interesting panel that we can offer to you today. So if I start on the upper left side, Artur Thomas, he's the CEO of Ekiko, a Polish IT solution supplier, existing since, I think, 2015. I hope I don't say it wrong, Artur.
16.
Or 16, and you are targeting basically German companies. All your clients are German companies. You have offices in Wrocław, in Rzeszów, and also in Berlin. And you're going to tell us more about what you do in a moment. But I think you can give a brilliant example for experiences with the German market, being a company that originated in the CEE countries. Then there is Oliver Trier, native German, but already for quite a while living in the Netherlands. Hele goeiemorgen. You are located in Hilversum, that's close to Amsterdam. And You have been active for a couple of years as Director Global Innovation for the Dutch food giant Friesland Campina, everything with milk products. And you have been leading a team globally, working across all functions and divisions of the company, trying to lead digital change and digital processes in this company. Earlier this year, you joined Dutch consultancy, digital consultancy, Itility, where you are now the director. So a great way to also have a German here who looks at Germany from the outside. And this is an interesting approach, as you also know other Western European markets. And you can give a very interesting mix, I think, of impressions also on Germany, being somebody who is actually not living in Germany, not working in Germany. And then, of course, Thomas Duszek, who is the president of the board at SAP Poland. And Thomas has been working in Stuttgart until a couple of months ago. You were responsible for the sales to manufacturing industry for SAP. And SAP, of course, I don't need to introduce. It's the global market leader on the field of business software, and also the most valuable brand in Europe. So whatever you do with accounting, controlling, distribution, storage, you would need to use, or you can at least use, software from SAP. You told me before this talk, we are not a German company. SAP Poland is a Polish company with German roots. We see ourselves very much located in Poland, and maybe you can elaborate a bit more later. I would first like to give the floor to Oliver, who would give us a short presentation about what can go wrong when you approach companies being a digital service supplier out of the perspective that you had yourself working for Friesland Campina, for a big company. So the floor is yours, Oliver.
Thank you, Lars. I hope you can see my presentation. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to quickly take you through my learnings of 5 years being on the client side that has to digitize, because I strongly believe there's a lot of, I say, money to be made to support those customers, but also there's an urgent need on that side in consumer goods, but also in other industries to really digitize. And Corona has shown us again that you don't have the luxury to be slow. And I think the winners out of the Corona period will be those companies that again show that they are fast in decision making, and even better, those that are basing their decisions on data. So therefore, what I'd like to do is to help you to not have to wait 5 years and make the same learnings that I did, but actually help you to do them faster. So I'd like to quickly take you into what is the top of mind at CPG leaders, and that is for small and for large companies the same, I saw in my conversations. Help you what actually reality is in consumer goods in terms of the market, how you drive brand growth, and where I see the digitization priorities. So let's look at the typical leaders and what they have in mind on a daily basis. And I have to tell you, I ran a strategy project where we said, what is the digital strategy of our company? What are others doing? We had thousands of ideas. And then we hit the management teams in markets and globally. And this is really what most companies, people are busy with. It's this month, it's my numbers, it's shit, I did something bad. Will they figure it out? How can I fix this? Why are we doing this again? The last thing they have is brain capacity for what can we do in this digital world. It really is this end of month quality product it's 99% is problems of yesterday. And of course, most of the people are working on how do I get promoted out of this problem here. So this is the capacity, what people are dealing with every day. And then you have to contact them to say, we have an opportunity. We want to help you. And then the reality in the market is, so I got contacted, I think, on a daily basis about, we are a service provider in VR, AR. We are building apps. We are building all kinds of great consumer solutions. We want to talk about how you can reach consumer groups. and they're thinking about a lot about the hypes in the market. And I just want to show you that quickly. As a established brand, and you see this in this slide. So I took Google Trends and milk and vegan, and to the extent to which people are talking about these elements. And you see that people are really talking extensively about vegan. And I just see, I switched it, sorry. The blue one is actually vegan and the red one is milk. So what you see here is that people are talking more about vegan than they're talking about milk. But if you look at the size of the market, and if you look at the CAGR of the market, you see that actually the alternatives are still a small size, but the traditional market also is growing. So yes, we are talking extensively about what is coming, but as a company, my revenue and my margin comes out of what is established. So this is where I have my mind. And then if you apply how brands make their money, and that was a realization for me as well, because I grew up in CRM and building customer loyalty and consumer retention. We saw in research, and this is from Coca-Cola, that 70% of all the purchases that consumers do are by people who buy maximum 5 times Coca-Cola a year. So if I would like to focus on building apps or all kinds of highly expensive campaigns to reach a few people, I would target the right side. But their relative add-on when they buy more is very little. So what you see consumer goods companies focusing on is what we call here non-buyers and light buyers. Because if I get those 70% to buy 1 or 2 times extra, you can imagine the volume add, the value add that this produces is extensive. Yeah? So this is the mindset of the commercial people in consumer goods. On the one side, hype is nice, but I need to be where my money is. I need to be where my consumers are today because they keep usually buying what they bought. And I need to drive penetration, reach people who never bought me, and get those light buyers buy a little more. And I don't reach them by apps. I don't reach them by anything highly fancy that only targets a few. Think about the number of apps you have of your favorite brands on your phone. I doubt it's more than one. So the game that we play in consumer goods is driving mental availability and reaching those light and non-buyers by continuous campaigns across all possible channels. That's one, but it means it's not targeted. You see companies like Procter, they even reduce their number of targeted advertisement. And the other most important element is to be there. If I want to buy Chocomel, which is one of the rising brands in Germany, and I'm at a gas station, and I feel like Chocomel, it should be there. If I am somewhere in a cinema and I want to buy something, and I relate something, a product, to that need that I have about sweetness and refreshment, and that brand is not there, I miss an opportunity. So that is mental and physical availability. I urge you to read the book, How Brands Grow, if you want to play in that industry. And then to close it, what I did is I brought all that together in a model, which I called basically the How Brands Grow CPG Tech Planning Canvas. Nice word, but it's really about is consumers continuously buy their key consumer goods products. So it's consideration, buying, using, and this continuous drive for mental availability, physical availability, and product usage. You as a company need to be aware that it really, as consumer goods companies, we are focusing today on media, effective media usage, seeing where can we still reach people we have not reached, and where are light buyers that we can motivate more. Typically, it's closer to the point of purchase. So retail stores, all kinds of retailers, e-tailers, outlets like gas stations I talked about. And we need to make sure that our product information is there, that we are easy to deal with, and that they have the information they need about our products. Think about allergies, think about product shots. That we know where our products are on shelf and where people buy these kind of products, but we are not on shelf. Untapped opportunity. This is all about data. Field sales, to be in stores and not count things, but take a picture of the shelf and know where your product is. integration with your retail partners, having all the information out there about where something is bought. So what you see is all that is about integration with B2B partners to gain data and to drive the data to insights to action loop that needs to be. So as a consumer goods company, I want to make sure, and my time is up, so I need to close. We need to make sure that we have the data out there and that we can utilize the data directly to take action. And today the reality is that most companies have data about what is happening, but they don't know what action should come out of that. And this is really where, as service providers, you can do a lot. And as I said before, it is not about the consumer, because you need to get the light users to really create impact. And if you'd like to talk more about that, feel free to reach out, take your smartphone, scan this code, and then send me a link. And I'm happy to talk more, because I'm really passionate about this industry. I've seen it in Germany. I've seen it with small and large brands. There's a lot you can do to help this industry to become faster and better. That's it.
Thank you very much, Oliver. And I think that was a very interesting first step into our meeting today, and a very nice insight into the view of somebody who is approached by potential partners in the service field, but not in the right way. Talking about your experience, has the mindset of suppliers changed, or are they now getting better in forecasting the mindset of potential clients and buyers, especially when it comes to CEE companies? Because I think they're still struggling a lot when they try to reach a Western market, be it the Netherlands, be it Germany, and also suffer a little bit, maybe still from reputation issues. So what is your experience with that, and what would you recommend?
I think I was approached a lot by CEE companies, CEE companies, with all kinds of services, but not related to my industry, or not related to the issues we are working with. I think a lot can be done to pre-think what is the reality in the market, and to kind of develop easy solutions, because what you have is that the majority of those companies, they don't have really the time. The people in the company, especially in IT, they don't have the time and the luxury to develop new solutions with somebody that doesn't have anything. They don't want to educate anybody in the industry. So I think it's good to focus on certain industries, make up your mind, and then target those, rather than going broad and then trying to market all kinds of VA, AR solutions broadly across all industries. The second thing is, so we worked a lot with, I would say, body shopping in Eastern Europe, which is great to work with different service providers for Salesforce integration, for some SAP work, for some templating, data science. That's all great. But I think as a service provider, think about the services, and especially in the data area, in the business process management, so between system of record, system of experience. There's so much untapped opportunity. And a last example I'd like to give, few companies know how many emails and phone calls people do on a daily basis to actually manage anything between their ERP system and their customer. Because not everything is actually managed through systems. A lot is still with this traditional. And what we did is we said we counted the number of emails on certain processes, the number of phone calls going out to identify the opportunity. And if you just take that area, there's a massive amount of services that you can sell. You just need to find the right going in, and the right going in is if you are aware of what's going on in this industry.
Thank you. What I would like to add is everybody who is listening and who has a question to one of our speakers, please feel free to put the question into the chat, and we will try to answer all questions later today. So feel free to put your question in, to fill it in, and we will come back to that in a moment. Thomas, you have heard Oliver. Would be interesting to hear your point of view on how CEE companies approach maybe big German companies. You have also personal experience with Lidl, with Kaufland. So I think you have a wide range of experience with that. Would you agree with what you have heard? Do you have a different view on it?
No, I agree with what Oliver said, and it's a very, very interesting time we live in at the moment, because many of the ideas, many of the behavior, the organizational competencies are based on, I would say, past customer behavior. So how did the markets react? And right now, or maybe in the last 6 months, we've seen a total disruption of not only the supply side, because the travels to Asia, all of the supply chains were broken, but also the demand side, because people were not able to go out and go shopping and behave like they normally do. And the real question now is, how do I capture everything that is going on in the world when I have zero to very low or only very low visibility into how my business will work in the next week or even in the next month. So this is really a very, very interesting and a very sophisticated topic. And Oliver brought up another very interesting point, and this is around experience. And he's absolutely right that there is an untapped, I would say, very, very preliminary only area that we are addressing at the moment in terms of digital services. And it's the area of experience. So a lot has been done in the IT sector surrounding this system of record that Oliver talked about. And then if you go to the next stage and you have the system of experience, you really address the question of why is something happening? The system of record is ideal, and this is the DNA of our company, SAP, is to really capture what is going on in the company, what is going on the supply side, what is going on the customer side. But it doesn't answer the question, why is it happening? So what is happening with the suppliers? What are the customers now thinking? And this is really something, especially in times like this, that is of paramount importance. Because if I know and if I can capture the behavior, the changing behavior and changing expectations of my clients, as well as what my suppliers are doing, I'm more able, or I'm actually better able to change the way I organize my organization. I invest into the right digital services. So I think the area of experience management is probably the area that will be, together with customer experience, one of the most growing areas in the next years.
Thomas, you have been working with manufacturing companies a lot, and so it would be interesting to hear from your point of view what has changed in the last years, the approach when it comes to digitization, and also what did you encounter this year when Corona started? What has happened in Germany? How would you describe the changes?
Yeah, I mean, the changes are profound. Manufacturing companies in Germany, especially the smaller ones, but not only the smaller ones, are really dependent on a global supply chain. And the question now is for these companies is not only to organize these supply chains in the most efficient, cost-effective way, but to think about resiliency, meaning how do I set up these supply chains in the future so that in case 1, 2 suppliers break out because they are not able to deliver, how do I make those supply chains more resilient? And this is definitely something that is very, very important at the moment. But if I maybe start to compare a little bit the German market to the Polish market, and I've been working most of my life on the German market and only very recently active here on the Polish market, then I start to see some differences. And what I hear from my colleagues here in Poland is that the market in Poland is more similar to a market in the Czech Republic or Slovakia than it is to the German market. And I would just like to point out some of the differences I see. The German market or the manufacturing sector, because you asked me about the manufacturing sector, I would say the adoption of digital services is much more progressed. So I would say in terms of years, probably 3 or 4 years ahead. And if I talk about digital services, I mean not only cloud services, the adoption of cloud services, but also in terms of utilizing technology for products that they develop and they sell by themselves. So how do I digitalize the manufacturing processes and digitalize the products and services that I am selling as a manufacturing company to the market? And I think that the level of sophistication on the German market is quite high. And if I were to be a CEE digital company, then I would take this into account if I would address a German manufacturing company, that the level of sophistication at this point is quite high at the moment. Also, in terms of adoption, like technologies of 5G in manufacturing plants or in transportation. So this is one of the I would say differences that I can see. The other difference in terms of purchasing. So if I were to address manufacturing companies in Germany, I do see that there's a more decentralized decision-making process of companies in Germany. And these are big companies as well as small companies. There's no real difference there on average, I would say. And meaning that the decision-making process is more decentralized. So it's more a bottom-up approach in terms of decision-making when companies choose a new technology they want to adopt. And probably also the third difference here is that budgets seem to be more decentralized than on average in larger companies in Poland, more decentralized, and the budgets are more in the area of lines of business than in I would say a centralized budget approach.
Thank you. Arthur, that's maybe the word for you, because you come from exactly the other side, and it's very interesting, I think, to hear your story, why exactly you focused on the German market right from the start, and how you could be so successful. I mean, you do a lot of services, if I understand it right. You offer tailored IT teams for outsourcing. You have software that you can build. You also do consultancy, but everything with German clients. So would you underline what you have heard? We have heard it's maybe less hierarchic, but it's also quite sophisticated. Germans have this reputation to also accept only perfection, that you have to know the service that you offer perfectly. You will get complicated questions. They will not accept that you leave anything open. How do you do it? What is your experience?
Yes, so basically that's true. Germans expect perfection all the time, and I believe so. We are a Polish company, and we offer highest quality developers from Poland and highest quality IT solutions from Poland. And why to Germany? Because of the demand. So that's the answer, honestly. So right now you have over more or less 55,000 open openings just in IT regarding job. So that shows you how the demand in Germany, how big is the demand. It's much higher than the supply. And when I graduated, I was studying in Germany, in Leipzig. Many entrepreneurs, they said that the biggest pain are developers and IT capacities. And then I started to think how to connect it. As in Poland, you have very well educated professionals, and I personally had an access to IT talents. Then I just wanted to build the bridge between Poland and Germany. Also, I'm from Wrocław to Breslau, so not too far away to Leipzig, to Berlin, to Dresden. And yes, that was our idea. So, and I founded a company in 2016 with 3 friends from Berlin. They were already successful managers, entrepreneurs. They had one of the best startup from Berlin. So that was our first e-commerce client. And yes, we are growing. We are over 40 right now. We are close to 40 right now. We'll double the size of the company next year. That's the plan. And we work mostly with dynamic startups, which means dynamic startups which are scaling, which are well founded in terms of finance. So it's also quite demanding market, because startups are young, are dynamic, are growing fast, very flat hierarchies, so kind of chaotic companies. The strategy is changing every quarter. The decisions are changing each week, honestly. So yes, that's my world. And the answer is, in the end, because of the huge demand in Germany.
So what are the do's and don'ts in Germany, if we come to that? What is your experience? What did you do wrong? Talking about the fuck-ups, if we can say that. What went wrong? What is good?
Well, in the beginning, what we did wrong, so we started with outsourcing. So I believe companies, managers, they have a quite bad picture of outsourcing, and they don't understand outsourcing in the end. And outsourcing is about trust, because in the end you give part of your business to an external player, to an external part. So that was our first lesson, that outsourcing is about trust, and trust you earn with time always. So we have a single client from cold mailing or cold calling. So all of them, they know me, or they know my co-founders, or right now we have quite good reputation on the market, so they approach us. And the biggest issue in the beginning was communication. So we wanted to be a 100% remote company. And we have seen that without on-site onboarding, it will not work. So the first thing what we started to do, we started to send our guys, our developers to our clients for a couple of days, couple of weeks, even couple of months. So that's my advice, and that's what we do until today. So what are the what other points I can mention? Why the clients like us? Because we are flexible. So with startups, you have to be flexible because they change so quick. We can deliver. We have IT capacities, so we can scale very fast with our customers, and simply we deliver quality. So nowadays it's always about quality and efficiency. It's not about price anymore. So. Yeah.
Thomas, you are now in Poland, and sometimes it's good to have a fresh view on something. I was impressed when we met recently that you already knew a lot about Poland, even before you came. So you were very well prepared, I think, but now you have been here for a while. What is your impression about mentality? How does it connect to the German market? Where would you recommend to take care about out of the perspective of Central Eastern European company or person?
Yeah, what I immediately realized when I started, actually I started my work in May of this year, 1st of May, and it was during Corona. I planned it to be different. I took the decision to take over this role as MD for Poland in March, and it was 2 weeks before the pandemic led to a lockdown. So I started my new role completely virtual from my home office in Stuttgart. And you can see that without technology, this wouldn't have worked. And what we see at the moment is that many customers and many companies, big companies and small companies, are viewing technology now in a different way. I've mentioned the level of maturity or the higher level of adoption of digital services in Germany than in Poland. But I see one thing which is quite similar at the moment. Technology is becoming a board level topic. more so in Poland at the moment, or with a higher dynamic maybe than in Germany, because in Germany it has been part of the digital transformation journey of each company anyway, but this is accelerating at a breathtaking speed right now in Poland. So we are really seeing that there's a high ambition to leverage the technology here in Poland, and there's equally a high ambition in German companies to be able and to enable their employees to work from home. Because we see that this trend to letting employees work from home will actually continue over the next couple of years. And this raises a lot of questions regarding how do I keep my workforce not only motivated, but how do I communicate effectively, and how can I maybe even raise the level of loyalty, as well as ensure that the level of efficiency does not go down, but maybe even goes up. So I think that also here there's a big potential in terms of finding the right digital services and adopting the right digital services to ensure that the fabric of an organization does not change, or maybe even can get better when nearly all of the workforce is working from home.
Oliver, getting back to your Dutch perspective on things. I mean, Germany is like a big steamship. Everything that changes like very slowly, normally. Not now, maybe, but you also have the experience in the Netherlands. And that's a country that has a reputation to move very, very quickly and to adapt very fast. So with your experience as a German, looking onto the German market out of a Western European country that is quite fast in acting, where do you see changes? And talking about your experience also with CEE companies, how can they settle in on that? Where do you see chances?
I think my experience is that it matters less and less where a company is. I see more and more, and especially I think with COVID times, what most companies have realized, and that's Thomas, where you're saying that technology has become a boardroom topic. I think it becomes a boardroom topic because more and more companies, regardless where they are, understand agility is driven by technology and data. And COVID has shown a lot of companies that they aren't agile enough, that they need to improve in their agility, and technology and data is driving that. And then again, what Arthur also said is, that you need to build trust and quality over time, trust over time through personal connection and quality that you deliver. And I think if as a CCE company coming to Western Europe, build a personal foundation. Absolutely, be there, see the people, maybe virtually, but have a good reason why to connect, why you're connecting, what is it that you're bringing to the table. And if you're only bringing to the table that you have an ambition to work in the market, be open and direct. But if you can invest into and focus on a certain industry, it is good to have a few first solutions ready on an area where you want to focus on. That gives tangibility, and that also shows that you have focus. Because I believe in Germany, I worked with some of the German retailers and through us, but also through other companies, and also in other industries. You see that people don't have the time to understand what could you be a good solution for. They want to have fast solutions now for problems they had yesterday. And that is if you have this mindset, I think regardless which market you are in, you quickly can make money.
An important issue always for Germans is trust. So, I mean, Arthur is successful in Germany, but he also has an office in Berlin. Yeah. So, how important is it to have maybe some office or somebody who is representing the company in Germany? What do you think?
Well, our main office is in Poland, and honestly, we have built the office in Berlin to have more trust, yes, but nevertheless, we honestly do not use the office anymore. So I believe it doesn't matter so much. Next year, we are planning to build an office in Munich, but only with key accounts and salesperson. So the entire IT team will be still in Breslau or in entire Poland, because we are like 50-50 nowadays. And I believe if you have a high quality, if you have a good brand, if they trust you, they don't care whether you are from Berlin or from Warsaw or from Breslau anymore. So, and I think it's also related to the COVID. So, because many CTOs, many CEOs, they just realized that it doesn't matter anymore because everyone is working from home right now. So what the difference, whether I have people here in Berlin or in Breslau, if we still communicate via Slack, for example, yes. So, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
we have clients in the sorry. We have clients in the SME field in Germany, and there are 100,000 companies with 1 million employees in the IT sector in Germany, and then you also have Austrian and Swiss companies. So, how important is language if you want to compete? Does it matter?
In IT, depends on the company, yes. So we are doing everything in English. And of course, there are some medium-sized companies, these hidden champions, Deutsche Mittelstand, which still want to communicate in German. But it's really extremely hard to find young, good developers who speak German in Poland. So
Oliver, you wanted to say something about it.
I think in business development, it's important to really connect in a language where both feel comfortable. And in German, a lot of German companies, if I talk about Audi, BMW, or if I talk about my previous company, it helps you. It's a pre if you can communicate well in German, especially with more senior levels. That is my experience. If you work in the more in the operational field where you have international developers from wherever they are, I think English is a given. It is not necessary. It's a pre. The thing I wanted to say before, I think, was COVID and the personal relationship. I think it's not so much important to be there with the people at the table. I think it is more that you take time for your customer. And I think that is more important than being there. And then after I understand that you can work and be successful a lot from remote, but I think you take time for your customer. And that is what Germans, I think, and also Dutch companies and all the companies I work with, my customers as well, valued. That I take that extra mile to think with them, for them, and be prepared when I'm there.
Oh, definitely. So I'm more in Germany now than in Poland. Now I'm in Leipzig again. So it's so important to be there when they need you. So if they call you, you need to be there within 12 hours.
Thomas, if you were approached by a company from the CEE region with some service, let it open what it is. What would be the 2 or 3 main things you would look for, or what is important for you?
I think the value that should be added at the moment, because this is of highest relevancy, the value should be in the area of customer experience. So what value do these services bring in terms of a better understanding the shift in the customer buying behavior, in the shift of the customer buying or expectations as well. This is maybe the one side, and the other side is, I think, everything around artificial intelligence in the use of probably automation of processes. Because what companies are looking for at the moment is trying to get as much cash out of the business in order to invest into areas so that they can get closer to the market, so that they can get closer to their customers. So wherever I can add value in terms of automating processes, raising the efficiency, taking cash out of the enterprise and investing it, that would be the areas where I would be looking at.
Great. So we're approaching the end already. I have no questions in the chat, so we come to the final statements, and I would like to ask each of you to just in 15 seconds, 2 sentences, to say, so if you were starting on the German market right now, what would be the right things to do, or what would be the best way to approach Germany? Arthur.
Yeah, try to build personal relations first.
Oliver?
Focus on a certain industry, focus on a certain area, problem, and have the right going in.
Thomas?
Yeah, I would copy what Oliver just said. It's important to get the message right for the industry, to understand who are the most important player in an industry, and to translate the value of your company to what they can achieve in terms of business outcome.
Thank you all very much. I hope it was an interesting talk for the people who visited and listened to us. I found it an interesting conversation. Thank you all for your inputs. And as I said, here are a couple of people who can help also entering the German market. If you need help, if you need partners, don't try to do everything alone. Get your advice to get the focus and to do the right things, set the right steps. So feel free to get in touch with all of us. Thank you very much for being here today, and see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I think a few more minutes. Okay, great. We are on. Yes. Are we on? Good. I think we're on right now. So we're live. Great. And here's Evelina from Ujjalan.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Piotr is just entering.
Okay, great. We're getting it all figured out. We've been all together. So we just finished the German panel, and we're now going to roll into the Austria panel. I should say Austria, Vienna, and Warsaw panel. And what I'd like to do is simply ask each of you to introduce yourself very quickly, and then we're going to start the first presentation, which I think will be from FinTech Poland, Michał Sas.
Hi, hello.
So, hello, Piotr. Welcome. Good to see you again. Yes. So, without further ado, let's start top of my screen anyway, with ladies first, Carolina, and just a quick intro, and then we'll go back to Michał for your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you very much for the invitation, and welcome to all participants also from our side. So my name is Karolina Kaptur. I work for Vienna Business Agency as a representative in Poland. I also closely work with the regional manager responsible for the whole CEE market. So whenever we can help you to find out more about Vienna, I'm happy to assist you. So before we actually move to the presentations for Sinfo today, both me and the city of Warsaw, we wanted to share with you a little bit of background information, so how this cooperation was built. First reason is that Vienna has a very attractive offer for digital companies, but it is often not very much known in Poland. And we wanted to spread the information among the Polish companies about the opportunities. And the second reason is that when discussing with the city of Warsaw, we actually noted how many things in common both cities have, both in terms of supporting innovation, startups, offer for fintechs, and also this international dimension. So because of all of that, we decided to take some joint activities to help companies from both ecosystem to tap into the other market. And maybe Evelina can add something on that too.
Yes, thank you, Carolina. Hello. On behalf of the City of Warsaw, I would like to thank you very much, Tom, and thank you for the possibility of presenting our unit. We are the representatives of the Economic Development Department within the City of Warsaw, and specifically of the Investor Relations team. So me and Piotr are over here representing the City of Warsaw. Taking into consideration everything that Carolina mentioned, thinking about all the similarities between the two cities, it was, I think, inevitable to start a cooperation aiming to support entrepreneurs and create a possibility to exchange knowledge and experience. The cooperation has been initiated by Vienna Business Agency, which representatives visited Warsaw last year. We've then had the possibility and chance to revisit Vienna before COVID-19 and learn more about the agency and how it works, all the programs and projects. So it was a very fruitful visit, and we knew right away that we wanted to continue our cooperation later on. And we are presently working on mutual promotion of entrepreneurs and in different important sectors, such as fintech, for example, through webinars, meetings, thinking about projects for the future. In difficult times required difficult measures, so we don't know what will come. But I am positive that we are going to develop our cooperation. Thank you.
All right, Tom, I think that now we can actually go to the 3 presentations foreseen for this panel. Shall we start with Alex from Vienna Business Agency to tell us a little bit more about the fintech ecosystem in Vienna and the opportunities for CEE companies in that market?
I could start, but I would ask you for a favor, Carolina. I send you the slides. The problem is that our system is totally blocking now, hop in. And I can't access the webcam, so I'm here online on my phone. So if you could start the slides for me, I can do the talk, if that is okay. If not, we can skip me first.
Okay, I think it's a good idea. Shall we then move to the presentation on the Polish ecosystem? And in the meantime, we will try to solve the presentation issue. Michał, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Michał Sas. I am an expert at Fintech Poland Foundation, and I will briefly present the Polish fintech ecosystem. Before I start with the main area, a short introduction to our foundation. We are a group of lawyers, economists, tech people who combine. We are a group of. I will start once again. We are a group of fintech experts, lawyer, economists, tech people, and our aim is to promote financial innovation in Poland. We create a platform of dialogue between the big business, the startups, and the authorities. We conduct trainings for private and public entities, as well as we provide consulting services. In 2016, we have issued a very important report. It was called Fintech in Poland, the barriers and opportunities for growth. And this report had a big impact on Polish financial ecosystem. A working group was founded within KNF, within Polish Financial Authority. And this working group started significant changes in the fintech area in Poland. Within KNF, an innovation hub unit was founded. It's a unit that helps entrepreneurs to understand how they can implement their innovative technology in the financial market. And a lot of regulatory barriers have been removed. There were some changes to the law. There were some changes to the soft law that was issued by the authorities. We have also issued 3 other reports. Unfortunately, most of them is in Polish. But however, we are launching in a few days a new report, which will be in English, and I will talk about it later. So going back to the main area, I had some thoughts. How can we present Polish fintech ecosystem in such a brief presentation? I decided to focus on 5 key participants in my understanding. Of course, there are other participants of the fintech ecosystem that are worth to mention, but I just don't have enough time right now. So first, very important participant of fintech ecosystem is banking system. And a lot of you may be surprised, why are we referring to banks when we are talking about fintech? But in fact, it were mostly banks who started fintech in Poland. Polish banks started the development of online and mobile channels very early, in 2000. It's called a frog jump, which refers to the fact that Polish banks weren't very innovative before. But when you are not very innovative and the technology in the world is moving very fast, then you can very easily, or at least more easily than other entities, jump from this old tech to new innovative tech. So nowadays, biometric-based login, mobile payments, application process, access to non-banking services, it is a standard in banking. And we may say that banks are fintech in Poland. Even the smallest banks, called cooperatives, which are founded in small cities, are adopting such technologies. Also, there was the PSD and PSD2 revolution in the payment area, and banks were beneficiaries of these regulations. What is also very specific about Polish banking sector, that it is still an open system. It means that although we have 2 biggest banks who are old and public, and nothing has changed within them, as you may see on this picture, there was a lot of mergers, there was a lot of acquisitions, but there were also new banks that appeared on the banking sector, and they became significant players in the market. Going further, foreign entities. We can't speak about Polish fintech ecosystem without speaking about foreign entities. Poland is very popular as a place to establish business service centers on its territory. We are talking about stable and old financial institutions like Goldman Sachs, like JP Morgan, like Standard Chartered, who founded the Global Business Service Hub in Warsaw. But we are also speaking about, for example, Revolut, about one of the key European challenger bank, who decided to have although having its headquarters in UK, decided to have its biggest IT, customer support and compliance services center in Krakow. Going to third key participant, fintech, the genuine fintech ecosystem. Although, as I said, banks are fintechs in Poland, we have also around 200 fintechs in Poland. Every year, cashless.pl and Fintech Poland Foundation, we are issuing a map of Polish fintech. This year, we present over 200 fintechs in Poland. As you may see, Poland is especially active in the area of lending, of credits, of payment, and of wealth management. I cannot focus on all of the fintechs because there's over 200 of them, but I can speak shortly about 2 of them. Contomatic, which is an account information service provider, which was founded in Poland. Nowadays, there are 10 countries it is working in, more than 130 integrated banking partners, and a lot of successful data imports. Another fintech, which is very successful and was born in Poland, is Blik. Blik was established in 2015 by the association of 6 banks in Poland. It is a payment scheme which allows to transfer money on basis of simple 6-digit code. As you may see, the numbers are significant, it's still growing, and Blik is thinking about expansion to other countries. When we speak about fintech ecosystem, we cannot forget about associations and accelerators that are very active in this area. I referred to Fintech Poland in the beginning. We have also Digital Poland Foundation, which is very active in this area. For example, it holds Smart City program and fintech program, which is developing new solutions for the benefit of the financial sector. We have Association of Polish Banks, which is responsible for protecting interests of banks, which is responsible for supporting the standardization of banking products and services. We have a KPI, it's called Coalition for Polish Innovations, which is also a big hub of technology and innovation thinking. Of course, we have accelerators, who are the bridge between the banks, between the big financial institutions and startups. Some of them were founded by the banks, some of them were founded by other entities who just cooperate with banks. There's a lot of them, and I think I can speak right now about 3 of them. There's Let's Fintech, which is founded by the biggest bank in Poland, PKO Bank Polski. There is Rebel Start Accelerator, which is also very active, and there is Axel Point, who is holding Axel Lab program, which is focused on major startups in the area of fintech, insurtech, and telco. It is a very interesting time to also when we speak about a fintech ecosystem, we have to remember about the authorities who regulate and who supervise this area. Most important entity is KNF, Financial Supervision Authority. It is the entity with whom most fintechs, most financial institutions have to deal, or either to acquire some approval, some license to start working, either when you are providing services to the entities that are regulated by KNF. We have also, some problems with presentation. We have also other authorities. We have National Bank of Poland, who is supervising payment schemes. And we have Ministry of Finance, who in fact is the regulator and the issuer of most financial regulations. As I said in the beginning, we are issuing a big report in English. It's a presentation how to do fintech in Poland. It is a guide addressed to foreign investors who are thinking about Poland as their destination to start financial business in Europe. We will present this report on Impact 20 on 23rd of September, so next Wednesday. And I recommend either to attend Impact, either to download this report from our website. And thank you very much. I hope my presentation was helpful. I hope you found some interesting information. And of course, you can always contact us and ask some questions by addressing this email. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michał. I think that this is a very useful source for the international companies we have in the audience to have a look at the report your organization prepared. Thanks a lot for this, for drawing the landscape, a bunch of interesting information. I think that now we can move to Viennese ecosystem so that our participants can really see the synergies we have discussed. Alex, I do have problems with, unfortunately, showing your presentation. I will try one more time. No, I'm sorry, I cannot display it, but maybe still you would be able to tell us a little bit about the Viennese ecosystem for fintechs, especially.
Okay, I will send the presentation through to everybody anyway, so you can have a look.
Well, that's also, Alex, we're going to put all the presentations available to everybody. So we'll put them in a central place. I'll email everyone that's participated, and they'll be able to find every presentation. So that's the good, pretty decent backup.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. And sorry again for the technical issues we had, but I think, Carolina, you introduced the Vienna Business Agency a bit. We're basically the first contact point for national and international companies and offer financial support, funding mainly, and real estate as well as consulting. In my case, within the Vienna Business Agency, I'm the contact point for everything fintech and blockchain related, but however, let's focus on fintech this time, which is definitely one of the biggest ecosystems and is expanding quite a lot in the last 2 to 3 years. So I would love to show you the map, but it's not working, unfortunately. But I will have a look on the presentation on my computer. So actually, I created a map of the whole fintech ecosystem, which is quite useful to see as well, but I clustered it as well. So obviously, the most fintechs are working in the payment sector. So we cluster the big payment sector within the fintech ecosystem in Vienna. But actually, InsurTech is quite big and coming up here as well as investing platforms like Wikifolio, Savity, Season X, and so on. So, of course, let's maybe switch to the next slide, because without seeing the map, it won't work. But some examples of great fintechs are, of course, the CPP software company, which founded as a banking software specialist, but CPP software is today also a leading company for complex IT and offers a one-stop solution for banks in this case and financial services. Another interesting player in the ecosystem is probably Finest. I'm sorry. Finest is a crowd investing platform on the Austrian and German market. So for potential investors based in Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. And it offers qualified subordinated loans to select companies based in Austria, so you can fund them and crowd invest in them, basically. Other prominent companies here would be probably N26. The founders of N26 are Viennese, actually. They moved to Berlin, but they came back. I think everybody knows them as one of the bigger challenger banks in the ecosystem. But of course, Wikifolio was one of the first social trading platforms. It's also part of the Viennese ecosystem. But maybe let's skip also the companies, which is also quite vital for the ecosystem here, is associations we have. So in this case, we have two very thriving associations in Vienna. I want to present. One is FinTech Austria, which basically founded with the Bankers Association and with us the FinTech Week, which is quite a unique experience, and we had to postpone it this year, unfortunately. But it's a whole week of events tackling every subject within FinTech. So it would have happened this November, but we will postpone it to May 21. So I'm also inviting everyone to come to Vienna Up in May 21. If it will work, I mean, we have to see how COVID will develop and this whole situation. But we are actually planning real physical events again for 21. So let's hope. But Vienna Up in general is a citywide event for startups and investors. So it's not just for fintech companies in that case. Also, briefly, I want to mention is an association called the FinTech Ladies, which are really vital for this ecosystem. The headquarters in Berlin, but they opened up an office here in Vienna as well. So the FinTech Ladies are basically a network for women in the finance and tech industry. And actually, in 2 weeks, on the 30th of September, we have an event, and you're all welcome to join, where we will discuss how to thrive as a startup in challenging times like this. So you're all welcome to participate. Since I cannot show the slides, I think this is basically it. I'm open for questions anytime, and you can contact me anytime if you especially see the map, because it's a great way to show how big the clusters became in Vienna regarding InsurTech, the payment sector, and so on and so forth. So sorry again for the technical issues, but please contact me anytime.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Maybe now we could actually see how the two ecosystems work together in practice. So it would be great to hear from Jacek from Bilon about the practical experience of a Polish fintech successfully operating in the Viennese market.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carolina. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome from actually a city of Kraków, which is in the middle between Warsaw and Vienna. So let me explain you. Let me also share with you a little bit our story, and I will display a couple of slides, actually 3, very short. So if that's going okay. So I must say that Bilon is today a company which is 80 people company, which has been established in 2012. But our objective is extremely high hopes. I mean, we are building our own system, our own blockchain. And I think, Alexander, you were talking about blockchain, which is excellent. We are building our own blockchain, which is combining this national currency, documents, data sharing, and identity onto one single platform. And this innovation requires, on the other end, when we're talking to investors and when we're talking to customers, it requires a lot of mindset, which is a super innovative and early adopter mindset. Okay, so our customers, I mean, we are looking for customers in these areas. Okay, so that's not the system today for everybody. Maybe it could be, but a mindset is a major blocking point. Michał, you were presenting this Polish ecosystem, and as we are British-Polish fintech with majority of personnel actually in Warsaw, mainly because of a super good programming skills and also because of our founder is Polish, however, with a US background. But the Polish fintech ecosystem is, I don't think it's ready for such a big change and disruption of the ecosystem. The Polish ecosystem is today a very modern front-end, well-established banking platform and fintech financial platforms. So when we come with our story, with our idea of disruptive, something which is working pretty good, pretty decently, it is a challenge to actually discuss. And this is actually the case with other geographies which have a extremely modern, well-organized solutions. What we have found that in 2017, when we started to talk to customers and regulators about our project after 5 years of research and development, we have been invited by the British government to apply to a license, e-money license, and we received this license. At that time, Poland was not at all interested in discussing about the license. In Germany, in Austria, neither. Nobody was actually recognizing the need of e-money solutions based on blockchain into these financial ecosystems. In Great Britain, we were part of the first fintech cohort organized by the National Bank of Britain, so the Bank of England, and we have received the license. And this has helped us tremendously because other countries started to get interested in what can actually be achieved through a system which is allowing people to transact and pay peer-to-peer without really a banking ecosystem underneath. So the backend solution. So this is how we have actually met our friends from Raiffeisen, and I started to visit Vienna much more often. Raiffeisen is a fascinating actually customer and a bank on its own, with a management which is a very innovative management. And when I visited couple of times Vienna for different shows and events like Pioneers, for instance, I have understood that this city wakes up big time for an innovation, and there are so many people actually at the corporate level. You can talk about the insurance companies, good insurance company, 2 leading banks as well, and some fintech ecosystem around it. So this is a waking. I mean, it's not a drastically fast process, but it's a waking up ecosystem today. We were fortunate that Raiffeisen actually, with the support of the CEO and the board members, they have launched this program, this acceleration program, like the other banks have. Michał was showing these acceleration programs, but the Elevator Lab from Raiffeisen is specifically a program which is not a high-level front-end modifications program. It is actually a plan how to modernize a traditionally 100-year-old banking solutions. This is how we have signed our agreement with Raiffeisen, and actually I just display you, just for your reference, some other customers and other projects that we do. But as I said, picking up on the innovative mindset of the customers, and I encourage you to actually look at something which is called RBI Coin on YouTube. You see the link here. Raiffeisen is proud of having this project on the agenda, which has been developed out of the Elevator Lab program. And this is like you certainly heard about Libra from Facebook. You have heard of JP Morgan Coin. RBI Coin is a different idea, but a similar concept overall, using a blockchain peer-to-peer transaction mechanisms into the banking systems and into a trading solutions. So I would stop sharing here, but I would just love to sum up with the fact that the key is to have a number of different players waking up at the same time. Okay, and in Vienna, I found it pretty nicely working well. So there is a agency which is helping to maneuver. I have been in Vienna several times, and I have met you guys, so I can say that an entry point is excellent. Then on the corporate side, there are people that are investigating a kind of deep innovation, the deep disruption, not like painting a coat with a new paint. It is actually a deep innovation that you're looking for. I'm not saying other countries don't do it; they do. But when you compare the importance of this innovation and then how much it helps us to get into these serious projects, it is a big change for us. So I'm pretty happy that next month in November, actually, I will be part of the program that Vienna agency is organizing for people to stay in Vienna for a month and to be, let's say, much better assimilated with the people there, and also to meet some other customers that we already met for the first time, but then to continue and get more traction with other customers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jacek, and all the best to Bilen in further cooperation with Raiffeisen and other activities in the Austrian market. I think that Jacek actually, in his presentation together with Alex, pinpointed a lot of strengths of the Viennese market for CEE companies. But just to wrap it up, I would like to summarize them in 3 points. So the first thing is, I would say, a very attractive market and a very attractive ecosystem for the digital companies from the CEE. For fintech specifically, this is of course related to a very strong banking, financial, and insurance system, but other digital companies will find plenty of opportunities in that market too. The second argument would be a large number of support programs provided by the city of Vienna to innovative companies. And here I mean both subsidies for innovation, R&D, for startups, as well as accelerator programs and other mentoring or support programs. For example, Jacek referred to Startup Package as a program for innovative companies to spend 1 month in Vienna and make relationships with partners, understand the market better, and so on. But this is only one example of existing support offer. And last but not least, Vienna is a truly lively, vibrant, and international city. A lot of things are going on, especially for digital companies. Already at this stage, we want to invite you for Vienna Up, which is the largest CEE event for startups, so which is going to take place next year. This is the event that Alex already mentioned in turn. But
what's the name again, Carolina?
Vienna Up. Vienna Up. This is almost 2-week program for fintechs, for creative sector, and a lot of others. Have a look at our website. Have a look at the website of this event. We truly encourage you to follow it and tap into the opportunities. But of course, not only Vienna here has the attractive offer, but also Warsaw. I mentioned a lot of synergies we have, and maybe this is something that could be summarized by Piotr and Ewelina.
Yeah, hi, hello. I think there are several reasons why you should consider Warsaw as a next step for developing or establishing your business. I think just to sum up, I will tell about 3 of them. So the first one is probably the talent pool, which is really huge. It's the biggest one in the CEE, comparing to even all neighboring countries. So just remember that just Warsaw agglomeration is almost 3 million people. 70% of them have higher education. We've got almost 250,000 of students each academic year. So it's the city of both specialists and the young talent pool. So that's the first thing to consider. The other one is that the stability of Poland as a country, but also as a Warsaw, which is the capital of it. So we see that even in the times of COVID and the global crisis, we seem to be one of the countries that is least touched by its effects, and we see that we're pretty, we are not prone to all those international events that may affect business very bad. And the third thing, I think it's something you mentioned, Carolina, is that the quality of life. So we know, we are aware of that, especially in the IT business right now. Just the huge salary and the, let's say, social benefits is not enough. We are aware that the cities, that the companies, just to establish themselves and hire people, they need a nice space, a nice place to to compare your both work and free time. And Warsaw is just a place that is very modern, and it's a city that is easy to live in. So we are aware that we are the perfect complement city to the Vienna, but also the leader in the CEE, and we are welcome for all the companies that are even considering the expansion in this region.
So I must only confirm, because we do have a significant R&D team. It's like 60 people in Warsaw, and it wouldn't be possible with the access to the University of Warsaw and the Polytechnic of Warsaw specifically. I mean, we are doing super exciting projects with University of Warsaw as well, in terms of utilizing blockchain in different areas. So that is absolutely a great place to be, to do business. But seeking to grow internationally, we moved to the UK and we moved to Austria, and we plan to move to Germany now.
Okay.
Carolina, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I can still hear you. I think we have covered all the presentations that were planned, unless you have some other questions, Tom, to the speakers, or you would like to wrap up.
We've got 5 minutes, so we can get a few more questions, conversations. Maybe the most important question to Jacek is, where are you, on a golf course or something right now?
It is actually a training course, football training course in Kraków. So I thought quite a place. But nice. having said that, Kraków is pretty a nice city, which is very close culturally to Vienna, but still a Polish, traditional royal city. And I mean, my previous time, I spent 7 years at Cisco. Cisco has established in Kraków a competence center, which was growing slowly, but now it's like 3,000 people there, and Miha was showing so many of other centers like this in the fintech area, HSBC, UBS, and Standard Chartered. So this is a very well known spot for the shared services. So if anybody is actually planning to outsource programming or growing in this IT area, Warsaw, Wrocław, Kraków are honestly a nice place to invest. Yeah.
So let me ask you this also, for the city of Warsaw and Vienna. Looks like Alex popped out, but is this a program that Vienna Business Agency or Warsaw City is doing with other cities as well? And this is kind of a template that you're going to do with more expansion, almost like a sister city, kind of a fintech sister city. But is this the beginning of something more that will come from the Vienna Business Agency going out, or from Warsaw going out to multiple cities as well?
That I think we don't know yet. Probably, any strategy was a little bit hampered with the COVID pandemic and, traveling blockages, lockdown, and so on. But what we thought we would like to start with, when we noted all the synergies and fields of cooperation, we thought, okay, let's do something practical. Let's do something for companies from both ecosystem to show them, even virtually, the opportunities of the other markets, share with them information on events when they can matchmake with other companies, when they can apply for special funding or mentoring programs or accelerator. And I think this is, as public institutions, this is as much as we are able to do at this stage, but we hope that it will bring us further in the future, of course.
Okay, I'm getting the sign here from my colleagues. We got 2 minutes left, so we'll start the new session in 2 minutes. So let's do wrap up. Carolina, Jacek, Piotr, Evelina, Alex, thank you guys very, very much. Very interesting. Good luck with this kind of new initiative. And Bilan, I've followed you guys for a while. Very exciting what you guys are doing as well. So hopefully you'll stick around for the rest of the day. The US panel will start more or less now. But thank you guys very, very much. Good to see many of you again. Piotr, Evelina, hope to catch up with you again soon.
Thank you so much.
Definitely.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Everything good?
Cool. Everything's on. We're on, Laszlo. How are you doing today? Good morning.
Doing well.
Yeah, morning for you. Yes.
Yeah. Pleasure to be here.
Yes, good to see you again. So we are, so it's a Jono Pokivano as well, the Hungarian connection. So Laszlo, we have a 15-minute, we call it showcase, technology showcase, and Active Graph is the first one doing that. And you've got 15 minutes to tell us a bit about the company and the technology behind it, drawing a bit on the fact that you have leaned heavily on the technology resources in Central Europe, in this case Hungary. I think not leaned on it; it's 100% developed, as I understand it, in Budapest, right? But so give us a couple of words about the development side of it, but also tell us about what the hell is Active Graph.
Exactly. So,
and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks. It's a pleasure to be here at the Digital Services Summit. I'm Laszlo Balassi, the founder of Active Graph, and I want to start with a brief anecdote. You know, in Hungary, whenever they say somebody gives a wish, it's a golden fish. So the golden fish is giving a wish to a young lady who happened to help save the fish, and the golden fish says to the young lady, "Listen, I'll give you one wish. What do you want?" And the lady says, "Well, you know, in the times of COVID, and I have some friends in America, I would like to get a bridge. I can't fly because of COVID, so I want to get a bridge built from Hungary to America. I could just drive and come back." And the fish is like, "I mean, are you kidding? Like, that's a huge, I mean, I give you one wish. This is the wish?" She's like, "Yeah, that'd be great." She says, "Well, you don't just pick another wish. That's a really difficult one, right?" And the lady says, "Okay, well, how could I develop high quality software? My wish is I want to develop high quality software at a competitive rate." To which the fish said, "Do you want the bridge 2 lanes or 4? So the thing is, it's a very big challenge to get high quality software done at a competitive rate and good cost, but that's exactly what Central Europe does. And that's been our experience. So software development, especially more sophisticated software development, has typically been the purview of other places, and we've had a great experience doing it in Central Europe. So on with our presentation. I'll start with what Active Graph is, and I hope that we can move forward here. I'm sharing and trying to get the presentation to go forward. Here we go. All right, so there we go. Okay, hopefully everybody sees now a dashboard, which looks like a rather typical dashboard. It is, however, an Active Graph dashboard, and I'll walk through it very quickly, but it's a great example of what Active Graph does. Active Graph is interactive presentation technology, but it's scenario analysis and presentation technology, which means you can run scenarios very easily because the graphs are active and can be used to control your calculations and data rather than the other way around. And so this dashboard is one that we developed because we had a reaction, having worked for multinational companies. We always knew that in crisis situations, the reaction is to fire everyone that you don't need and then hire them back later. And as employees, we always found that that was a very inefficient way to manage things, much less beneficial for shareholders and stakeholders than would be the optimum. So we decided to do some analytics to help that decision-making process. And that's what this human resources dashboard does. Now, we developed Active Graph as a layer on top of Excel and PowerPoint, and through Excel, we can also drive PAR, Python, MATLAB, and other types of quant. But essentially, you don't have any templates or anything. You can layer Active Graph on existing Excels and PowerPoints. And this is right in a PowerPoint presentation. This is nothing else. Top left, you can choose the shape of the recovery that you think will happen. And here, everything in red has to do with that recovery. So you can set the depth, the length of the depth of the recession, length of the recovery, and so forth, and some other parameters. And here in the chart, you see the recovery put onto the demand curve for this company. This is a fictive company. They produce widgets, and this is the demand curve for that company. And from that demand curve, we calculate what labor is required to produce those widgets. And when you see the light blue, that is a case where everybody that is excess capacity is fired immediately. Whereas the darker blue line is the tolerance case, what we call the tolerance case, which means by this gauge, we can dial in how much of our excess capacity we want to keep. And the reason that this is very useful is because it compares firing everybody to keeping a certain percentage, both in many dimensions. And that's what you see on the right side here. If you look at the right side of the dashboard, you can see the brand warmth difference, which is very important for hiring in the future. If your brand is seen as cold and not good, it's not just a consumer thing, it's an employability index thing. Also, the sales opportunity loss, if you fire everyone and the demand comes back, you're not able to serve them. And so you see that in a 15% retention case, you have less of an opportunity loss. And here on the bottom right is probably what all shareholders look at, is the total cost of labor over 24 months present value. And you can see that retaining 15% of employees is actually more profitable than to firing everyone. But here's the really cool thing about ActiveGraph. We can say, well, I don't believe it's going to be a V-shaped recovery. I think it's going to be a W. So we just click into W, and we will see that ActiveGraph will switch to a W-shaped recovery and recalculate everything on that basis. Now, on that basis, we actually have a loss versus firing everyone. But we can do a scenario very easily. We can say, all right, well, let's see what happens if we retain even more than 15%. Let's retain, let's say, 68% of excess staff. And ActiveGraph goes through and calculates all related charts, and it updates all related charts, whether they're in this presentation or elsewhere. Our hub recalculates it. And so it makes it very easy to look at any scenario immediately and looking at the KPIs. And what's surprising here, you may be surprised to see that in this shape of recovery for 9 months, it's actually cheaper to keep 68% of your employees than to keep only 15% of excess employees. It's cheaper to keep 68% of excess employees than it is to fire everyone. Why? Because, and here it is, $1 million this company would save by keeping more people. And why is that? Well, the reason is when demand comes back and is volatile here, as you see in this W-shaped recovery, you're hiring and firing people. And the labor assumptions that you can also set here, 6 weeks severance, 4 weeks of total cost to hire someone, and 4 weeks door-to-door to train and get somebody up to speed, has a lot to do with what the total cost of labor is. So this is just one example of ActiveGraph being used for real-time scenario analytics right within Excel and PowerPoint. And it's a rather complex data hub, and I'll show you just very quickly what you just saw. So this is a dashboard, an active dashboard, and what we've developed in Central Europe. And let me just move forward and tell you a little bit about what you just saw, which is our patent pending data hub at work. And let me just go to the next page. So ActiveGraph isn't a visualization tool. It's actually a data hub that takes data sources, calculation engines, and presentation tools, are visualizations really. And those three are constantly synchronized bi-directionally. And so what that means is any calculation change updates the data in the visualization. Any change to the visualization changes the data source and then reiterates the calculation and updates all the other graphs that are attached to it. And so it's a very unique combination of things that we find very useful and is finding increasing popularity with consulting firms and banks, financial institutions, as well as C-suite decision makers and their strategy folks. Governments are also looking at it now in this crisis time for policy-making decisions and so forth. I don't have much more to say other than to wrap up and bring it back to Central Europe, Tom. I think the development dynamics and the strengths of digital services in Central Europe is key. We couldn't have done what we did with ActiveGraph without the bench strength of what we did, what we got from Central Europe development. And just yesterday, I was on a call with Microsoft, the Office Extensibility leadership there. and they called ActiveGraph the most sophisticated use case of their Office extensibility framework. And that is thanks to the technological chops of digital services companies in Central Europe, right? And just two more thoughts. The entire development was done and completed in Central Eastern Europe. Black Belt, a fantastic technology company and development company in Hungary, did the core.net development. Black Label in Poland did all of the HighCharts-based custom graphics. So all the graphs you saw were based on a HighCharts library, but highly customized by Black Label in Poland, who is the #1 developer for HighCharts customizations. Exalt is a design company in Hungary, which is unbelievable at doing UI design, user flow, and graphic design. And all of the things that you saw were ergonometrically and user flow-wise designed in a very, very prescriptive manner to get the most out of our interface. And iCode was in Hungary the ones that put MongoDB data structure behind it, and also did all kinds of work on the licensing, and they're now going to work on our cloud migration. And so the depth of strength, the depth of the bench strength is impressive, and very, very different disciplines. And the other thing that this shows is that you can in fact use different, as the British say, horses for courses, using different development teams that have certain areas of expertise in a way that allows that can be zipped together efficiently. And so the final thoughts I want to leave with you is the key lessons that I learned. One is Central Europe has developed far beyond just being a labor arbitrage type of situation for low-level coding. The architectural bench strength, project management, and all the higher value-added digital services are also available, and at a very, very competitive cost. One thing that you obviously have to be very cognizant of when developing in Central Europe is that over-communication is key. Everybody speaks fantastic English. It's not an English language thing. It's more about some cultural differences, perhaps, but just in an area where people's backgrounds are different and English might not be their first language, it's always better to upfront communicate much more and do checks and specific articulation of objectives and feedback more often than you otherwise would. So anyway, I hope this has been a helpful kind of look into one specific case of using Central Europe as a digital services hub for development. And I hope everybody found ActiveGraph interesting. It's the only software that does what it does in scenario analysis and prescriptive analytics, using predictive analytics in a very flexible way, such that literally everyone has a data scientist in their pocket with ActiveGraph by being able to iterate even the most complex quant graphically. And so, anyways, I'm open to take any questions or continue.
Yeah, well, so I understand then your business model is essentially you're doing your development work in Central Europe and Hungary, and essentially your markets are, I suppose, US, Western Europe, et cetera, yes? That's primarily.
Yep.
And tell us again, who are the primary clients or prospects for this software? You mentioned banking. Tell us a bit more about that.
So we have three pillars of our target market. The first is financial institutions. That's everybody from VCs, hedge funds, to insurance companies, including banks, which is my background. Also, the next pillar are consulting firms of any dimension. We're talking to environmental consultants, to the large big four. I can't mention who our clients are, but the bigger consulting firms are also there. And clearly they show a lot of presentations and a lot of forecasts. The third pillar are the C-suite and the strategy folks, that's strategy, BI, FP&A folks that support C-suite decision-making. Those are also part of our core target market. And in that target market, the leadership target market, we've now, because of the importance of government and the importance of foundations, frankly, and charities, they're moving much more towards a data-driven approach to policymaking and government, and a lot more government role now with COVID and with all of the stuff going on with the recession. So we've expanded that practice to include people that have policy decision-making responsibility, as well as people who want to help the welfare of others and using data-driven techniques and prescriptive analysis to do so. So these are our main target markets. And essentially, Tom, I would say Active Graph is useful for anybody who is doing an effectiveness measurement, a value proposition articulation, or a forecast. And, if you can change a forecast that easily and do infinite scenarios and observe immediately the impact on your KPIs, that increases the breadth of understanding and depth of understanding to enhance decision-making, speed and quality as well. And that's really where we are.
Great. Well, let's stay on time, Laszlo. Thanks a lot. It was very, very interesting. Good luck with it. And thanks for giving us insight into what you're doing. And as we say, applications developed in Central Europe and being, in this case, sold and commercialized mostly in US and Western Europe. So thanks again. Let's check back in with you one of our next quarterly events, and enjoy the rest of the day and stay with us. There may also be some guys who have ask you for meetings, as well as other people in the daytime there.
I'm going to go check that out now. So if anybody asks for a meeting, I'm just going to go now to see those.
Okay, super. And then otherwise, we got also the networking as well. Thank you, Laszlo.
Great
Thanks.
event. Thanks for the opportunity.
Over now. Thank you. Great. Bye. Okay, hi, we're back. We are back for the afternoon sessions, and we have just starting here in a few minutes with the first U.S. panel, which is called Meet the Accelerators. And the idea here was to focus on a few companies in East Coast U.S. who are working with technology companies and other companies who are using some technology from Central East Europe. And the accelerators and incubators in the US are often the gatekeepers to companies who get funding from VCs for startups and scale-ups, and they very quickly need some programming help, some software development help, and the Central European companies can be a wonderful source for that. There are even some companies in Central Europe who specialize precisely in only that particular type of segment. So without further ado, we're going to jump over to the first panel with Armen Kelopian and Ashish Bisaria. So I will take a break, join you in 1 second on the other stage. See you then. Bye. Great, we are on. So we're on for the US panel. It's called Meet the Accelerators, and 2 discussions or presentations today. First one will be from Ashish Bisaria, right here now on the screen with us today. You're in Atlanta right now, right?
Yes, that's where I am.
Yes, and he is the global head of CX at First Source, $700-800 million Indian company with operations kind of globally, but not particularly yet in Central Europe, which is perhaps one of the reasons you're here today. And then I think during the course of this next 10 minutes, Armen Kelopian from Genpact will join us as well. But without further ado, Ashish, can you introduce yourself and your company? And do you have a presentation today?
I do.
Great.
4 or 5 slides, we'll get started. But hi, this is Ashish Bisaria. I'm the global head for customer experience. And we, as First Source, are a traditional BPO company that looks at clients US, UK based. And we serve them out of the US, UK, India, and the Philippines market. We're about 22,000 people strong. As Tom mentioned, we are headquartered out of India, listed on the Indian Stock Exchange. Now, the area that I wanted to use today's conversation was around how is artificial intelligence playing in the space of customer experience. And I talk about client-facing functions, and if one was to think about them truly, it's where human-to-human interactions are happening. Now, this could be the front desk of a bank or a hotel lobby, but it can also be how you interact with humans over the phone, web chat, messaging, and things like that. And the fundamentals around customer experience, at the end of the day, is based upon the idea of a conversation or communication. And this is a very famous quote that often we believe that a communication has taken place when it really hasn't. What the clients
wise words. Yes.
And when clients are expecting, when they are asking for help for topic A, they're hearing about topic B, and so on and so forth, right?
It reminds me a little bit of the so-called Chinese whisper, when you tell one person, it goes around and ends up being completely something else.
That is spot on, Tom. That is exactly how we feel sometimes. So the question then is, how do we drive better engagement and communication? And does AI have a role in it? And I'm only going to focus on that one topic. But let's start with it, right? What are the fundamentals, right, Tom? We talk about a good client-facing business should have conversation between 2 people. And conversation is a dialogue, right? It has to be personalized. We don't want to be treated like yet another number or just one other client. We want it to be personal. At First Source, we talk about moments that matter. It's a philosophy that we care about the most. And in the moments that matter, do we have all the facts so that I can take care of you and your needs the right way. Good conversations need to be easy. And at the end of the day, satisfactory conclusions should be achieved. And we look at these 5 principles and ask the question, are we structuring our business to do it better? So if I was to double click, Tom, on this conversation topic, here's what we say are the attributes of a great conversation. At the core of it, it's a dialogue. It's a dialogue between 2 people, and that dialogue can happen over phone, over email, communication back and forth, over a chat, over messaging. The skill that we are looking for from a first source employee is our ability to actively listen, empathize with the client, and be respectful. We look for those skills, we hire for those skills, we train for those skills. The style that we are looking for is that the conversation is clear. And when I need to know more, I'm curious and I'm probing for the right things. And this is where, going back to my opening statement, Tom, was the illusion happens when we think we are asking the right question, but we are really not paying attention to the customer's need and want and reacting to a script or our predefined position without probing. And the outcome that we always look for is a clear understanding and a conclusion, as I talked about. So question for us, and the topic we wanted to involve the audience was, does AI have a role in making this part of the value better? And here's how we think about it, right? Do we really want to change human-to-human conversation in the future and make it human to machine or human to robot? And I don't think so we are ready for that. At the end of the day, humanity exists because we like the interaction. So when it comes to the dialogue, we do not look at AI for any reason. We want to have human-to-human conversation be natural. But if you look at the part of active listening, and it's a skill that we often struggle with in our personal and professional life both, we leverage AI technology to help listen. So if you think about a voice conversation, the technology has reached a stage where I can do voice-to-text translation in real time, and within that text, then do contextual understanding, natural language understanding, and prompt the agent in case the agent wasn't paying attention. And there's a huge role we think about AI play there. Empathy and respect is a human trait, and we do not want AI to get into it. Now, can you feign empathy and respect? Yes. If it's an email conversation, if it's a chat conversation, you can tune your systems to respond empathetically, but it still doesn't come across as genuine as a human-to-human reaction could be. But the area where we really spend time is making the agent clearly understand the request, ask the right questions. If you're not paying attention to the subtleties of the conversation, AI can help clarify that, with the idea that we have enhanced understanding at the end of the day. And the way this all looks together from an agent desktop agent conversation is that the AI tool helps give context, which would either give a recommendation to the agent to say, do this, ask this, don't do this, offer this, those kind of recommendation that makes the conversation more personal. Options that I may have missed. If you're in travel industry and somebody's asking for a travel option to travel to an island, I can react only to the question asked, or I could suggest options that are comparable and maybe better. Advice is the other part. We use AI engine to advise the agent what to do on behalf of the client. Rather than expect our agents to remember all the policies, the processes, their training, which we know after 4 weeks of training, 90% of that is forgotten, we use AI to help the agent remember the right things at the right moment. And the most important part is the next best action. the more I can help with that, the more efficient the conversation becomes. And the bottom line of all this is, Tom, what we say is, let the human, let the first source employee be focused on the interaction and the conversation. And the thinking part, the decisioning part, the next action, prompted on the screen so that they can continue creating the interaction on an empathetic and a personal curiosity level, and the technology helps make it better. That's broadly our ideology and philosophy, the way we go about thinking. I'd love to talk more about this, use examples, but I wanted to use this as the setup stage to say where we are triangulating on AI within our business model.
Okay. And we're going to see if Armin is going to join us right now, also on stage. Ashish, tell us a bit about, I assume you're developing all of this probably in India for the most part, right?
So we've done it in two ways. There are some homegrown proprietary tools we've built, given that we've been doing this for 20 years, this business model. So there is some level of internal tools. But we also know, at the end of the day, there are hundreds of technology companies that are really good and really relevant in focusing and researching in this always changing space. And we love to partner with them. There are companies not only who are good at AI, but they've built expertise in a certain domain, whether it's banking, whether it's insurance, collection. So we do a healthy mix of partnerships and homegrown solution. Here's probably the bottom line. We are trying not to invest too many R&D dollars with homegrown tools all the time because of the ever-changing need of technology. And this is where partnerships really help.
Okay. And to kind of a leading question, are you guys looking for partnerships in Central Europe? Is that something you would do? You seem to have a strong footprint in the US, of other parts of Asia, but you seem to have a bit of a hole in Europe. Is that the case, or is that too strong for me to say such a thing?
No, Tom, I think your assessment broadly is right. So we are looking at Central Europe in two different lenses. The first lens, which is very logical for us, is a delivery location and a delivery site. So European languages can easily be supported. We have quite a lot of customers in UK or in the Europe market. And looking at Central Europe delivery sites is a part of our strategy. But B, we know that Central Europe also has a strong technology center. There are companies that are coming up with innovative solutions. And we'd be very interested in learning about these companies, what they are doing, and see how we can partner.
Okay, great. So we're going to come back to you in a few minutes, but let's try to get Armin to pop in. I see you're on the screen, Armin. You were there. Maybe you're back. Hopefully you're coming back. Armin is the Chief Science Officer at Genpact, and he's the director of the BAJ Accelerator in New York City. And we hope he'll tell us a bit about both of those. So Armin, over to you to give us a bit of intro of who you are and a bit about what you're doing for Genpact and also about the BAJ Accelerator program. And the floor is yours. And thank you for joining us.
Absolute pleasure to be here, Tom, and most delighted. You know, in terms of one thing we are seeing, and one item that is systematic across startups, is that the ability to interact with large enterprise, you have by definition a mismatch in size. A startup is fledgling. It is on the order of few people, tens of people. In my industry posts, having served as a senior technical leader for 10,000 staff out of a 100,000 person organization, I've repeatedly seen startups struggle with things like culture, going under the burden of a large contracting process, and also not understanding the criticality of how the startups offer product service must fit into large enterprise processes. And those processes are varied, whether it's from understanding when you can invoice properly, the price point, the feature complexity, what's actually driving value. So with our accelerator, the BAJ Accelerator, we hosted at the Jacobs Technion Cornell Institute. Cornell University and Stanford University had a competition in New York. Cornell was able to edge out Stanford and win the technology campus in Manhattan. So there we welcome elite startups who are looking for rapid growth in the US, and we welcome them from many parts of the world. And Tom, as we connected, most delighted to articulate more.
Great. And I think that you have a program, is it next week or a couple of weeks coming up? Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, we have our next cohort is just coming up. So the website is bajaccelerator.com, BAJ, and absolutely. And the subsequent one is in Q1 2021. So the activities there is connecting with mentors. For example, we have mentor associated with financial modeling, former CFO of Citigroup, so a leader of a 300,000 organization. And I find it's quite fun to see a CFO of Citigroup coaching a startup on financial modeling, but it's very powerful. Similarly, in terms of go-to-market, regulatory affairs, IP. And there, what the community is quite special. It leads to very strong investment rounds, leads to very strong business development, because we have a belief, my two partners with the accelerator, that startup represent an important force for good in the world. So we're delighted to help propel that.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Armin, one of the things that this panel was is meant to address is the theory that many of the companies, startups and scale-ups in the U.S. Who get funding then need to, on the basis of a concept, perhaps they don't even have a product yet, but a concept, a new app of some sort, and then they need to develop it very quickly. And of course, if they have X amount of money, they can extend the runway and the time they've got if they use that money wisely. And Central Europe, we've seen many examples of U.S. companies have built up really great companies on the back of Central European technology help. So are the accelerators in the U.S., let's just say East Coast incubators and some of those underlying companies that you might know, are they aware of the kind of Central European tech talent? And is that an opportunity that connecting those East Coast U.S. startups with Central European technology companies who can help them build their product?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. And, there is increased awareness. And one of the challenges, though, is how do you dock a strong go-to-market team? Often a go-to-market organization will echo the culture of the buyer, wherever that is in the world. So that's one piece of the puzzle. And as you're highlighting, a critical piece of the puzzle is, proper engineering, very strong product. It's increasingly recognized that, you can do this in many parts of the world, and to do it at a high level of quality. And one thing I'll highlight, and this is really important, and we're seeing this across our many applicants, is that the bar for technology in a startup making a difference for customers is not zero. I mean, a single engineer can build an alpha prototype and test it with 100 users and then get live feedback. Like, that can happen in a few days. Like, long past are the times that an idea will just get funded. So, and I think, founders that have this mindset of, let me just get out there, de-risk the business by talking to my users, are that much more investable. And I think this specific point, Tom, is a great way to catalyze a whole set of new companies.
Armin, I have a question for you, Tom, if you don't mind.
Please.
So I'm based out of Atlanta, Armin, and Georgia Tech has a very good accelerator program.
Okay.
And we are also present in the Bay Area. Now, the thing we hear typically, and this is where, Armin, I'm trying to get your insights. The reason why Silicon Valley has been successful historically in coming up with these ideas very quickly is the culture over there is people will get together over a coffee shop and aren't very hesitant in sharing how they would approach it. So people with different lenses collaborate very quickly. The criticism of the East Coast has been that people hold their ideas a little closer to their vest because they think sharing that with others might lead somebody else develop it rather than them. Have you experienced East Coast, West Coast differences in ideologies?
Sure, fantastic point, Ashish, and delighted to convey some insight. One item definitely, if we contrast even snapshots in time, in the year 2000, so we're discussing a few universities. Most universities in the year 2000 were quite hostile towards startups. It really took Stanford to give a black eye to the global universities, saying, actually, this is what the mission of the university is, to make society, improve. And that, what I'm conveying is there's a lead time. So in 2010, things like, if we look at life sciences, precision medicine uptook. Now in 2020, many universities have programs.
Yep.
Now, but to your point, Ashish, something is still lacking. And my time in the Bay in particular, my time in New York in particular, my time in innovation centers around the world is absolutely right. In the Bay, there is more, it is easier to be lucky. People are naturally communicating. There's investor infrastructure that is there. And there's a culture of quickly understanding what a startup does. What are the unit economics? What's the CAC? What's the customer acquisition cost? What's the customer lifetime value? That the ease and speed of that conversation doesn't happen in too many parts of the world. So that being said, it's shifting. It's growing. There is fatigue in the overpicked deals in the classic innovation centers. There's increased appreciation and investor demand for deals that are not so overpicked. The challenge, though, then comes to founder education to understand not a culture of startups, but a broader culture of startups, that it's about growth, it's about de-risking your business, and it's about making a difference for the world.
Yep, great point. Thanks, Armin.
And Ashish, speaking of that, so Atlanta, look at now the world's changing. COVID, people distributed working and remote working. Tell us about the tech scene in Atlanta. Is that robust? Is it booming? I mean, you mentioned Georgia Tech, the university is close by. Give us a bit of a feel for the environment there.
Yeah, Tom. So I think, and I'd probably pick what Armin's saying. Bay Area and the Silicon Valley is starting to get saturated. While the ideologies and the style is very conducive to entrepreneurs and accelerators, areas like Atlanta, which is a melting pot of 12 million people from all cultures and parts of the world, right, allows a city like ours to think about it. To Armin's point, now colleges are recognizing their value and their place in the sun. Georgia Tech, a premier technology institute, it just becomes logical. So the short answer is yes, we are starting to make Atlanta a decent hub for innovation. Here's the difference. We are still specializing in certain areas that this area is known for. So fintech has big presence in Atlanta, and you'll find a ton of innovation being directed towards companies that are based out of Atlanta. Nothing wrong with it. If you want to start somewhere, you might as well look for local companies where you can provide your products and services. Life sciences was the other I thought that you brought up. Emory over here in Atlanta allows life sciences to happen. But if you look at the traditional technology companies, AI products, everything, they're still more limited in the Atlanta area. They have been more relegated to other parts of the country.
Okay. And in terms of Central European connections to Atlanta, for example, or East Coast in general, they aren't very deep. But do you think that there's space for different question? How would one from Central Europe develop a better relationship with accelerators, incubators on the East Coast, whether it's Atlanta or Boston or Charlotte or Raleigh, North Carolina?
Armin, I think you are better qualified in answering that question.
Thank you very much, Ashish. And it brings to mind a question I'll relay to you, Ashish, ties to multi-setted ties across the centers. And Tom, to this point, one is, I highlighted it previously, that a go-to-market organization will echo its customer. So an immediate bit of advice is, if you can land a customer in Boston, in Atlanta, in New York, in Chicago, wherever it happens to be, and try to learn from that customer in terms of culture, pain points, that is a real powerful way to start hiring as well, to continue the expansion. So treat that customer in that new environment not just as a statistic, but also an opportunity to learn. The second item would be, for example, our accelerator. We specialize in helping cross that divide, namely how to craft the message, how to talk about the right KPIs, key performance indicators, and how the best of both worlds is possible. The strong engineering team at home, the go-to-market organization that is hybrid in culture. And that's really a powerful way to get to the global market. And Ashish, a question to you, as you know, Emery, as you highlighted, Atlanta is quite formidable in terms of innovation area. What do you think is required? Is it more horizontal collaboration with the other cities on technology, or more vertical? Would love your perspective on this, because it informs startup strategy.
Yeah, I would say more horizontal, Armin. This is, so the little that I've played around with the accelerator companies over here, if you ask them, who else have you tried this with? Who else is working on it? You'll find it's the two people who are born and brought up in the South who got together on an idea and are double-clicking down that way, right? And at some stage, I have to ask this question. While your idea for local market is good, not having that horizontal view, at least that's my initial reaction. And you're with Genpact, and here's the other thought it was playing in my mind. Organization like yours and ours, and we are a fifth of your size, so much smaller, we have access to multiple industries where we provide our services, and we see the challenges and the opportunities. But I don't see many incubators, innovation companies reaching out to us and saying, what do we know about these industry verticals? What are some of the pain points? And how can we create solutions based upon the insights of you? And I mean, we handle 300 million calls a year. So I say we have 300 million insights into what's broken in the business model. And companies companies in Europe should partner with us to understand what's broken and then create the solutions out of that.
Okay. Armin, in terms of other East Coast accelerators, incubators, tell me a bit more about their openness to partnering with European technology companies. Have you seen examples of that? Maybe in BAJ Accelerator, perhaps you've seen examples of a company that funded there that actually used technology from Armenia, for example, or from Poland or from Ukraine, whatever it might be, or others that you're aware of that might have tapped into that type of programming resource in Central Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just last week, we closed a world-class round for Scylla AI, SCYLLA. And I'll highlight, this as an example, and it relates to the critical point of valuation. So what I've seen, for example, I'm a member of New York Angels. I have been a guest at various angel communities around the world. And there's an implicit assumption for startups within any country. And that assumption is the valuation is either done assuming that there's only local investor access or there's global investor access. And it's quite a profound shift in terms of the value, the revenue momentum, the potential of that startup, if indeed it's a global startup, wherever it happens to be. So I highlight this in terms of Skyla because one was to view it as in one country, in this case, Armenia. The other way to view it, and this is what came to be, launched a center in Los Angeles, has developed the go-to-market team around New York, but its core, exactly as we're describing, has a world-class engineering team in Armenia. And we just had a tour de force round, led by Mucker Capital, who had a recent $4 billion exit with Honey to PayPal. We have the esteemed Elizabeth Yin, world-class investor of Hustle Fund. And then we rallied a set of angels. So a proper world-class venture round for a company that just happened to have an engineering core in Armenia. So I think there's a whole point of flipping the narrative of we have a point of strength wherever we come from, and we aspire and can be global. And that really takes access. Accelerators absolutely can help, but it's a frame of reference, and it ties to our earlier discussion on understanding the culture of what it means to be a startup and pertinent on the global stage.
And such a great point, Armin. And Tom, as a buyer community, I'm not starting by saying, where are you based, right? There are smart people across the globe. So just because you have your workforce either in India or in Central Europe or anywhere, that's not a starting point. Our starting point is what idea, what problem are you solving, right? And have you figured a way which is different than everything else? The challenge for us is we hear relatively the same approach or the same answer to the problem. And then the question will become is, okay, if your answer is the same as everything else I've heard, what is my risk profile as a buyer or working with somebody who's small with very low funding that I start building a solution and you can't afford to continue investing into weeks of development versus going with somebody who's relatively established, has the global presence, it's a safer bet. So we are always willing to partner, but we need to know your story and your approach is different than what we can buy from a global firm.
Okay. Armin, comments to your side?
No, I think Ashish hit that one out of the park.
Let's talk a bit about of course, COVID, not COVID itself, but the implications. And for big cities, obviously, been talked about a lot. But I'm also curious to see, I mean, that's an obvious topic, but I'm curious to see what you guys are seeing in terms of decentralized, away from big cities. Are there opportunities in smaller cities? Do you see, opportunities in countryside, small towns? I've been had a conversation a few days ago with shared service centers in U.S. and U.S. investors in Central Europe. They were talking about setting up shared service centers in U.S. in small towns in U.S. But just touch on a little bit of that in terms of not just the immediate things right now, but do you see that being a trend in the next 3, 4, or 5 years?
I'll get us started. Tom, at first, as we talk about distributed workforce on our website, right? Did we have the capability and the ability to work at home, the infrastructure, the technology? Absolutely. But it was always a small part of the business model. It was on an as-needed basis. COVID just opened the door and challenged those assumptions to say you cannot be productive working from home or being in remote cities, right? It got challenged immediately, and we found that at the end of the day, if anything, our productivity were comparable or slightly better on output through a distributed workforce. So distributed workforce has become part of the model. It just requires a willing client to be open to the idea that your need should be the best talent matched to your need. Don't worry where they sit to your need, right? And the opening of talent to the need is becoming a better conversation than the city to the need.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Ashish. We have a few things underway. So there's the pandemic, and there's, in particular, transportation innovation. So in the pandemic, there's the joke that, who is responsible for innovation in an organization? Is it the chief information officer? Is it the chief technology officer? Or is it COVID-19? And Ashish, as you called out, immediate challenges to this idea of what it means to work from home. And many organizations are adapting, and many organizations will not go back. I mean, the pandemic has catapulted things like telemedicine, remote patient monitoring as a sub area, e-learning, whole industries, the venture community, the consulting community that was really about in-person sales and closing of deals has to adapt. And so if we take that acceleration plus things like autonomous vehicles, ride sharing, we're having definitely a shift where being the densest city is not the priority. Yep. So I think that opens up all sorts of opportunities around the world that cities that were all of a sudden subscale are now in the ideal sweet spot for work. And we'll see that continue.
Okay. Ashish?
Yeah, and Tom, there was, just using this example, and I know the data point is very small, but 2 of my friends have literally shut down their houses in the city, sold it. They've now taken a big RV with the best internet connectivity across the country. And they're like, we don't need to live in the same city and experience the same thing every day. I can be equally productive everywhere in the world. And they are literally gonna spend the next year all over US and Canada.
Very interesting. I had not heard that before. Very interesting. So permanently traveling. Okay, interesting. Armin, shifting it a little bit to slightly different topic. Central European technology companies looking for capital, not necessarily looking for clients, but in terms of looking for capital. Tell us a bit more about that and about valuations and about what they could be doing, should be doing, any advice, opinions, suggestions for technology companies here that are startup from the very beginning or scaling up. Give us some pearls of wisdom, as I was saying earlier.
Will do my best, Tom. And certainly this relates to the core item of what a startup founder is doing. In the early stage, it is really about trying to de-risk the business by product market fit. Now, that phrase is used all the time, almost to the level of a cliche, and what's under it is often lost. And critically under it is this idea that as an engine for growth, can someone, a customer, an investor, put $1 in and more than $1 comes out? So specifically, can $1 go in and there be an increased growth on users who are sufficiently retained and that have a sufficient lifetime value that it's time to scale up? And everything the startup should be doing, almost everything, should be trying to figure this out. Do I have the right distribution channels? Do I have a version of the product that once those come together, I could put in money and more money comes out? And the focus on this very point, the core activity of getting here, is often done in a somewhat casual way by founders. They're sort of in the operating motion, and there's an underappreciation that the investor is looking for a really strong signal that has come together. And what I see, and this relates to the cultural item, when many founders around the world are pitching, they miss this point. They miss this point that the investor will just say, okay, I'll just wait until you figure it out. And the founder is left there not quite sure what there's still to figure out. And there's all sorts of items in terms of this not being binary. You might have profitable growth at some point, but what happens if you're doing only ad marketing in a consumer play? Another company starts bidding against those words, and your customer acquisition cost comes up. Do you have a referral program? Do you have a go-to-market organization that can account for that? And so this sort of like the diligence on unit economics, that moment in time for a company when it becomes highly investable, is something to plan for, to work toward, and to pitch against.
Okay, wise words, Ashish. Any opinions from your perspective?
No, I apologize. When it comes to investing, that's not my core competency.
Yes,
So
yes, fine. Any other questions, Armin or Ashish, you think that I should ask you or should have asked you? Because we've got about 4 minutes left, and we're going to wrap up pretty soon. But you're on the call, and you're probably expecting some questions from me. What did I not ask you that I should have asked you?
It's not what you should have asked, but here's the thought for the people who are listening and the companies in Central Europe trying to break it. I always tell them, think about jobs to be done. At the end of the day, what is the job that needs to be done? That's what resonates with us. Second, understand that there are certain companies who have access to all industries and sees the problems in that industry. Contact centers, customer service centers, customer complaint centers, whatever you call them, they are created to help with a problem that's broken in the system. And they're spending millions and millions of calls handling those problems. Jobs to be done with the problems that we are listening. When you combine the strength of those two, you can create a product that makes sense. If you're a small player, it would be tough for me to believe that you have the right capability to solve for it. This is where prototyping and accessing and partnering with companies like ours can help. I'm not going to invest my dollar in an idea that hasn't been proven, but I'm willing to let you come and experiment with me and have access to the problem and then try out the solution. And if it works, you have a working prototype that you can then go monetize and buy. I, on the other hand, have learned something along the way. And if I like the solution, I'm going to buy it too. And those are some of the ways I would encourage the listeners to think about how to break into the global market.
Okay, Armin?
Sure, I'll very much resonated with Ashish's commentary. And as a special question, Tom, I'll convey to the listeners here, one of the telltale questions I use to assess a startup. Mm-hmm. And so I always make a point of asking to the founder and the founding team, how do you feel about serving a market segment? And the language is quite particular because I'm looking for any contempt, disdain, confusion, because the reality is the majority of founders launch companies because one, they cannot, or they do not like to work at a large company. And this is sort of like two negatives don't actually make a positive. Like, that's fine. That happens. But you also need to be in the startup to make a difference for the world, for your customers. So it's not about you as the founder. Right. And the reason I'm highlighting that not as a fuzzy, warm feeling is that if you actually believe that, you will be more successful. And that realization sometimes takes a pummeling from the market or other rough startup lessons, but it really comes back to the glorious thing in terms of building something new and making a difference for the world. So
I love it. That is beautiful.
Thank you.
So on that beautiful note, we will wrap up. Nothing more to be said. Armin, thanks a lot. Ashish, thanks a lot. If you are in the one-to-one meetings, we've clustered them together. So I know a few guys have asked you all for meetings, so please do that. And otherwise, I appreciate you guys very much your time today. We've got 2 more panels for US, and stick around. Otherwise, we are off of this panel and switching the technology guys right now over to our next panel.
Thank you for having us, Tom.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Okay, we are on panel number 2, U.S. panel number 2, and thus this panel is entitled Top Tips for Winning Clients in the U.S. and 3 Ways to Lose Them. And we have 2 panelists from, I think, from New York. Ryan, are you in New York right now?
I am in Portugal, but I'm actually was born in Philadelphia, where Richard is. So we're both from Philly.
Okay. So Philly, great. All right. So Richard Rogers from Agilent Technologies and Ryan McCumber, the founder and CEO of Sports Tech AI. And before we get on to presentation, I think Richard, you've got a presentation, correct?
Correct. Yep.
So let's have a little intro, please. And Ryan, let's start with you. Tell us a bit about your background and what is Sports Tech AI. And then we'll continue on.
Sure. So I've always been in management consulting, Big Four. So I was half the time with Ernst & Young and then KPMG. Most recently, and I've always been customer facing, so nothing to do with accounting. Always customer, digital. Customer became fan experience when I moved into the global head of sports tech role. So I was the global head of sports tech for KPMG. Did a lot of work in Eastern Europe. Lived in Warsaw for a little while. And more importantly, I left about 2 years ago to launch Sports Tech AI because I was dealing a lot with startups, and a lot of the startups couldn't afford KPMG rates and they couldn't pay me equity. So I left on my own. So Sports Tech AI is actually a portfolio of about 10 different startups that I work with. And then I also work with large clubs and federations all around the world. So I can get into more of that later on, but large football clubs, NBA, basketball, NFL type of things.
Okay, I've already got a lot of questions, but do you want to really intro first, Richard, for yourself? Yes?
Sure. I'm Rich Rogers, based in Philadelphia. Work with Agilent Technologies as the Global Digital Marketing Director. Agilent is a company that is a leader in life sciences. We provide laboratories worldwide with instruments, consumables, various services. My team is responsible for all media as well as marketing automation globally.
Okay, Richard, do you have a presentation, correct?
I do.
And Ryan, do you as well, or not?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So Richard, let's go to your presentation. Then we'll have Ryan follow you after your screen share. So let's go to that.
All right. Sounds good.
My guy Rafael gets that switched. Can you find the button there, Richard, for your screen?
I think this is it. Let's see here.
If not, what we can do.
Did that share?
No, it's
coming. Here it comes. Great.
All right, great. Cool. Well, I cut it down quite a bit, and I'm going to speed through it. Hopefully not too fast, but I know I've got about 15 minutes here, Tom. So I'm going to cover some high-level stuff. I love the title. It's very catchy. It's one of those clickbait type titles for a presentation that people click on. But I think the real value in getting clients in the U.S. Really what it comes down to is understanding your customers. I like to start out with this beautiful image. This is an illustration of what's called the Goldilocks zone. And while I'm in a scientific company now, I'm going to use a little bit of science here. Scientists narrow their search when they look for life on other planets in what's called the Goldilocks zone. They don't waste their time looking at planets that are too far away or too close. They look for planets that are right in that right spot, that have the liquid water to exist. This is very similar to looking for clients, to be honest with you. So I usually tell people, look for your Goldilocks zone. Find that Goldilocks zone of who your customers are. To win your clients, you need to know who are your ideal clients. What is your ICP? Who are your ideal clients in that Goldilocks zone? To do this, you really need to look at 3 things here: for your first party data, your third party data, and your engagement data. Your first party data tells you everything you need to know about your customer that you have. That's something that a lot of companies typically, they gather it, they collect it, they don't really keep an eye on it for a long period of time, and they don't keep looking back on what's happening with that. Maybe some sales and revenue data, but who are the customers? What's the engagement happening here? Your third party data is everything that you don't possibly know about the companies that are your clients or your ideal clients, the industries, the revenue, your growth in these companies, and then that really important engagement data. What are they doing with you? How are they engaging on social media? Are they opening your emails? Are they visiting your landing pages and filling out your forms? All of this together gives you a good idea, and it shows you that ICP, that ideal customer that makeup of that customer and who they are, what industry, what revenue size, how many employees they potentially have, what geolocations are firing. And this can give you incredible insights to save money and target better. Most important thing for companies, especially a lot of startups today, have the right data to know, to grow, to nurture. Your data is by far the most important thing that you have to get right, especially from the beginning. And if you don't invest in it now, I guarantee you, I will bet, $1 million on this, that you'll come back and you'll pay for it later, double, triple even. Your first party data has to be clean coming in. Make sure that it's clean coming in. Enrich it if you can, and make it actionable. Making it actionable is really a tough thing. I'll get into that, but you also have to ask what data really matters to your business. And this is, on a case-by-case basis. It's great to have all of the data available, but if you don't know how to use it, it's wasted. When we look at, you've built your ICP, you understand who the ideal customers are, your Goldilocks zone, you're keyed in on that. How are you going to get them? So targeting your clients, especially in the US, is important. There's a lot of fish to catch in the US. So there's typically two ways we do this. You have what's called fishing with nets and fishing with spears. You care on, if you're fishing very broadly with nets, you care about catching as many fish. It's very lead centric. You just want to get as many leads cranking as possible. A lot of marketers that are in B2C like this approach, those that are in startups, love to show we've got 1 million leads coming in, but only 1% of them actually click. Well, you've got a problem there. We typically employ batch and blast techniques when we do this. Again, you're fishing with an ocean of limitless clients. So you're really just trying to get that awareness out, maybe top of funnel. It's really good for that. But especially in a B2B world, I prefer actually fishing with spears. And that's where you really care about those fish that you catch. It's a very ROI-centric approach. It's utilizing all of that data. It's very well defined. We've worked across our sales and marketing organization to understand which targets we're going after. That's your ICP research. And this is where we eliminate the waste. We selectively target those accounts, not contacts. And it does drive a much higher ROI than any other form of marketing. It's great for buying long buying cycles, those high ticket items. And this is essentially B2B account-based marketing. And those who haven't done it before, definitely get familiar with that. Especially in a B2B world, it's probably the most advanced way that you can do marketing. Now you've got that down. How do you go out and do it? Well, the more broader fishing with nets, you're using programmatic, using banner ads, display, YouTube, social media, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. You're paying for the ads, you're using organic, a lot of batch and blast type emails, very few segments. Again, you're not caring so much about the niche, you're caring about the more broad content, the landing pages, the spotlight pages that you're using, organic SEO. It's just driving in a lot of traffic, a lot of leads, but you're not really targeting up front. And one thing, because of this conference, I want to say, usually you find companies do this, all the content's in English. There's no localization. When you flip the page and you see that you're fishing with spears now, it's programmatic ABM. It's targeting a key list of accounts and only reaching those accounts through your advertisements. It's LinkedIn ABM, targeting at the titles or the accounts. So you're not batch and blasting your emails, you're not batch and blasting your advertising, and you're getting more personalized with the content and making sure that that segment matches up with the customer. The great thing about this, unfortunately, we're in COVID, but trade shows, geo-targeting those attendees. It's an amazing way to go out and if you know that there's a big industry event where those ideal customers are going to be at, geo-target them, bring them in through mobile because you know where they are at a certain time and a place. You can get them now into your funnel. Webinars for right now are the thing. Do it by content. Make sure your content really, I'll get into that, but really resonates with them by the industry, by the niche. And deploy non-digital tactics as well. It's not just a digital game when it comes to this. You have to be very creative in a lot of ways to get them. Regional content localization. If you really do care about that and you are fishing with spears, you'll see that there will be an English, a French, an Italian version, depending on the account and the opportunity that is within those accounts. I like to say content that connects is really the most important thing then. You've gone through the homework of understanding who your customers are. You know that how to target them. Now what do? Well, if you have the worst content, and I've worked in Europe, if you have content that doesn't really connect to an American-based audience, they pick it up right away. It's really savvy. I would highly recommend getting American writers and get them to review the copywriting, review the headlines. The content has to be relevant. So you draft it according to the audience selection and the targeting. What works on Instagram is not going to work potentially on LinkedIn. So making sure that you have that drafted properly and not just spreading it across all your social media. You want to make sure that your clients understand that you get them before they're even a client. That means you have to do your research. And if you do your research, you know how to connect with them. You know what kind of content is going to be relevant for them and what might be timely. COVID, good example. Presidential election coming up. Content has to resonate. So if you've done your research, you know their pain points, you know their struggles. Put yourself in their shoes and address those needs in every possible use case. If you're targeting sports, if you're targeting hotels, for instance, understand how they are using your technology to address their customers' pain points and needs. And there you have a use case. If you have use cases, you've thought through the pain, you've put yourself in their shoes, eventually those use cases become case studies. Now it's very easy to draft this. Once you understand that, you can figure out how your particular technology, your services fit within those customers' needs and pain points. And the last thing is the real value. Your content, I'll say this, has to be about them, not we. We get into a lot of marketers do this, they fall into that trap. Everything's about we do this, we are great, we got this award, we're this. It's not about that, it's about them. Information, making it educational, and give them that illustration of how their pain, how their problem is going to be addressed, how it's going to be solved, and trigger that emotion. B2B buyers, they're just like B2C buyers. They are in a different world. So trigger that emotion with them. And I'll say that at the very end, having worked in a European company, brand matters, especially for this topic, selling into the US. I think I clicked a little bit too fast there. I would say your brand is the most important thing. It can cost you money or it can make you money. And a little bit of money up front to really perfect your brand and make it great, especially if you want to sell globally. You've got to make sure that you have a global brand image and keep it consistent, but don't be afraid to make it fresh. And I like to joke, but it's presidential election season here in the US. If your logo is the same as it was for at least 2 US presidents, it's probably time to update it. It's a good rule of thumb. So yeah, wanted to give you the obligatory, here's the Apple image. So everyone, I can check that box off. If Apple's not afraid to update and refresh their logo, you shouldn't be as well. And I'll show you a couple more examples. I mean, you'll see if Twitter was still the same as it was 15 years ago, I don't know if the president and everyone else be clicking on it right now. But don't be afraid to do this. You can see that there's many variations of it, and companies this size can do it. Don't be afraid to do it yourself and keep it fresh. So I'm going to leave it there, Tom. I'll stop sharing my screen and take any questions.
Super. That's great. So so let's come back to questions and conversation a bit later. Ryan, give us a bit more about sports tech. And it seems to me that not knowing the details of what you're going to say now, but the sports world, of course, is in upheaval, and I imagine the tech applied to it must be an interesting place to be in. But over to you.
That's actually a great segue to what I was going to talk about. I did mention I'm in Portugal. I came to Europe for 1 month for work with some football clubs and European basketball, and I was in Warsaw. And I was coming back to Portugal for 4 days, and then Corona hit, and I am now going on day 177. Wow. And when Corona hit, one of the accelerators called Hype, they reached out to me and they wanted to use my football alliance. I have a football with 22 clubs around the world, 1 team per league. In Eastern Europe, Legia from Warsaw is a member of it.
Yes.
But it's two clubs in the big league. So it's Real Sociedad from La Liga. It's Cagliari from Italy. It's the Wolves from the English Premier League. It's Celtic from Scotland. And we wanted to use that alliance to do a football vertical to help bring sports back. Unfortunately, at the time, Spain was getting hit a lot harder than the rest of the world when Corona shut down the world. Spain was already in dire straits. And Real Sociedad is one of the founders of this alliance, and they couldn't couldn't focus. Like, Ryan, we can't kick off an accelerator right now. It's health first. And this accelerator was actually going to pay me. I'm like, look, this is a great idea. A lot of my startups, the retainers are drying up. So I thought about it over the weekend. I came back and I said, look, the whole world is facing the same issues. Doesn't matter what sport, what country, whether you're in Bratislava or if you're in San Francisco, we can't have fans. How do we deal with no games? How do we engage our fans before sports come back? How do we deal with no fans in the stands? And how do we deal with a contactless journey? And I said, let's go bigger than the Alliance. The Alliance, Real Sociedad and Legia are nice, but let's face it, they're not the biggest clubs in the world. And I went to the biggest in the world. So I reached out to friends of mine. So we got the Golden State Warriors. We got the Miami Dolphins, one team per sport. So the New York Islanders was our ice hockey team. And this was all strategically done based on geography and things that they're doing. So the Islanders are building a brand new stadium. The Warriors are the Warriors. LAFC is actually the most advanced club period in the world. I don't know if many people probably don't realize that, but they're even above the Warriors. And then we got Paris Saint-Germain in France. We got Formula One. We got Tennis Australia, all around the world. But the 5 big U.S. clubs were the Islanders, the Miami Dolphins, the Golden State Warriors, LAFC, and then not U.S., but Toronto Blue Jays based up in Canada. They ended up becoming U.S. because they had to build a stadium, not build, but refurbish a stadium in Buffalo to compete in the current baseball league because the Canada government didn't let people coming in. So I met with all of them. He said, what are the pain points? What are the issues that are pertinent right now? And it was the same collectively around the world. As I talked about earlier, how do we create a stadium-like experience for fans at home? How do we give those fans who are season ticket holders an experience at home that's above and beyond what the average fan has because they've been loyal to us? How do we give them other things? And then we put out all those kind of challenges to the world. We got 1,000 applications in a matter of about 3 weeks. Wow. I had the joy of reviewing all of them, which wasn't fun. And then I interviewed about 55 of them one-on-one, ended up choosing 25 to come into the program, and then 20 were selected. So we spent 1 week with all those clubs. So 1 hour each with each club where the startups got to ask them questions and understand their specific pain points. I'll give you a great example. The Toronto Blue Jays, one of their challenges was, I want a contactless hand sanitizing solution that's IoT driven. And sure enough, we found one that came out of the UK, and a guy had a tower that he just designed, came out of the woodwork, and it's IoT driven, it's contactless, it can be branded, and you know when the soap is going to run out. So the example the Blue Jays gave me was, typically they could give a shit, pardon my language, but they don't care if the soap ran out in the bathroom. By the 7th inning, Richard's been there at the Phillies stadium. We know what it's like. There's toilet paper everywhere. There's no more soap. They didn't care. And now little things like caring about soap is super important. And they need to know when that's going to run low. So when do they refill it? As opposed to just running around the stadium and checking on it. Make it IoT, make it digitally driven, and make it smart. So that's just one example. But we spent time with all those. So coming back to, actually, let me pause there if you have another question, but I can then turn that into advice for startups entering the U.S. because we did just go through this whole program.
Rich, questions your side?
That's pretty interesting. How did they find you?
We put stuff out on LinkedIn, on Instagram. We push stuff out all over. The Hype channels and my channels just pushing out. The Blue Jays have these challenges. Golden State Warriors have these challenges. And this guy in the UK, he had this company called Handy. He actually was ex-sports, but he started racking. His girlfriend was Chinese, and he knew before all of us that this was coming just because he knew what was going on in China. And he started racking his brain how he can take advantage of this. And he actually invented this IoT sanitizing solution, contactless. He used a contactless solution that he ended up putting, hand sanitizing solution in it. And the whole thing, Liverpool became his first client. And that's actually going to lead me into how to do work with the US. One, when it comes to sports and when it comes to, traditional big sports in America, they do have the most money. They think they know everything. Not all of them are completely open-minded. So if you're going to go from Europe, you have to have a legitimate case study. Now, or come into an accelerator, which legitimizes you. If you're just trying to reach out to clubs, you need to have, and when I say legitimate case study, I don't mean a small basketball team. I'm actually co-owner of a basketball team in Warsaw called CEE Warsaw. We're one of the most innovative teams in Poland, but we're small. We have 500 fans. It's about scale. Now, if Legia is your client, if you're doing something at Legia, that's big enough to get the U.S.'s attention. I mean, don't think it's not a Real Sociedad or Real Madrid. You don't have to be at the big clubs. I mean, people realize, Legia is actually a giant club in itself. There's millions of followers and millions of fans. So that you do something there, you can prove it. We can then help you enter the U.S. market. But this club, Handy, had Liverpool already as a client. And the Liverpool commercial team actually realized that fans will buy this. And Richard, you'll appreciate this. If you sold this to Eagles fans, I promise you, people would want this in their house. We all have water coolers in our house. You save money on buying the little plastic bottles of water. It's environmentally friendly. You're not buying bottles every day and throwing them away. It's, take that big jug of water and put it on your Deer Park water cooler. So this, imagine a hand sanitizer. It's the same thing. So it's environmentally friendly. It refills automatically and off you go. But they had Liverpool as a case study. They sold to all 5 of those U.S. clubs, just purchased it. Just waiting to ramp up when fans come back.
Ryan,
a couple in the stadium as we go right now.
I'm going to change my presentation, Tom. Next time is how to sell into the U.S. Just slap a Philadelphia Eagles logo on anything and they'll buy it. Done.
Hey, Ryan, how much of your business is focusing on the gaming side? I mean, on the gambling or the gaming side of the sports business?
A lot. So let's talk 2 sides of gaming. There's esports and then there's betting. Esports makes up about 30% of my business, and obviously that's growing significant with the pandemic.
Yes.
I also run a sports innovation conference called FIST, Future Innovation Sports Tech. And I would love to say I was ahead of my time, but the idea was equal footing to esports and traditional sports under the same innovation umbrella. And I saw these 2 merging together, and we have 1 track focused on gamers, 1 track focused on athletes that's actually on the field of play, and then 1 track focused on the fan. Because a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles or a fan of Fortnite, a fan is a fan, and he goes to a stadium and they get treated some of the same. And a lot of the startups have innovation that deals with, it's irrelevant whether it's an esports tournament or an NFL tournament. So in that regard, I deal with a lot of gaming. Obviously, sports betting is a massive gold rush in the US. In my portfolio of 10 companies, 2 of them are sports betting companies. And, we're talking all the time sports betting. And anytime, even if we have a fan engagement product, if we can overlay it with sports betting, it gets people's attention. Especially right now, fan engagement's nice, but unless you can monetize it, you can sell merchandise to the house, but if you can click through and sell betting, it gets people's attention right now. Because if you don't have a way to monetize, fan engagement is just nice. There's some AR, VR, it's nice, it's pretty, but what's the ROI on it? And those type of things are happening now. But the moment you can put betting behind it, people's ears listen up and eyes open, and you get a meeting much quicker.
Interesting. And it may not be exactly about the sports tech side of things, but what is your view in the next 18 months, 2 years, in terms of how fast the real events will come back, and how will they be fundamentally different than they were?
Yeah, well, let me just flip that a little bit. And what we found out in talking to these 13 clubs, because I had a lot of calls with them, their digital roadmap, which was 5 years, all got accelerated to 18 months. Yeah. So Belgium specifically, I actually helped them plan the roadmap. So the Belgian Football Federation is a client of mine. And I was just at Christmas, I was in Belgium. We laid out their 3-year roadmap, and then we put stuff out for beyond 3 years. This will be year 4 or 5. We didn't map it out in detail, but we had a 3-year roadmap. Once Corona hit, we were picking things off from year 3 and accelerating them to right now. And stuff like streaming the pregame and having a digital show, OTT, pushing it out there to your fans, because their fans aren't in the stands right now, and how they give them certain things. And we actually went live this thing called Vichy Fan Fest, almost like what we see here with 6 of us watching the game. But imagine, Tom, if you were actually a live game and myself and Richard able to watch that game. Obviously, there's some streaming rights that come into play, but you can also be pregame, and you can have a host there, and you can be going around the world to the Belgian clubs, and you can have some gamification. You can have some contests. You can give away things. They were actually a part of PSG, and pure coincidence, but we rode PSG all the way to the finals to here in Lisbon, and Vichy Fan Fest was shown all around the world to all the fan clubs. So it's fantastic on their part and great publicity. So to answer your question short, everything's been accelerated. And if I just say 3 things, it's digital, putting the video on the phone and bringing fans from around the world onto the same platform. And everyone, if they didn't have a high-powered app before, so number one, FC Cologne is a part of our group, and their app was good, but it wasn't great. And they were planning to do an RFP next year. They moved that up 1 year, and they're doing it right now. And they realized it's mission critical to engage with all your fans and all the game, all the stuff they want to do, they couldn't do because they didn't have, their app was outdated.
Yeah, okay. And to the point of the technology behind what you're doing, where do you see pockets or locations or niches or, let's say, clusters of expertise in the game, let's say the technology, sports tech world? Are there parts, I mean, San Francisco, is it Warsaw, is it, where is it?
There are the typical ones in the US, but there's a lot in Europe. And when it comes to esports, I mean, you don't have to look far from Katowice in Poland. It's one of the esports capitals of the world. A bunch of the app developers and stuff that I work with, there's a pretty famous app is all built in Romania. So Eastern Europe, from a development standpoint, is looked at. And like I said, I have another company in the US that builds different applications, and they're constantly using their developers in Romania. So the Poland, that whole Eastern Europe became an outsource model for US manufacturing from a digital tech development standpoint. But yeah, there's your typical pockets, you know, your LA, San Fran. From sports tech, surprisingly, Toronto is also a very big pocket when it comes to sports tech, and it's also driven by MLSC, which is one entity that owns the football, basketball. They own 4 teams in the one city, and they've been a big driver of innovation. They have an accelerator called the Future Innovation Lab. So a lot of European companies actually come into that lab, make Toronto their home, and that's just been growing from there.
Okay, interesting. We had this morning a panel on Japan, among others. And do you guys have much presence or exposure to Japan? And
Yeah,
what do you
so
think?
we run a sports analytics conference in Japan, and esports obviously is massive there. So for KPMG, the first esports P&L in the division was started in Japan. So within KPMG, I was a part of the telecom and media group, and then we had a subgroup, sports tech, and that was a global. But the first esports team, there's always team and people that work on esports, but they had their own P&L, and they were their own standalone division. And it was a vertical within KPMG. So you had accountants, legal, management consulting, analytics, all part of that group focused on the emerging market of esports.
Yeah. So in the traditional sports businesses, let's say, that don't have the most dynamic digital platforms yet, they've taken huge body blows, in this COVID crisis. Do you see struggling companies sports franchises for sale, that fire sales? I mean, that must be a huge opportunity for someone that knows how to figure out the digital side of it, to take in a classic sports franchise, body blow, struggling very much in the old model, but then you put on the technology on top of it. I would think you got a winner, right?
I spend a lot of time right now on calls with investors from the US looking to buy clubs in France, Italy, Spain, and looking to put a tech revamp on it. And we're in discussions with a few right now, but there's a couple groups that have been buying clubs pretty fastly and trying to almost replicate what Man City did in buying clubs around the world. They're trying to buy a couple in different countries and then put a tech transformation on top of all of them at the same time. So instead of putting dynamics into one, put dynamics into 6, build an app for all of them and just customize it.
Right. Interesting. Just put the scale out the technology for. And are there certain sports that are better suited for what you're doing than others?
Well,
football.
General sports. So the NBA is the most advanced when it comes to digital and globally. They got the most reach. They take advantage of social the best. And the worst is actually baseball. They don't take advantage of social. They were the most advanced. Richard probably remember this. There's a thing called MLB Advanced Media was the first streaming of all sports, and they're one of the best ones. But they ring-fenced it all, and they didn't allow innovation to happen with the individual clubs, where NBA's been an embracer, and they allow the Warriors, the Raptors, to do their own thing. And it's just grown significantly around the world. Obviously, football, the big football clubs have the biggest reach. Man City and FC Barcelona are notorious, very big innovation driven, where Manchester United, not so much. And, it kind of shows, and it's starting to show on the field.
And in terms of the video gaming in the sports overlap there, is that part of your world? Do you touch on that? Because that also would be, again, back to Japan, back to other markets where the video gaming of sports ought to be something interesting.
100%. And obviously when all sports shut down, video gaming of sports was the thing that everyone watched. It wasn't Formula One, it was virtual Formula One. And they ran great races. And then new sports emerged, which I never even heard of before, like marble racing. And believe it or not, millions of people were watching marbles race on a track that some guy built. And he put commentary behind it. He put tech, he put things, and I still get them on my phone today. And it's actually, believe it or not, it's entertaining. I'm not joking.
Interesting. So I feel like we could go on the subject forever, but one question, at least more from my side, on the NFL struggling, controversial for sure. XFL just been bought. It seems to me what a great moment for XFL. What's he going to do? What are they going to do with that XFL brand? You would think it's a beautiful moment for him.
I don't know what The Rock's going to do. Obviously, people are excited about it. But let me tell you about something that's even more futuristic. So a thing called Fan-Controlled Football League, FCFL, is if you ever played Madden, which is a video game, and you choose a play, the players are going to execute the play that the fans choose. So this is a real-life video game using real players. The games are all going to be in Vegas. It's going to be in an arena football-sized stadium and field. They have celebrities all behind it. So Terrell Owens, Chad Johnson, Mike Tyson's an owner. It's celebrity owners, but the fans own everything, and it's all digital. The more you do on social media, the higher up you go. The more plays you pick that are right, the more you elevate, and eventually, if you do a lot, you can go up to the general manager level, and now you're making trades. And it's not about money and who pays your money. It's about who does more digitally. And if you're in the stadium, again, this will probably have to be rethought, but if you're in the stadium and you pick the play, you got double the amount of points versus being at home. You still got points for getting the play right, but they want to encourage people to get to be inside the stadium. Now that's probably going to change. But look, XFL, look, there's a great opportunity. He bought it on the cheap. I am a strong believer, and there should be a spring or an alternate football. The difference is it's an expensive sport. Insurance is expensive. Travel is expensive, and it's failed 6 or 7 times now. They try to compete with it. So something like FCFL, which is in one city, they don't travel. It's a video game is what it is. I mean, that's going to succeed. It's going to blow people away when they actually watch it. But literally, there'll be 4 plays on your phone and you'll pick one. And depending on the situation, 1st and 10 versus 4th and 1, you'll have a choice of 4 different plays. And then they'll execute and run the play the majority of the democracy picked.
So how broadly can you define the world of sports and the technology angle? To you think of you mentioned football, basketball, the big stuff, yeah. Hockey, go down to more the extreme sports. I mean, sumo wrestling, for God's sake. Give us some examples of things that are kind of off the radar screen.
So look, we're doing 2 of my startups are doing a lot of work with World Team Tennis, or not World Team Tennis, World Table Tennis, and they're doing a lot of work with analytics. And they have a massive base, and they're trying to grow that and make that more professional. But just to step back on how big sports is, when I was at KPMG and I told the partners to be that we wanted to sponsor a sports analytics conference, they looked at me and said, there's no money in sports. And traditionally there wasn't. So unless you're buying or selling, but from a consulting perspective, they didn't spend a lot of money. And once I explained to these partners, once we talk smart stadium, now we talk smart precinct, then we're talking smart city and getting to the stadium. The journey starts when you buy the ticket. And you can then take that fan and put him on time it right, tell him when the Uber's there, get him to the stadium, tell him go to gate A versus gate B because there's less traffic. The moment he walks through the gate, send him a push notification because you know that he likes red wine versus beer, and come to kiosk 34, there's a 50% discount on premium red wine today. That whole journey becomes smart. And then, so that's one example. Another example, once you start talking streaming, traditionally it was the old broadcast. Now we're talking Twitter, we're talking Amazon, we're talking Facebook. These are all massive clients. And the streaming rights are going out the roof. And so everything is being streamed. So again, I'm a part of a couple other startups that there are niche sports, like you said, sumo wrestling, sailing, horse jumping. They're all going to be streamed now, and you can go direct to consumer. You don't have to rely on ESPN to get your sport out there. You can go direct to consumer. You can use streaming capability, and you can connect to your fans. And there are millions of fans for every sport out there. I mean, believe me, there's a lot of people that like horse races or horse jumping, show jumping as an example. You know, a lot of people do like wrestling who aren't in Japan, who can't watch the regular Japanese channel, but they live in Peru, for example. Now they can go on the internet and they can watch it. And once you decentralize it, the problem for U.S. sports is all the rights all sit in this old web of rights and countries. And you can't, when I'm in Poland, for example, I can't watch college football. Even though I want to pay, I'll pay $50 to watch the Penn State game. If it's like Penn State, Ohio State, I cannot watch it because somebody has the right somewhere, but they're not showing it, and I can't get it. And that model has to come down because there are no more countries, there are no more boundaries. Obviously, Corona put countries and boundaries up more than we had before. But when it comes to digital and OTT, they're not streamed through your regular channels. You know, that local cable company means nothing, and that decentralizes, and that's going to change everything.
And new business models in the sports business, what are you seeing pop up in subscription-based things? You touched on broadcast and streaming and such, but in terms of other types of other, subscription-based models, how much revolution is there on the business models of sports?
I'll answer the question. I think Richard was going to say something. Richard, you're going to say something?
I was going to say it's also a good opportunity. Major League Baseball talking about how they fenced it in. That's another thing. You couldn't, even in Philadelphia, you couldn't watch Phillies games because they had the blackout rules. So talk about, dropping the ball. You have a fan base of kids that can't even watch. And typically they watch it on a small screen now, and they couldn't even watch their own hometown team. So they started becoming Yankees fans, Cubs fans, which is mind blowing to be in Philly. But it's also good. You brought up the engagement with fans. That's where brands really need to how do they get in touch with the fans of those teams? And there's a good example, being from Philly, both of us, there was a Bud Light commercial where the Bud Light King had a slogan called Dilly Dilly. And, it ran for a series of years called Dilly Dilly every time he drank his Bud Light, and he was the king in this old medieval town. Well, the most famous Philadelphia football play of all time is called Philly Philly, right? The Philly Special. And that's what, helped us win the Super Bowl. So Bud Light was very smart in social media. So before the Super Bowl, they changed their slogan actually to Philly Philly. And they connected with Phillies fans like you wouldn't believe. After we won the Super Bowl, they built a statue of the coach talking to the quarterback with Philly Philly Bud Light. And it sits in front of the stadium. And it's, it's like the Rocky statue in Philly now. You have to see it.
Yep. And that ad made it down to me. I was living in Australia at the time, and I remember seeing that Philly Philly and the everything. I was watching my NFL app. So to your question of innovation in OTT, it comes down to micropayments. It comes down to the NBA is also the first league in the world to say you don't have to buy the whole game. You can just buy the fourth quarter. And if it's a close fourth quarter, we don't make you buy everything. You can just pay $2 or 99 cents. And so they brought it down to micropayments. And MLB would never do that. You have to buy the whole season. You can't just buy a game. NBA is innovative, and they don't care that they cannibalize, because reality is people aren't going to watch the whole regular season game. And people really don't watch until the playoffs. But the regular season, people do want to tune in for the fourth quarter. And if you can make $2 off them, make $2 off them. So it's those micropayments. It's getting rid of the old borders. There's new companies like DAZN and Fubo and others, 11 Sport, which is a client of mine, they are the Netflix of sports, and they are trying to aggregate sports. They are still going down the old model path of buying rights, and I disagree with that. I don't think buying rights and then distributing it is the way it should be. I think you should just own your rights and just sell it out directly without a distributor, and just put it on your own channel. So eventually it's going to be direct to consumer. It'll be B2C instead of a B2B model. A lot of the European soccer clubs are tied up until 2025, 2026, but they're all gearing up to become media companies. So going back to that Belgium digital transformation roadmap, they brought in executives from a telco, from a media, from others, because at the end of the day, they're not a sport, they're a media entertainment company, and they want to produce documentaries. They want to produce behind the scenes stuff like The Last Dance with Michael Jordan, which was huge, but there's tons of content like that that's out there. But producing that content,
slice it, dice it. Yep.
Exactly, and becoming a 24/7, 365-day entity, because there's always something happening in the off season or something else, and you want to become that media property. And that's where the world of sport is heading to, away from just own a team. Almost, take The Rock, for example. If he's in the entertainment space, he didn't buy XFL just because he likes football. He knows it's an entertainment product, and he wants to turn it into an entertainment product.
China. Let's talk about China for a second. Are you doing much in China, and what are they? What's happened there in the sports world of China?
Yeah, so I am in China. I did the NBA game scheduling when my old company did at KPMG, and we sold it to the China Basketball League. I ran a sports conference there as well. The problem is obviously the social media is completely different, so you can't just enter China. You have to be on the WeChats, the Weibos of the world, and the platforms. Then a lot of the platforms don't exist when you're there, so I can't get my own email because my Gmail doesn't work there, and VPNs barely work unless you're in a nice hotel and they have a really good blocker. But the sports is booming, and if you can enter that market, there's a massive market there. So one product of the company I have is called Bbox here in Portugal. They take it's called a LAD. Imagine a little figurine, but you hold the phone up to it and it gives augmented reality. And you can see highlights, stats, things from the game. So PSG, it's their 50th anniversary. They're about to do a project with them. But they also have the rights to the Portugal national team. And CEE is actually Cristiano Ronaldo in China. And we just signed with a huge distribution deal there. And they're going to sell these little LADs of Ronaldo. And you're going to the kids can wake up, hold their phone up to the LAD, and they'll see his stats from the night before. Just a great example of, through my accelerator, this Chinese company found out about it and latched on, and they signed a distribution rights. But you really have to have a partner there. You can't just enter China on your own. It doesn't work that easily. It's not like entering the US, for the sake.
So we're going to try to stay on schedule. A couple of minutes left and wrapping up a little bit. Ryan, if companies here wanted to reach you, in your portfolio, are you buying sports tech companies? Are you starting them up from the very beginning? They come to you and say, we have an idea, please put us under your wings and help us develop. What is the kind of the thing? How's it working?
Yeah, so Sports Tech AI, I really specialize in helping companies go from Europe to the US, enter the US market, and vice versa. I don't look at early stage. They have to have a legitimate product with a legitimate use case. But separately, I do run accelerators, and we're kicking off another accelerator. And advice I would have, there's some other good ones: Stadia Ventures, RGA, the one in Toronto. If you just have a great idea, you can get into these accelerators sometimes. Now, usually they want a working product, but I've seen companies come in that we're dealing with a small sport, not a big major sport. I can't do that in my portfolio just because I look at a little bit later stage. But if you have one client and I look at it and I think it's ready for the US market, that's good enough for me. Okay. So yeah, you can contact me on LinkedIn easily. I'm on LinkedIn on a regular basis. Yep.
Great panel. Rich, Ryan, appreciate it very much. Very interesting. Enjoy talking to you guys. And thanks for your time. And we got you all. The technical thing works finally. So super. Thanks very much. A few guys might want to meet you. I don't know if you're on the other platform, but some guys have requested meetings with you guys. So give them, they might want to do that. Thank you very much. Hope we'll cross paths again one day. Stick around if you like. We've got 2 more panels on the US. So we're going to shift over, close this one up now, and shift over to our 3rd US panel. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks everyone.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Take care.
On with the third U.S. panel, and I'm very happy to be here with Alexis Gordon, who is from the city of Charlotte, North Carolina, a wonderful city. I'm extremely biased because I was born in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm really happy to have you, Alexis, tell us a bit about the city of Charlotte. And what we are, the reason we also have a panel on a U.S. city in this U.S. This CE Digital Services is that two things. There are a number of Central European technology companies who are looking to expand in the U.S. and are looking for locations to set up a base to expand into the rest of the U.S. That's one thing. But second thing is that we have found that many of the chambers of commerces in the cities and the cities themselves have found it wise to partner with technology companies in Central Europe, because that helps support their local startups and scale-ups. So Alexis can tell us a bit about Charlotte and what you have to offer for technology companies. And I think you've got a presentation, correct, Alexis?
Yes, I do. So I'll go ahead and set up a share screen, but it's so awesome to meet a Charlottean.
Yes.
Who is in Charlotte, because even in Charlotte, we consider native Charlotteans unicorns. So it's really great to be abroad. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And then after the presentation, I'll come back on and you guys can ask me questions.
Great.
Let me make this
working. It's working. Yep, we got it.
Okay, great. So welcome for our presentation on how cities can help. So Charlotte is one of the largest cities in the United States. We're now number 16. We're ahead of San Francisco. A lot of people don't know that, especially in the tech industry. Our city is larger population-wise. Partially that is because we are having a lot of people move here from the Bay Area and also New York City and other major metropolitans across the US, because our cost of living is lower. So we are in the midst of an economic renaissance. So basically we are attracting lots and lots of corporations that are coming here, as well as new startups. So we have quite a healthy atmosphere for startups as well, and partnering between them.
Alexis, you may have been still asleep because it's so early there, but earlier, a couple of hours ago, we had a discussion, a presentation from a guy named Laszlo Balashi, who lived for 25 years in Budapest and has set up his new startup in Charlotte. So right to your point.
Yep, and it's great. We have people who are moving here from all over the world. And I think I do have a slide just to talk a little bit about that as well. But it's really great because we're getting not just these major headquarters. So I did want to touch on the fact that we've had Cognizant have a major expansion here. Lowe's Home Improvement is moving their R&D here. So there's some good back-end programs for that. Red Ventures, which is a homegrown organization in our Charlotte region, they just bought CNET. So they're expanding as well. We also have quite a lot. We're known as a banking town because of the tallest building there that looks like a handle on it. That is the Duke Energy building. That is the largest energy corporation in the United States. And the other tallest building, that is the Bank of America headquarters. So we have quite a few between Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Truist is now headquartered here. That was BB&T and SunTrust. They merged. So we are the second largest financial center in the United States after New York City. So we have quite a lot of fintechs. Avid Exchange is another one of those. They are an actual unicorn. We have 3 unicorns. One is Trisata. They're an AI. We also have another AI company called Stratified that is just expanding globally now. That is also homegrown. So we have quite a lot of talent in the tech industry in Charlotte. It's not just the headquarters. But the main reason for that is we have 102 new people moving to the Charlotte region every day. We are the #1 state, North Carolina is, for business, and we are the 3rd fastest growing large city in the United States. We also have the 2nd best airport for business travelers, and it is the 6th busiest in the world. So it's quite a great place to be. We are the #1 best metro for STEM job growth. That was from Forbes a couple years ago. And as you can see in some of these stats, you know, we have quite a lot of headquarters here. So that gives a lot of partnership opportunities for any subsidiary that is here, that you're going to have a chance to help some of the back end work that happens with these corporations. We also have a very low corporate income tax. and for our state. And so we are one of the best states for the total tax burden all around, including the fact that our utilities are very low. So that's been important for a lot of folks that are moving here in the tech industry because of the need for electricity. Just some more, we have over 70 companies that have R&D here, and it's R&D in all sorts of different fields. We have a lot of STEM and a lot of entrepreneurial ventures. So we had over 4,000 entrepreneurial ventures created in our region in 2018. So we are always growing, and a lot of that has to do with the different hackathons that our organizations host. So we have Tech Talent South. They do a lot of tech training in our area because we have so much demand for new tech talent. We also have the FinTech Hub is located here. They work with a lot of the smaller startups that are in the FinTech industry. Also, we've got some folks that are doing blockchain and some other technology through that. Another really great place we have is EPIC. They focus on energy. They're up at the university doing research in the energy field and in technology that's helping better be sustainability for energy. We have quite a lot of solar in North Carolina, so that has a lot of potential for entrepreneurship as well in startups. Charlotte is a place where innovation happens. It's a great place to to invest, and in fact, the city itself, we are investing, and I think it's important for us to show that we also invest in the city. So we're trying to improve affordable housing options. We are more affordable than most of the Northeast and the Bay Area and Seattle as well. We have much more affordable living, but for the South, we are trying to make sure that we keep our housing options open so that people can afford to live here. Because as we grow, the market is hot for real estate. So we want to make sure we keep that going. So we are also investing quite a lot in our airport. We have, out of the 178 nonstop destinations from our airport, we actually have 65 connections that you can get to go abroad. Most folks that are coming in from Poland are usually flying through either Munich or Frankfurt, and we have direct flights to both of those cities. And also Heathrow, if that's where you prefer to fly through. These are some of our most recent headquarters expansions and relocations. Honeywell, Truist, I mentioned. Also Better.com, it's an online mortgage company. LendingTree is also here. They're another one in the financial industry. And so this is just, I can talk all day about how great our city is, but I think to hear from other people. Darius has been a wonderful person. Honeywell picked Charlotte out of quite a few cities, moved down here from up north. And, what he said is that they looked at their top 10 reasons why what they wanted. And at the end of the day, it was just livability. And Charlotte had that. We are a place where people want to be. We have quite a young population, and that kind of leads me to my next, which is our talent pool. We have a hugely diverse talent pool, and we're nationally ranked for our universities in both of the Carolinas, and also just the expansion of opportunities that are here. So this is just a little bit more about our talent pipeline. Again, we're very strong in headquarters, but also in tech talent, which is a growing industry here. And then I was going to go ahead just so you guys can kind of see. These are all the wonderful universities. Most people know Duke and Chapel Hill. They're just down the road from us within 3 hours. Plus we have UNC Charlotte, which is a research university here.
I'm glad you got University of Virginia on that map. Thank you very much, Alexis.
Yeah, you're very welcome. It's for Cavaliers.
Exactly. Yes.
The diversity and inclusion is a huge part of Charlotte, in that the fact that we're a global city. 35% of our foreign-born population here actually has a bachelor's degree or higher. It's actually quite high in our STEM workforce, as well as mainly foreign-born. The number 16% foreign-born population is actually a little low. We're up to 17 now. And to give you kind of a comparison for that, the city of Atlanta only has 7% foreign-born population. We have 17. New York City has 36. So we're like halfway there to New York City's. But it's really great to see that our immigrant population, our expats, have wonderful support here. We actually have a Polish Saturday school in Charlotte. So we have a growing population from Poland, and so we have a Saturday school so people can keep up with language skills and Polish history and literature. And it's really kind of cool to be able to have that here in our city. And then, like I said, we're a millennial magnet. So a lot of people are looking for that younger family resource. Interestingly enough, as our millennials move here, we're also getting an influx of boomers. I'm a Generation X, so we're here too. But it's been quite interesting to see how this influx of millennial talent is changing the face of our city. This is a place where innovation happens. Again, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit more information on our R&D. And some of this is kind of a repeat. So I just wanted to drive home that fact that we have a lot of research here, a lot of technology, especially in our startup world. So I hope from this, I know it was a whirlwind, but I want to make sure I have time for your questions. We are really known as a dynamic city that is really outpacing others in growth, and that we do a lot. So like one of the things I wanted to touch on too, and I can kind of touch more on this as we're talking to some of the incidents we have. But most important, I want you guys to contact me, because no matter what I say today, you know, I'm talking fast because I want to make sure that we have some time. But you can always write me, and you feel free to write me in whatever language you feel most comfortable in, because I always have somebody on call who can help me translate. And so please make sure you give me a call or you email me at some point in time. So my email address is agordon@charlottenc.gov. It's in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Got it. Thanks for that whirlwind tour de force presentation on Charlotte. Alexis, a couple of questions. In terms of the European markets, Charlotte really has, I can say, kicked ass in the last 10 years, 15 years of getting US HQs to move to Charlotte. And you went down a long list of them. And the German investment in North Carolina, Charlotte has been very big over the years.
Yes.
How is Charlotte doing attracting investment from other parts of Europe? I'm just not aware of it. I mean, French, Italian, you know, Eastern European. I mean, I don't know if that's even become something at all, but I'm curious to know if that's even on your radar screen to target Central East European, you know, Ukrainians, Polish, Romanian, Hungarians.
So that's actually starting to kick up more. We recently got a Hungarian honorary consul here. So he's been helping bring in some Hungarian delegations. A lot of times when folks come for Select USA, we are one of the road shows that they'll come and visit us for. We've had folks from Hungary, from the Ukraine, from Poland come here. Naturally, we also get some attention because of our sister cities. So for the city of Charlotte, we utilize our sister cities for more than culture. Our Polish sister city is Wrocław. And
that's where we are right now. We're in Wrocław.
That's where you're right now.
Yes.
So, yep, that's our Polish sister city. And we've had a couple delegations come from there over time. I actually had a EdTech and FinTech delegation from Poland with 8 companies come last summer. And a lot of people that are coming here are coming for the reasons you were stating, you know, looking for that, how do I set up a subsidiary so that I can do partnerships? And one of the reasons we say you do need to set up a subsidiary is it really does help with that trust building and having someone local. Because this is great, the technology that we're using, and now everyone's getting more used to it with Zoom and all the different platforms that are out there. But it still is something where people want to be able to be part of a hackathon, get out there, get your name out there. And so we highly recommend that. But starting a subsidiary doesn't mean you need to bring, 50 people here. It doesn't mean you need to hire 20 people here. You can come and start small in one of our incubators, something like our FinTech Hub, or Packard Place is another wonderful incubator that we have for technology companies. And you can start as small as just using a shared space like a WeWorks, or going ahead and getting an office. And we have a lot of different opportunities for that. We've had some Russian firms come through in the last 5 years as well. And I have had a delegation from the Czech Republic as well looking at business opportunities. So a lot of foreign firms, I'll say, like, for example, Husqvarna, which is Swedish, they have part of their R&D here, and we are their North American headquarters, because they can find talent that speaks French and Spanish, so they can communicate from the Caribbean, Mexico, all the way up to Canada for the Quebecois in French with talent that they have here in Charlotte. And so that is something that is really interesting. It's kind of fun when I had a Swedish company ask me, hey, how do I get more connected with the French community in Charlotte? Because I'm looking for more French speakers. And so, again, the diversity of our talent here is one of those reasons why we're seeing such a broad aspect. I mean, the Germans came here mostly for manufacturing and textiles originally. It has moved into machining and now even mechatronics. We have Siemens here. They have we're their largest manufacturing site for turbines. Almost all the turbines in the world are manufactured or repaired here in Charlotte and then shipped globally. So we are quite a large logistics hub. We have, if you do have somebody who is attached to manufacturing, that's a lot of opportunities here to move goods around. And so that has helped a lot. So you'll find a lot of German manufacturing firms here. We have quite a few French firms. We have a couple Dutch firms as well. You'll see a lot either in manufacturing, advanced industry, and also in the financial sector. We have quite a few firms in the financial sector and services. So, for example, we have a couple German law firms here as well, because they're catering to the German companies that are here. But they, as a law firm, they're doing services, but they will always need other partnerships for that. And so it's quite interesting to see how we connect globally in Charlotte.
And is the city of Charlotte, I've seen this in other cities from the US, like Denver and quite a few others have done trips over to Central Eastern Europe, a 3 or 5 day trip, usually with the Chamber of Commerce. Is that something, of course, not this year, it's an unusual year, but in terms of past or in future, next year, does the city of Charlotte with the business community do sort of road shows into Europe or Central Europe occasionally, or is that something you might do?
It's occasional, and it's something that's always on the table to look at. As a government, we have to be very careful with how we use our tax dollars. However, our partners are often, we use them. So we have what's called the Charlotte Regional Alliance. They're our version of a chamber, and they take trips to Europe I want to say monthly. It's not quite that much, but it's very close to both Western and Central Europe in particular. I know that they have done some outreach in Central Europe a couple of times with their staff. They have two people that work just on global that I partner with most often. And so we do a lot of partnerships between them. For myself, I don't get to have a budget for travel, but on occasion I have when our mayor decides to travel. So having that relationship with Wrocław gives another reason for us to travel. We also have one with Voronezh, Russia. Something else we have started doing, we are in talks with a region, I can't talk about which region, but a region in the Ukraine right now. To have a memorandum of understanding for exchanges, particularly in the business field. I have a list of 20 countries that say they want to come here as soon as travel opens back up. So that's something very exciting for us. And I have gotten a chance to travel before. So I've had delegations reach out to me and say, hey, we're very interested in Charlotte, but we're only in the US for 5 days. And I know how large this country is because I have family that lives out in California. So it's not an easy hop on a train and be there tomorrow. So I have often met people in Washington, D.C. or New York City. We've also had folks who just connected through Charlotte. If you fly on American or Lufthansa, Charlotte is a major connector for them into the United States. And I've had people book a layover tiny bit longer so they can stretch their legs, and I will meet with them at the airport. We try to make sure that if you're coming through our city, we want to have a chance to meet you. Because We really do believe that that person-to-person relationship, you're just going to have a better time understanding each other and be able to talk.
Well, let's get Charlotte to come over to Wrocław. We were having wines last night with the city of Wrocław's investment promotion new president, and I'm not speaking for her, but let me invite the city of Charlotte to come to Wrocław. Let's put it together. It would be interesting connections. I think something can come from that. Yeah.
Most definitely. And if their mayor comes, we hope that they bring entrepreneurs with them.
Good. I'll pass on the message. Yes. Okay. Alexis, tell us a bit about the cities. I would view Charlotte. I didn't realize it was as big as it is now. It's of course always been growing since I've been alive. And the city, I've typically thought of it as a mid-sized city, but right now, given the mayhem in New York and Philadelphia and San Francisco and Portland, the mid-sized cities are becoming more favored, even the smaller towns, let's say. Do you feel that yet in Charlotte? Can you feel, I'm just curious, the emotion, the feeling, the gut instinct about that right now?
Yes. A lot of people are looking at us. I think what's great about Charlotte, so I moved here originally for university from, my family was living in Italy at the time, but I moved here because of the international airport, because I did not want to take 5 flights to get home. And so I moved to Charlotte and went to university near here. And
Winthrop College, you told me.
Winthrop, just over the border, Winthrop. And I went to graduate school in the Netherlands. And I was not planning to move back to the United States, but I was using Charlotte for some research on global growth of municipalities and how they interact more globally. And when I came back here, the growth that happened in the 2 years of me being in Europe was just amazing. And since I've moved back roughly 10 years ago, I would say our population has just boomed and opportunities have boomed. I have people who ask me all the time, why didn't you move back to DC? Why aren't you out west with your family? And I'm like, because the opportunities that are in Charlotte. You are right at the crest of a city that is growing, and you get to ride that wave of growth, especially when you're starting out with a company. And I think that's one of the reasons people are coming here. And it feels safer because we still have that ability to have that one-on-one touch. If you're in a New York, if you're in a San Francisco and something goes wrong with the permit for your office, or you need more security at your office, or you need help with your taxes. Maybe you want tax incentives, you're getting ready to grow. It's going to take a while to get to the right person. Here, you call me and it's done.
Alexis, in the COVID times, no one-on-one touch. There's no one-on-one touch
No
allowed.
one-on-one, no. But we try our best.
I know your point. Sure. That's social distancing. Let me ask you about, we're going to wrap up in about 4 or 5 minutes. Let me ask you a kind of a somewhat counterintuitive theory or question that's come up. Some of the U.S. cities, as I mentioned, in chambers of commerce, actually have said that they're keen to work with us here because they are trying to retain or attract smaller tech companies, startups who don't have a huge technology access in their existing city. And so they're looking to tap into global networks of tech talent. Is that something that seems to be something that cities like Charlotte might look at, or is that theory makes sense? Because in one way, you would say that people would say, "Oh, you're actually putting jobs somewhere else." But I think some cities like Austin have said, "Look, we can't provide all the tech talent you need, but we're going to help you connect to global companies that can help you do the tech talent, stay in Austin, develop in Austin, do your software development in Central Europe." Is that something that seems to make sense for Charlotte?
For Charlotte, it really is about what jobs are where and how we are creating jobs. And for sure, I will say that I have seen where relationships where you're incubating ideas together, that can grow more jobs, and that can grow jobs on both sides. And so that mutual benefit is something that I think all cities are excited about. In Charlotte, we don't see it as that zero-sum game. The winner takes everything. We think that everyone gets a piece of the pie, and if you run out of more pie, you make more pie, right?
Sure.
So for us, we want to bring more jobs here. All of our tax incentives are based on jobs. And so North Carolina, we have kinds of but-for clauses and things on how we can give incentives for companies to come here. But most of what we do is looking for that partnership base that you're discussing. Like, how can we work together? Maybe you open a 3-person office here so that you can work on things more closely. But that might mean that in that 3-person office, you're doing bigger projects at home. But you want to have that connection. And so it's something that for us, it's a win to show those global connections, because, the innovation in our city is driven by those new ideas and that new diversity. So having that presence here is important, but I think having the presence here really does open up opportunities for that flow of work to happen across, the digital divide that is the Atlantic, right?
Right.
I think that is something that is super important, and that we don't shy away from it. We don't want to offshore jobs that are here, but if we can grow jobs in both places, that is something we definitely want to see more.
Right. Okay. Great. Alexis, thank you very, very much. We're going to stay on time and wrap up here now. Thank you very much. Thank you also very much for your very quick decision to join us. And great to hear how thriving Charlotte is. Great city. And again, we're very keen to cooperate with you any way we can here in Central Eastern Europe, whether it's in Poland or Ukraine or Hungary or Romania. But let us know. We're very much keen to do that. So thank you very much. And please feel free to stay in the afternoon. And for those who are still on the screen here, we will go into our 4th and final U.S. panel. We'll now shift to the West Coast of the U.S. with Garth Holsinger. I'm going to close this screen, hop on the next one in a second. Alexis, thank you again.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Bye. To the best is the last, right? So we're on the last panel for the U.S. And this is with Garth Holsinger, who is in the West Coast, and we took you off of an earlier panel so that you could wake up. In fact, and therefore we created a totally new panel. This is just your panel, so it's just you and me. So really pleased to have you, Garth. And before we kind of talk a bit more about the subject, which is kind of the idea of accelerators and incubators in the U.S., East Coast, West Coast, and how they might tap into Central European tech talent to scale up faster or to move faster. Intro yourself, please, and what you're doing. And you've got a lot of things you're involved with: Proto Ventures, Startup Rocket, New Ventures. But give us a bit of a background of who you are.
Sure. So I come from. Thanks for having me, Tom. I appreciate it. I started in Silicon Valley in 2008, just after the crash, just after the last difficult time. So I'm familiar with this kind of situation we're in now. And that's really when the boom started, right? So I had worked at some very fast-growing companies, Clout, Livefire, that were acquired, and then I started speaking to corporates, the P&Gs of the world, while I was building those businesses, and they were increasingly frustrated and really in a panic because they felt they were sort of losing control and visibility into what was going on in the startup world. And so I built a practice really helping those companies, really Fortune 500, Fortune 1000, navigate and engage with startups. And that
is that Startup Rocket?
Startup Rocket is a platform that we built at Proto Ventures because there was no real platform for founders to walk through all the steps that they need to take from ideation all the way to funding and scaling up a business. You know, there is no great teaching methodology that is in one place, and there was no real platform that actually kind of walks you through what you need to do. And very often what we find, we work with at Proto, we're probably incubating 20 startups at any one time. And we've got a fund we're investing. We find that when those steps are skipped, it is often a recipe for disaster later on. And so we built a platform. It's pretty early. We launched it without any marketing. We've got about 10,000 founders on there using it for their own ventures. And increasingly corporate accelerators and incubators are using it as well for their process.
So I interrupted you when you were talking a bit more about the incubators and the larger corporates that are
right.
So nervous.
So what started to happen was they started to want to certainly have visibility into what was going on in emerging tech, and they were only focused on San Francisco at the time. They weren't focused on the Czech Republic and Estonia and Romania and Slovenia and Croatia, right?
Yes.
And Berlin and all of China and India, etc.
Yes.
So they started to build innovation groups that have now become very sophisticated and essentially take the form of corporate accelerators and incubators inside large companies. And I'm working a lot with them to help them bring startups to them that are relevant, that are vetted, that are, in the space. And these are people like Citibank, AB InBev, P&G, MasterCard. They have built sophisticated, because we've had now 7 or 8 years, innovation wasn't a thing 7 or 8 years ago, right? Now it's in everyone's title. And now those groups are sophisticated. They have a venture arm and they have a kind of innovation arm. And so there's a path. And so this is really interesting, I think, for CEE countries and startups. There is a path that is outside of the VC world and the angel investor world. We always think, I got to go get investment in the US. How do I access the VCs and the investment community? When in fact, another path is how do I access the corporate people who are actually also investing, wanting to pilot, wanting to partner with startups at early stages. And it's very early stage focused. And that's a tough one to see. What happened was the startup world exploded in terms of scale. And I'm talking, it was already difficult to navigate before AI, machine learning, VR. It was already, they were in a panic. Okay. now,
so much thrown at them now, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now they're really like, wow, how do we deal with all of this? So they had to build these innovation groups that understood and could engage. So there's this big appetite. But the problem is that the startup world just exploded in terms of numbers and startups, countries, startup hubs around the world. The corporate people basically are the same people.
Right.
There's still the same person at P&G. So in 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it was an electric time. It was super exciting. They wanted to meet with every startup that they could. Yeah. But a lot of those meetings were not good meetings. They had hundreds of meetings where founders would come in, they would show them 35 slides. They would say, isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Yes, but we're trying to solve a problem as P&G, right? Or whoever. And very often there was not an understanding of the other side, of the corporate side. There was a great understanding of technology, but there's this gap. And so I've been working for 7-8 years to fill that gap, I guess is one way to look at it.
Okay. Well, one of the suspicions among the entrepreneurs and early stage companies working with corporate incubators is that they exist only to take the idea and to swallow you up and spit you out some later on. But so correct me in that. Correct that perception.
Yeah, that is
correctable.
That is not my experience at all. They want to leave the IP with the startup. They actually don't want to get in to the execution side because they realize like they're not very good at that. In fact,
they're not as nimble. They can't move as fast as a small guy, right?
That's right. Sure. They realize now, because we're at a different stage of maturity, they can kill a lot of companies. They can destroy a lot of startups that are in a fragile state, especially if it's early stage. Let's say they've got an A round, they partner with a large company, that can just destroy them. So they've gotten good at working with startups. They've gotten better, and now there are processes and mechanisms in place that are I would say sustainable for the startup. The problem that companies have is, how do I access those people? How do I, you can't anymore. The volume's so great.
Yeah.
You can't send an email and get a response. You can't send a LinkedIn message and get a response.
Right.
So accelerators and incubators become important testing grounds, and they increasingly look to those to find kind of to cherry pick out of those, particularly the well-known programs. There's another interesting trend going on, which is universities. The universities have now created entrepreneurship programs, and within that, there's always an accelerator program. And startups can actually enter that and work with universities, but it's something they never sort of think of doing. So you've got 3 tracks. I think you've got the usual traditional VC. Let me go pitch my thing.
Sure.
Let me try to get in front of somebody and try to get some investment. I think there's this very interesting corporate path now that's open. Just every company that I know is trying to engage with startups, and of course they now have venture groups and they invest. And then there's an interesting thing forming at universities where you have sophisticated accelerator programs that actually welcome outsiders. I teach a class at Princeton, and this is where I first sort of got a glimpse of how robust these programs are and how they're open to the outside. They actually welcome the outside to come in, and they've got a lot of funding.
They might be open to if someone has no relationship whatsoever with Princeton, says, we just like your idea.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they're looking outside in the entire world to try to find interesting companies to bring in. So, but in answer to your question, the IP remains. They're not interested in executing and getting in and duplicating what you have. There is a lot of acquisition that might occur. There's investment, but they're not going to steal anybody's idea.
Okay, let's go back, stay with the universities for a second, because that's also something it's relatively new to me as well. And the investment side of it, are they investing? Are they bringing in other investors? I mean, is that also something they would do?
So that's kind of the next stage. This is kind of incredible. Universities have realized, they don't own any part of this. They're incubating all these companies. So what's happened is ventures are starting earlier and early, even now into high school. So it was after you graduate. Now people are starting companies. They have been for a long time, but now it's sort of official. They're starting companies while they're in school.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And they're still studying. The universities caught on to this and said, well, we're not getting any ROI from this. And so why don't we start a fund? So there are many funds popping up at universities, and they're actually kind of looking to invest. It's a very interesting development. And I've seen it at Rutgers, at Princeton, at USC, at Stanford, obviously, Berkeley, and some other, University of Washington, some big schools that But however, they're saying like, this is not something we're really good at. So can you help us?
Right. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. And I mean, how would anyone from Europe here find out who the hell to talk to at a university accelerator program? I mean, is there a website of all the programs or a?
No, this is the problem. There should be. Somebody should do that as a startup.
You got to do that in your night. Yeah, exactly. While you're sleeping.
Let's build a directory, right? They're pretty accessible because the university, the people who run it's typically the entrepreneurship program at the university. That's where that lives.
Right.
And you can literally find them on the website. I mean, and they don't get called a lot.
Yeah, right.
So,
exactly.
so they're not being pitched stuff left and right. It's not like a Citibank or something. Yeah. So they're rather accessible and easy to find. On the corporate side, it's much more difficult.
Help our audience crack the nut a little bit on the corporate side, because you mentioned Citi and MasterCard, P&G, I mean ABB. These are big ass companies, and you're going to get a phone call, and it seems like no one will process. I mean, how would one say, look, I've got I think maybe a brilliant idea that Citi should be interested in, a fintech idea.
Yeah.
I want to discuss that with the incubator. I mean, geez, where do you start?
So if you look at a good example is MasterCard Labs in fintech. 200 startups at any one time. It's an ongoing incubator. It's really an incubator because it just goes on and on and on. J Labs is another great example, which is J&J's accelerator, super successucul. Mm-hmm. They have application processes. So you do have a process you can go through. Mm-hmm. It really helps because of the volume that we're talking about. They'll get 15,000 applications. To sort through. So it's a lot. It didn't used to be that way. Every year it's more and more. It really helps to know someone. And I think you have to, I mean, it's, in some ways it's easier now with COVID, in some ways it's harder, right? You used to be able to go there, see what's going on, go to their events and meet people.
Yeah.
But events is the way that we go and meet people. It is event. It's like this. It's like, because email people and LinkedIn and this and that is not working anymore. Those days are gone, right? Or someone who has that contact.
Even you don't answer my emails, Garth.
Oh, I do now.
I'm joking. But yeah, you're right. The personal touch, the human touch, filter through, hey, this guy's actually, I can talk to him some more.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Right. Events are still king. I think events are still, and it's going to be that way, whether it's virtual or whether it's whatever. Events are really what powers all of that. And it is the way to break through. Unless there are, if you have to know somebody who knows somebody. It really is now that is the case.
Yeah. Garth, tell us a bit more other things you're doing, and you kind of alluded to in an earlier conversation some more things in Central East Europe that you're looking at or trying to partner up with, find some allies here.
Yeah. But, so what I'm doing is classifying and really trying to build a vast database of startups in every category. And I've been working a lot now. I'm in contact, and I'd like to talk to more FDI, agencies, because when I talk to them, when I talk to those cities and those agencies from those cities like Sofia and etc., startups are not well represented in general in that space. I think there are some agencies who say, "Oh, we have a startup. We have a person that just focuses on our startups."
Right.
But in general, that FDI business was not a startup focused business.
No, it's an inward investment. They focus.
Right.
Yeah, they're trying to bring in big investment, new jobs, etc. And yes, they do have someone in the corner that's the startup person. Yeah. But it is a different world, and they are the second class citizen in that city.
That's right. That's right. Now I do see this even in the year. I see it changing, because when I talk to them about startups, they say, "Oh, we've got an amazing startup ecosystem here." Something like Warsaw. I mean, look at Warsaw, right? Yeah. We have this incredible, vibrant, super sophisticated ecosystem. We don't have the investors over there, the corporates over there, they don't have visibility into our startup world. And so I see a big opportunity and I see a growing interest when I talk to people like those FDI agencies in those cities. They perk up because they're like, well, part of our task is not only to bring business here, but it's actually to support our startups and and get them out there.
Very important.
And they actually have funding for this, right?
Yes.
They actually have funding for this. So I'm excited
Well, we can certainly
about
help
that.
you and connect you to all of the FDI agencies and city agencies across Central East Europe. I think we know every single one of them personally, so certainly can help you with that. The other thing that I'll also give a shout out to Wolf Summit, which is actually, I'm in their office right this second in Wrocław, and these guys have become a de facto Hopin technical support team, and they're running third-party events for Hopin, which is, and it's including my event today. But Wolf Summit is a Central European-based startup matcher that connects startups from this region to VCs, and they have an enormous database of startups, including they have an event coming up October 6th, 7th. But that's definitely another place to start with, Garth, for a conversation.
Great. You know, and at this point, every startup in San Francisco and everywhere, New York and Chicago and everywhere else, Austin, they're using Eastern European developers in some capacity. Everybody is. Right. So, you know, I saw an interesting trend there, which is we used to go through brokers. We used to go to an agency. We used to go to somebody who could just do. Now we're actually reaching out to individual developers.
Right.
And that might be a COVID pandemic thing where it's just, or it's the model was, you know, unless you need 5 people, we can't help you. We're only interested in teams of 5 and up. But very often early stage companies need one great developer in a very specific area, and they find them in Eastern Europe. They really do. The talent is so good. It's so high.
Well, that is largely what this event is all about. The digital services, you know, matchmaking events, and we're doing them quarterly. The next one will be in January. So absolutely, that is the focus. So good. And in terms of you saying you're trying to build up that, let's say, database of startups, is that because you then want to help those U.S. corporate incubators filter through find the needle in the haystack?
Yes. In fact, the large companies, I would say 10 or 12, have asked me to do that because the problem was it was a very random process. There was no real. Yeah, you could say I go to Crunchbase, I look in there and see what's going on and whatever, and nobody has time for that. Somebody they have to go and say, I need 5 companies in this category, you know, voice AI that are vetted, where we've looked at the team, we've looked at the product, we know there's a market. Those are the 3 things we care about. And can you please bring those 5 to us? So it's interesting. So it you know, it goes to the issue of, why don't somebody build a directory of these companies and just have them at your fingertips, and so they can then access them, and that's valuable for me because we're also constantly talking to companies. We're investing in companies, and you know, COVID has accelerated some things that were already happening, right? So it's now, you know, it is now a global world, period, and that's going to be something that is permanent, and that's why I say some ways it is making it easier for us because, you know, nobody asks anymore, where are you? Nobody cares. You know? And so we've all been working virtually for 15 years. We waited for the rest of the world to catch up. Now they're starting to, right? So that's great, but it just flattens the world. So I think for startups, that's a super positive thing. You know, just think about it. If you're a startup with 4 other companies, you could put together a little event on Zoom, on Hopin, on whatever, and you could just spin that up, invite some people, and they could jump on, and boom. That was hard to do before this.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So I think we have to really think about taking advantage of that and being proactive. We've got everybody's attention now.
Yes.
Right.
Right. That's a good point.
it always struck me as funny that there's this. If I go to Kleiner Perkins or Sycamore, largest VC or AZ,
yeah,
and I'm there all the time. I'm like, it is amazing their appetite to invest and to see new companies. People don't realize. They think, how will I ever get a meeting there? They are. Bring me startups. Bring me companies that I can invest in, because I have so much money to invest and I don't have enough companies that I've, my deal flow. So it's amazing that people think the opposite. I'll never get in the door at Sycamore. How am I going to do that? They're sitting there. Their task is, we want to see as many companies as possible. Now, having said that, the presentations, the positioning, all of that in general in startups is not very good.
Yeah.
And it needs work. And so I think very often people need to really prepare more than they do.
Yeah. Tighten up the presentation.
Presentations.
1 minute will do it, not 15.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we know what's good at this point. We know what works. And again, it's those three things, right? It's the team. We invest in the same way that everybody else does. You look at the team, you look at the product, and you look at the market. Is there a market for this? And those are the three. And even if you have two, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay, Garth, we're going to stay on schedule and wrap up here. Any final comments or thoughts from your side about this?
I'm very optimistic, and CEE to me is like an incredible asset that is growing, and people are becoming aware of it, and I think we can help them. Those cities, those agencies, those places, we can really help them connect, and I'd like to be a part of that.
Good. Well, I'll say for myself, we're keen to work with you more than we have so far, and let's discuss that more. And there may be other people in the audience who may have the same opinion, and hope they'll reach out to you as well.
Thanks, Tom.
So, Garth, we'll wrap up, and you can be on the panel as I say my final thanks to everyone. First of all, thanks to the Wolf Summit team and Rafael and Joanna, everyone else. You guys have done an extraordinarily good job, and I must say today, technically, nothing went wrong.
Wow.
Everything was on. Every screen sharing worked. Every speaker was here.
That's amazing.
Some of them the last second, but they got done. So thanks to everyone and the team here who got it done. We are back on in January with the next quarterly event, third one. I want to say again, thanks to all the sponsors, the city of Plovdiv, Bulgaria, city of Poznan, the city of Wrocław, associations, Latvia IT cluster, the ANIS out of Romania, AI Best out of Bulgaria, the Lviv IT cluster, IVSG Hungary. Who else do we have? The German Polish Chamber of Commerce, the British Polish Chamber of Commerce, the Vienna Business Agency, Advantage Austria, and I'm probably left someone out. Anyway, thanks to all of you guys for spending time today. Appreciate you tolerance with the new systems. We did better with the hop-in, a lot far better this time. We did better with the one-on-one matchmaking this time. We'll keep improving. We'll keep learning. We're back soon. Feedback, give us comments, email me. I'll answer your email. Rip me apart. I'll take all the criticisms you got for me. We will learn from it and make it better. Thank you all very much. Garth, thanks again. Enjoy the rest of the day. I'm going for a glass of wine.
Okay. I'm going to have a coffee.
See you guys. Thank you very much.